mentioned what Democrats were doing. How do you identify? To say, are you a Democrat, Republican? Neither.
Well, I don't really like being put in the box, but I'll tell you that if I had to take a pill, it would be the purple pill. And I do believe, however, that I carry conservative values as a principle, and I stand on those morals and those conservative values because they make more sense. If I plant a seed and I give it sunlight and water, it's going to produce prosperity. But if I got to finesse my way through life all of my life, I'm going to have to finesse today. I'm going to have to finesse tomorrow. I'm going to have to finesse forever. I think that a democracy is when the people are in charge, but everybody ain't up on game for real. So what we have in America is a republic democracy where the people, or the majority, chooses a representative. And I think that what we're in right now is just that Black people haven't had a voice for so long, and we don't have a strong representative in the world. So a lot of these problems stem through a lack of representation. But the answer isn't, again, to throw this country away or sabotage it. We need to make this country great, and we can do that.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Well, my only analogy to answer that as directly as I can is if you had the choices to choose between pee, poop, and Gatorade, you're probably going to choose the Gatorade. But they take the Gatorade away, and all you have to choose from is pee and poop. Well, they're both waste, and it boils down to which waste do you like better? Do I want somebody that I think is a retard, which is Biden, who can't really talk clear? He doesn't seem to have a plan. He can't lay anything out. He just seems to tuck behind his cabinet of Democrats, such as that girl from New York, and all of the other billions of people that ran for the Democratic presidential race. Mm-hmm. And Donald Trump is just, if he's a con artist, like people says he is, then he's either a con artist, a narcissist, or somebody that really loves this country that's standing up for conservative values. And I think that really that's all he's doing. He's just brutally at war for his conservative values. And I respect that. So if I had to pick between a retarded person that can't speak for himself or a racist con artist that is trying to protect his values and is honest about it, I don't know, man. Who do you pick? One of them makes me lots of money and the other one sells me to the Chinese.
I don't know, man. I want to smash Kamala Harris, though.
Bird. I like that chick from New York, that young chick that created the Green New Deal. My problem with these judgments is when they start talking, most chicks just have no clue,
Yeah, man, that's true. All right, so let's bring in Kweli, man. How you doing, bro?
Peace and blessings. What's up, man? How you doing, brother?
Chilling, man. Cooling. Listed as always.
Already, I say, brother. I say.
All right. So since we got Brother Kweli in the building, I figure we could switch the topic up a little bit and talk about religion a little bit. So, Kweli, how do you identify? Do you identify with a religion?
No, sir, I don't. I'm not. I wouldn't say spiritual. I would say I just basically follow the teaching of the ancestors. Because a lot of people don't even understand what the word spirit means. You know what I'm saying? They think it's some kind of ghost out there flying around and jumping in people's body and stuff. If they did any etymology studies, they would know that spirit means wind, breath, or air. That's all it means. You know what I'm saying? So I just follow the teachings like my aunt, you know what I'm saying? The balance, because a lot of people think that, when you're dealing with Kemet, you're dealing with actual deity. You thinking, see, a lot of people that's on the outside looking in, like Hebrew Israelites. I just debated them in the Westland. That's why I asked you, what was your name on Facebook? They was talking about, well, you believe that Ra is real and Anubis and all. So first of all, you're using Greek names. Second of all, Ra is a principle of the sun in the sky. You can go in the Bible and show that God is Ra in two different separate verses, like Psalms 84:11 said, "For the Lord God is the sun, the S-U-N." You can go to Revelations 3:14 and say, "Thus saith Amen." So who is Amen? What are they talking about in Revelations? Jesus said, "I'm the bright morning star." What comes up? What comes up in the sun? What comes up in the morning? The star. Sun is considered a star. So the Bible talks to me. The Bible is a book of astrology, and it goes back to the Helios Biblica. You know what I'm saying? The sun book of the sun records. So what I'm trying to get Christians to understand, y'all are basically sun worshipers. So when it comes to religion, I feel like religion binds people and it keeps people from thinking for themselves. Like the brother said, Biden can't even speak for himself. But when you go to religion, you can't even think or speak for yourself. You can't ask questions. So that's my take on religion.
That's what's up. But I couldn't have said it better myself, man. You touched on some stuff that I'm actually writing about in my book about how the first gods that people believed in, they got it misconstrued. They think that it's some sky daddy in the sky, but really they were just anamorphizing what they saw. You know what I'm saying? It's celestial objects in the sky that they just personified, and then over time, people believed in them in a different way and made them more real, and that's when all the mind control got added to it. You know what I'm saying? Oh well, right. If you want to be a good slave, then it'll all be made right in heaven. And you know what I'm saying? That's how they justify slavery and all that shit. So yeah, man, it's all sun worship and stuff. But you know what I'm saying? Brother Diaz, I think he's still a Christian. I'm trying to save him, but
see, I think you guys always misunderstand that. I just am not afraid to stand on those values because I trust and respect those values. But at the end of the day, I look at all the different religions and I see the same narrative, the same story, the same science. Science is star worshiping. Christianity, all of these different practices are just sound difference.
But when you say science is star worshiping, I had to disagree. I don't know anybody in science that worship stars.
That's fair, but what's his name? What's my man, the old dude that's taking over right now, the big science guy?
Taking over.
Yeah, man. Everybody talking about him. Black Eye.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, Tyson. He trying to spend billions of dollars to get to see, other galaxies and shit. That sounds like
that's not worshiping though. And when you got to understand billions of dollars compared to what? Because this is coming out of the United States Treasury. You know what I'm saying? They got trillions of dollars.
The dollar count doesn't matter. It's about resources that it takes to accomplish this stuff, including research.
So do you think billions of dollars should be spent on war, going to war with other countries? Because they spend trillions of dollars on that.
Yeah, no, but I don't like any of what's happening. We can dig into it all day. I think what I'm really tapping into though is just that if somebody finds a peace in knowing that all the stars align every day, and if they look outside and those stars align how they said it, and that means that the story is going according to plan, you shouldn't villainize that person for that. They find a real happy place in the jungle that we're living in today, constantly.
Well, when you got to understand, okay, from the scientific perspective, I take the scientific point of view, right? So when people talk about stars aligning and stuff, that's narcissism. You know what I'm saying? Because what you're doing is you putting the Earth at the center of the whole universe, and you saying when I look out into the universe, I see an alignment from the Earth. But if you were on Alpha Centauri, at the same time, that alignment wouldn't be there because your vantage point changed. So it only is significant if you sitting on the Earth. But why would you think the Earth would be that significant in all this vast universe?
See, I think that.
Go ahead, Kwame.
Yeah, I want to add something to you right about the vantage point. Like when you look up and you see a SARS belt, everyone want to call them Orion, but it's really a SAR because the ancient Kemetic people basically saw that first, and they saw the Milky Way for anybody. But the Greeks called it the Milky Way. So let's talk about, I'm gonna say Orion for better understanding. If you look up on Orion, like they're in line, right? But if you travel towards them, it's gonna look like they're really off. You know what I'm saying? Because what is it, Beetlejuice? What is it, Beetlejuice, Alpha Centauri, that makes up Orion's belt? Yeah, they're like actually off. You know what I'm saying? It's like it may look like they're in line, but when you do your fingers like this, it look like I'm in line. But if I turn them around, I'm all spaced out. You know what I'm saying? So it just looks the line from your vantage point. So that's what we got to understand too. What we see in the skies is just we're looking at it from a different perspective, but traveling towards those stars, that's when you'll start noticing that they're not in line like you can see. So it is a vantage point, you know.
Man.
I think you guys are missing my point a little bit, because what I'm getting at is that every day people are dealing with principalities, evils, overeating. Somebody broke into my account today and hacked my. I don't want to get too personal. Basically, I was hacked within this week for $500. So we're after things like that. What's causing people to do this? What channels are available to them, and how can we address these channels? What different religions and how that plays into, say, a realistic topic as opposed to, say, stars aligning, is finding a happy place of this like a heaven. I believe that heaven and hell are both lived on earth, and there is a sense of peace and tranquility. You can see it here in this room. Everything is calm and relaxed. I can express myself. I feel a peace about me, and what religions as a whole do is it says this is what we've seen over the years, my hundreds of years being on this earth. And then my kids went through this earth and their kids went through this earth. These are the trends that we've seen, and these are the seeds that we want to plant. What needs to happen to make these things happen? And I think that's where religion really comes in. Some people got 99 rules. Some people got 9 rules. Some people got 7 rules. But it's all really to deal with the same problems. Lust, greed, vanity, pride, egoism, things that make it where you and I aren't working together, but rather you are either self-destructing or, hoarding.
But do you really believe that, though? You think lust is a problem? What's wrong with it?
I think that there's science in everything. I think that there is a problem with letting your penis control your life. So, but
that's not lust, though. That's what I'm saying. That's like the far extreme. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying, you can't smoke because smoking is bad. You know what I'm saying? But I breathe too. You know what I'm saying? I don't just smoke. So
lust as a whole is kind of like, it's like wanting, like thou shalt not want. It's basically the same thing.
Well, but that's what I'm saying though, because I don't agree with the doctrine. You know what I'm saying? So why can't I want something? Why can't I lust after something? What's wrong with it? I think it's natural.
Let me ask you a question, my brother. Let me ask you a question, though.
Go ahead.
If y'all don't mind. Brother, can I ask you a question? So basically, you saying we on this topic of lust. Has God ever experienced lust? Because how could this God say, "Oh, you cannot lust," but God created everything? If He created lust, then why can't we have it? What's the point of creating lust? And that's my question. Has God ever been married? Why are we following a doctrine that says you may have one wife? Did God have a wife? You know what I'm saying? Because when you look at, I deal with law.
So here's the deal. Don't forget, bro, that God isn't saying, He's not putting a gun to your head and saying, hey, you have to do this. He's saying that so many people on this planet has been through so many things that we've seen problems arise when you do certain things or you don't do other things. When you lust, I think, I'll give you one of my most favorite comedy things. I haven't put a joke together for it yet, but it's about steak. All right. So white people had this money and they started buying steak. Well, anything outside of fruits and vegetables, you really shouldn't be eating unless you don't have access to fruits and vegetables. These things are supplemental nutrients, but you should be getting your nutrients from fruits and vegetables. But white people started having these farms and cows and eating steak and showing it off to the world how they got steak. Well, black people, after all of the media and the slavery and the politics about it, couldn't wait to get a steak. You know what we did? We fucking burnt the steak. We don't even order the steak, right? It's just this hard-ass, crispy-ass, leathery-ass cow skin. You might as well sit on that shit. It's so horrible of a steak. But what happened, it was black people who lacked education, because education was intentionally kept from us, pursued this meat consumption like these people. They lusted this Jones. That's like they say keeping up with the Joneses. They lusted this Jones status, went at it, and now black people all over the world eating shoe leather. So where the Bible comes in this instance, even though that's kind of off to the left, it's like, okay, well, even though it's not about food, if the Bible was about food, it would say, hey, when you make steaks, only eat this shit if you don't have access to fruits and vegetables. But when you cook it, make it medium to medium well with some salt and some pepper. And if it ain't got no juice when you cut in it, that shit's trash. That's kind of how the Bible is. And we can make it metaphorical and attach it to all of these other things. But at the end of the day, if everybody's looking at each other saying, man, I want to do good, and this guy's saying, well, these 7 things are how you do good, but I'm going to make it into 99 ways. And somebody else says, well, this is how you do good, but it's really only like 3 things. And then you guys come and you say, well, all of that bogus like narrative that's coming out of the left field, but these are the same things that you've been doing, and they're good. We just need to stop doing these other things, but here's some real reasons why. I get why you want to discredit everything that's irrational and fairy tale, but I wouldn't ever look at a 90-year-old woman on her deathbed and tell her, hey, I hate to break it to you, but Jesus ain't real, nigga. He lied to you. You finna go to hell. I just couldn't do that.
Well, I guess it depends on who the woman is. But I'm the type of person, if I was on my deathbed, I still want you to tell me the truth, man. I like truth. I want to know the truth. That's what my name means. Kweli, truth. So that's what it's about to me. And you know what I'm saying? I just feel like I don't really care. It's like this. You tell your kid that Santa Claus exists so that they'll be good for a couple months out of the year. But I'd rather tell them the truth. You know what I'm saying? Deal with a bad kid. Because what's gonna happen I think
that all we all can do is speculate on the truth. And then we
that's
have
not true though. That's not true. You can prove some things can be proven. Like I can prove to you right now that 2 + 2 is 4. Do you disagree?
No.
All right,
but 2 and 2 could equal other things.
It doesn't matter though. I can prove some things can be proven, is what I'm saying. So I can prove that 2 + 2 is 4. You know, I can prove that I'm not a woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go into how, but I'm sure you can figure it out. Yeah. We could prove these things. You know what I'm saying?
Demonstrate. It's demonstrable.
Yeah. So some things can be proven. And math provides further demonstration beyond what we can demonstrate with physical things. We can show things with mathematical equations and calculations. So if you know, that's how they give credit to Pythagoras, but he actually studied in Egypt. So he learned all his shit from Egyptians, but he got all the credit. But how he came up with the Pythagorean theorem, a squared plus b squared equals c squared, all the time. You know what I'm saying? And they can prove that even if you got a side that's of A that's 2, and the side of B that's 2, and then C would be the square root of 2, which would give you a irrational number. Yeah. Back then it didn't have irrational numbers, but they knew that they existed because they had the proof, the mathematical proof. You know what I'm saying? So now we know that fractions exist and all this and that.
And also Pythagoras, the Egyptians knew that the world was round. I tried to debate Brother Sanchez, but he didn't want to debate me. But they used that same method to prove that the Earth is not the center of the universe. It's a heliocentric model instead of geocentric. So they used the Pythagorean theorem, remember they was talking about they put sticks and they put them like 8 miles apart, and how the triangle, how the sun, had different shadow links proved that the Earth was round and that the sun was in the center. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So they use those methods. So this is stuff that's ancient. This is nothing new. Only thing that's basically is new is the objects we use, or the tools we use. That's the only thing that modified was the tools. We don't have to do sticks anymore, unless you want to do like an ancient test. But You know,
Yeah.
you can do them. You can do them 5 feet apart. You still gonna get different shadow links. I can go put 2 sticks out there, 5 feet apart. You're gonna get different shadow links. So, you know.
Yeah, you just got to have a tool that's precise enough to measure it, though. But
Right.
back to what you were saying, like we if it were true that we were just all speculating, I get you. But that's not the case. Some things can be proven, and you can sit on the shoulders of giants and stuff. So like Pythagoras, he did his work, so now we ain't got to go figure it out. You know, Einstein did E equals MC squared. Now we ain't got to figure that out. We can start there, and we can figure out stuff beyond that. So over time, our species gets more knowledgeable. So now we at a point where it's not like we know everything, but it's some things that we do know. You know what I'm saying? We know it. You know what I'm saying? Then we got stuff that we know we don't know. Then we got stuff that we don't know that we don't know. But the point is, we got some stuff that we know we know. You know what I'm saying? And once you got stuff that you know, it makes it hard to believe. Because if I know that the world is at least 30,000 miles or whatever, however big it is, and for one person to go around the world in one night, he had to be going like close to half of the speed of light. So it's impossible for him to do that. So therefore, the narrative of Santa Claus is bullshit. I don't gotta get into the reindeer and all that shit. I know stuff that makes it impossible for me to believe in Santa Claus. And it's in the same sense, you can know stuff that makes it impossible for you to believe in God or any religion and all that shit. So like when you know the history behind Christianity, it makes it hard for you to accept it. Even if you find something in it that's good, you know what I'm saying? Even if you fuck with Rudolph, you got to let it all go when you find out that Santa Claus ain't real. You know what I'm saying? So even if, you know what I'm saying, they got some stuff in there like turn the other cheek and you might fuck with that. When you know the history behind it and you know that it's about enslaving your people and your ancestors died behind this book and they still enslaving your people with it, you can't fuck with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I stand with the whole Christianity shit. It ain't about what's in the book. It's like I said with the spaghetti analogy before. If you got a bowl of spaghetti, the noodles might be good. They perfect. They organic and everything. But the sauce has been poisoned. If you put the spaghetti sauce on the noodles, guess what? You can't eat the noodles now because they got the sauce on it. So it don't matter how many gems you find in the Bible. It's poisonous things in there that'll taint your mind and have you adopting a belief system that will hinder you and hinder your success. Like,
see, I would argue that it's like everything else in the world. It's a flawed mechanism. But if everybody says, all right, well, and this hasn't happened, but this is generally kind of the reason why Christianity is so widely accepted is because enough people have read this book and says, man, I've read all these books. This one seems to make the most sense. You've got African nations where China is moving into these African nations and reestablishing these nations. And these people are still becoming a religion, not just Buddhism or there's another one over there that's just like Buddhism, except politic to the right or left or whatever, or Hinduism or even voodoo. You know, everybody's sort of still taking a stance in one of these religions because they find some sort of peace in it. And that's all I'm really saying. I don't think that anything's going to be perfect. Oh, and by the way, there's a lot of stuff that you said that we know, but we don't know. We have theories that haven't been discredited. So we just know that we haven't been wrong yet. You get what I'm saying? Like, we can't say that something is necessarily fact. But we just know we haven't been wrong.
When you say know something, what do you mean? Like no absolute hands down? You can't know nothing absolute for 100%, but you can know it to a degree that, like, you know, like when I did the interview with Phil Jackson, and he's like, when you squeeze the toothpaste, do you expect toothpaste to come out? Like, yeah, I expect toothpaste to come out. I know toothpaste is going to come out. I know I expect it so much that I would use the word "no" to describe my degree of how much I expect toothpaste to come out of tube when I squeeze it. And the reason is not because it say toothpaste on it. It's because I've done it before. I've done it lots of times. I've done it every day in my entire life, as long as I can remember. And I know every time I did it, toothpaste came out. So why would I expect anything other? You know what I'm saying? So if you know that the equation is equals MC squared, and you test it and you say, okay, if that's true, then I should be able to get this much energy out of this much mass, and you put it to the test, and it works every time. Then you get to the degree where you can say, okay, it might find some case where it's not true, but it's been true every single time we tested it. So we can know it to the extent, I say it's like 99.9, to the farthest extent that you can know.
We basically apply that theory as law, and now we assume knowledge of it.
First of all, you gotta understand what the word theory means. You know what I'm saying? A theory in science means something totally different than the way you're using it. You're using it as a hypothesis. But in science, when they say they got a theory, they talking about something that they proven a lot of times, and they tried to disprove and they couldn't. That's what a theory is. But when what you're saying, you're using it in the form of a hypothesis. So I don't know no scientific theory that I disagree with, but there's a lot of hypotheses out there, but they presented it as a hypothesis. They don't say it's a fact. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that they present as facts are things that they can prove. Like bro was saying, you can prove that the earth is round. You ain't got to go to space. You can use two sticks and you can prove that there's a curvature to the earth. You know what I'm saying? And if you just multiply that curvature, you get a circumference. So
with that being said, then we've got enough spiritual geometry and like advanced geometry to suggest that reincarnation is real.
How so? Please elaborate.
Well, that's just before you elaborate, brother. That's really like when I like to talk about this because I was on Facebook and I was asking this Christian and this Muslim and people that believe in a God. I said, why y'all keep saying believe? See, believe is basically you when you say you believe something, you're kind of inferring doubt a little bit because you don't know. True. So knowledge is more demonstrable than a belief because a belief, put it like this, and I always say this. I said a truckload of faith and belief. A handful of facts and evidence outweighs a truckload of belief. And I'm using it as a metaphor because if you got a truckload of faith and belief, when you open a truck, you ain't got nothing back there. But you got a handful of facts and evidence. So your hand is heavier than the truck, metaphorically, because you have more substance when it comes
to facts and evidence.
To your knowledge. So knowledge is demonstrable. Faith is not. And faith is, I'm out, from what I've seen, faith and belief is the excuse that Christians, Judaism, Hebrew Israelites, they use that as an excuse for what they don't have evidence for. Well, you just got to have faith. You just got to believe. And see, I think that dumbs you down. And no offense to people that believe, but I believe but saying you got to have faith and belief kind of dumbs you down. It keeps you so.
Say that one more time, bro. You cut out in like the last thing that you said.
Oh, am I good?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, so my thing is when you have faith, people say, well, you just got to have faith, you just got to believe. But belief is not substance. Belief has no pathway to truth, nor do faith. And I feel like people that are in religion use that faith and belief concept as a way to basically justify things that they don't have an excuse to believe for, or something like that. So yeah, they don't. You can't justify anything with.
I feel like it's more of it acts as a foundation to stand on to move forward. We have what we know, and then we have what we don't know, and at some point, no matter what, you got to take a leap of faith. And even if you put two and two together, if you never did it before, the only thing you can do is believe that it works. And if it doesn't work, you go back to the drawing board.
But you don't have to believe that it works. You can stay neutral. You can say, I don't know. Somebody say, what's 2 + 2? And you go, I don't know. Never did.
So that's what this sounds like to me. This sounds like it sounds like some people are in a mosque or a Buddhist temple or a Christianity church and they're on their knees praying with their Bible. And then you guys walk by with your Starbucks cup and you're like,
I never shop at Starbucks.
Oh, sorry.
I hate that.
So you just walk by, you're like,
I'm boycott Starbucks. This is a black channel. But go ahead though.
Okay. Yeah. So you walk by, I don't know, with a blunt in your hand, and you're just like, oh my God, this is horrible. This person there. minding their business, praying on their knees and reading this Bible. And you're like, you should stop that. Kill yourself. Go to hell. Why are you lying? It's a lie.
I would never say that.
Yeah, if they were sitting there minding their business, then I would mind my business. But the thing is, religious people never mind their business. They want to tell me what I should do. I can't buy a fucking beer on Sunday at some stores because of your fucking belief. See, now that's where you're getting into people and their beliefs and how that differs from the Bible. It don't matter, man. I could go all day about what's wrong with the Bible, but I mean, I'm talking. Even we can leave the Bible out of it and just get practical. You know what I'm saying? What is the black church done for you? What is the church done for you? I'm talking about okay, they took your money, so you know that much. They be giving me food, though. They be giving me food sometimes, though. But you paid for it last year. You remember all that money you gave there? You know what I'm saying? So. And guess what? All that food, they don't pay for that, man. That shit come from the government. And what they do, they'll tell the government that, we gave out 1,000 meals today, and they really only gave out 100. And the preacher man get the $900 worth of cash that they reimburse them for the food. Man, it's a big scam on top of a scam. So you think every church is like that, or would you say 90% of churches are like that? Anybody out there that's listening right now that owns a nonprofit or a 501c3 knows goddamn well they pocketing the money. How you think they pay their bills?
The churches.
How you think you work for a nonprofit and still pay your bills? You pay yourself a salary. How you think Donald Trump don't pay no taxes? He paid himself a salary and bankrupt the company. That's not necessary. None of these things are necessarily problems. We're recycling the planet over and over again. So if you get opportunity to motivate people as human capital to generate, and then that's what they do with that money, great. But if they're lying to people and conning people out of money to do that, that's another thing. So all I'm saying is that I see value in a real good church. But I also see how Creflo Dollar been raking for years. And he ain't really getting off. He ain't doing nothing for real except buying jets and houses.
Dollar live right up the street from me.
Yeah. And what do you think he's doing with his money?
Shit, I got a video exposing Creflo Dollar. I'll tell you what he's doing with the money. This nigga bought a $20,000 toilet. That's what he's doing with it. $20,000 toilet. He's shitting on the money.
He flushing them ties down the toilet, boy.
He's shitting on the money, man.
Yeah, man. So, if I'm telling you, I think that everybody misses the point. I think that you really get caught up on the actions of people. But
Kwame, I think you froze up. You might have to go out and come back in.
I think
go ahead, bro. Go ahead, dear.
People get caught up on these actions of people and how they become so self-righteous. But Jesus stood against those people. He walked with the most broken, the most ignorant, if you will, because he didn't want to see harm come to these people. He just wanted to see these people start walking a better walk in life. Now, whoever defines it, you can't define what my success is. Just like Jesus couldn't define what somebody else's success was. But you understand, though, this is what I'm saying, though. This is what it boils down to. You are basing a worldview and forming behaviors and off of a doctrine. But what if I was to tell you that Jesus wasn't real and he never existed, and Jesus actually is the personification of the Son, and it's just the story of the Son being told as if the Son was a real person, and over time people embellish on it more and more and more. You know what I'm saying? What if I told you that same pattern, that cycle happens every year through the human body? What if I told you? Hold on, what you mean by that? Like let's say that I like chicken and hot sauce and watermelon, right? And let's say every year on November the 13th, a light-skinned baby with curly hair who likes chicken and watermelon and hot sauce or whatever other thing I said is born. See, I think that we see the same sun pattern every year. We see consistencies in sciences. We see consistencies in the way we cook. We see these consistencies. Why couldn't we find some sort of moral value out of this trend? Somebody that doesn't have a whole lot of sense might call it Jesus. Somebody that thinks they got all the knowledge might call it the sun. But at the end of the day, this thing still is a habitual, routine cycle that never stops. And what if there was a lesson rooted in that? So even though you think that the white man with the blue eyes and the blonde hair, that was the only white man in Jerusalem, is fake. I
don't even think white people was in Jerusalem anyway. It was a darker hue people, but they wouldn't call themselves Israelites and stuff like that. So there was no white people in the Middle East or Jerusalem like that, because
that's the joke. It's like a big joke. Nobody in it's like everybody knows this truth. Even white people know the truth. But now what? Now you want to go and knock on these people's doors and say, hey, I just want to let you know that Jesus is black. You can still keep doing everything you're doing, except everything from the Bible is a lie. The science is telling you to do the exact same thing, but it's explaining to you truly why. Oh, but don't forget, you're not the dominant people because everybody's black and you came from black. So you didn't really discredit the 7 rules that you want them to follow. You just basically said, I hate that you like this white Jesus because you're lying to yourself. And that's what it feels like.
We can discredit the rules. I mean, but I think you just got the misperception or whatever, because you use words like think and think and stuff. But to go back to what I was saying earlier, it's certain things that you can demonstrate. It's not about thinking that you know it, because that's belief. To what Kwame was saying, that's faith. You know what I'm saying? I don't fuck with that. You know what I'm saying? In common lingo, I don't fuck with faith. Faith is for people who don't know what they talking about. Either I know or I don't know. If I don't know, I say I don't know. If 2 + 2 is demonstrable, and I demonstrate it, then I can go. I got the balls to say I know it. So again, when I say what if Jesus didn't exist, Jeff Brown said Jesus is black the same way the Hulk is green. It don't fucking matter what color he is, because the nigga he's not real. It's a fictional character. You know what I'm saying? So tell me what
I say, and I always tell all the Hebrew, like,
you breaking up, bro.
My bad, I don't mean to cut you off, but I always tell the Hebrew Israelites, oh yeah, man.
You good.
Can y'all hear me? Am I good?
Yeah.
Yeah, I always tell the Hebrew Israelites, I said, painting Jesus black does not make him less fictional. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to this black or white thing, people like, they have that in order to make themselves powerful. They're not doing that.
Hold on, bro, because you I can't hear you
right now.
I can't hear you. Your signal choppy, man. I can't understand.
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, because my Wi-Fi router's in here.
I think that, I'll tell you what, while you fix that, I just want to chime in real quick. I think that Jesus was real. I just don't think he rose from the dead and started floating through the sky.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. If you think that Jesus was real, a real person, like you and me, what year was he born?
I don't know, but I don't know the year a lot of people were born.
Well, okay, isn't he supposed to be like the most important person ever? How can you not know what year he was born and not care? You know what I'm saying? Why don't you think that should be? Don't you think that should be known? Like this is the year Jesus was born.
Yeah, like I feel that. I don't know what to tell you, man.
What year did he die? What year did he die?
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you feel like there's other prophets in the world? Because if you stop looking at them as a man,
there's no such thing as a prophet, bro.
You don't think
there's no such thing as a God. How can there be a prophet?
Well, everybody can profess. That's really all it is.
No. Everybody can bullshit and talk out their ass, and they could tell you, I know what's going to happen in the future. That's what they're doing. And if you want to call that prophesizing, go right ahead. I call that bullshit.
It sounds like faith. You got faith in your book and faith in your
what I got faith in?
in yourself and in
That's
the
not
plans that
faith.
you
That's
have.
confidence. So now you're changing the definition. Now you want to use the word in a different definition. I got confidence in myself. I don't got faith. Faith is
So it's
blind.
different.
Y'all say y'all the ones that taught me that faith is blind. Confidence is based off something. You know what I'm saying? I got confidence in myself based off of a track record or based off of a certain skill set or intellect.
But you believe you're going to get somewhere that you never been.
What you mean by that? I don't believe I'm gonna get somewhere I've never been unless I'm planning on going there.
You plan on getting on the other side of a written book. You plan on getting on the other side of
again, all right, that's not faith because that's based on something. I know that I'm a human being, and I know that other human beings write books.
Yeah.
And I know I've written other things. So if I'm a human and I write and other people write books, it's not faith for me to or far fetched for me to say one day I'm going to write a book. That's not faith. That's not prophesizing. That's just telling you what I plan to do. You know what I'm saying? You can call it prophesizing, but that's not what it is. Prophesizing is when somebody says that they have clairvoyance or they got some type of information from some other source other than themselves about the future. I never claim to do that. So it's not the same thing.
Well, I might add too. I'm sorry I had to take a call from my supervisor, but I might want to add too. Have you ever noticed that Jesus has two different birthdays in the Bible? Because in Matthew 2, he was born around the time of King Herod, which was 4 BCE, and then you got Luke 2. He was born around the census of Caesar Augustus, which was in the Common Era. So how you can be born at two different times, 10 years apart? You know what I'm saying?
What we have is multiple accounts of people generalizing the information that they know about Jesus, not like some sort of like factual doctrine. And again, I can't help but continuing to emphasize this. Jesus was a real person, just like you are and just like I am, who carried a message just like you have and just like I have. Was he villainized and killed? You know, how can all of these people all over the world say that that's the case and it not be the case? The part that everybody can't say is the case is that he floated up through the sky. Now, real quick, the message that Jesus pumped out to the world was sow your seeds in good grass. Don't put it in the rocks. Don't put it on the concrete. And don't put it by the thorns. Put it over there in the field. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with it where it's gonna get sunlight and water. And you're saying there's somebody, one of the other people that talked about how they saw him float in the sky, and all of a sudden we shouldn't do this seed thing because that's dumb now because he might not be real. We keep getting caught up.
You getting the wrong interpretation. That's what I was saying. You misinterpreting. Just because I say that the religion is bad, that don't mean that if something's in it, you got to throw it out. That don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Now you just being ridiculous.
What you're saying.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Listen to me. If you think that's what I'm saying, then let me correct it. That's why I'm trying to say it now. Because that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is take out the bad stuff. If you do something that's right. Say the Bible says, sow your seed in, how it go? Sow your seed in.
It don't go like exactly like that, but it's basically
multiply.
If the Bible says be fruitful and multiply, right? And I agree with that. And I say that's a good teaching, to be fruitful and multiply. Then just because we getting rid of religion, you don't mean you got to get rid of that part, be fruitful and multiply, because it's a reason why that's a good thing. And it should be, if it's good independent of the Bible. You did? So yeah. It's a reason why it's good, and it's going to be good for that reason, regardless if there is a Jesus or it's not a Jesus. So if Jesus said it, he said it because it was a good thing, not because he was some divine creature. You know what I'm saying? And even if he was, what he said, he was the son of God. Don't y'all say that we are children of God? So that means he ain't nothing special. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, here's the thing though. Even if we was to go all the way far left and say Jesus was real, he was the son of God, right? If he died for your sins and got resurrected 3 days later and lived forever after that, how was that a sacrifice? What sense do it really make for him to come down, for God to make himself into a person, come down to earth, have himself sacrificed to himself for sins that he could have just forgiven you for in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Just the resurrection.
My thing is, why did there have to be a sacrifice? Because resurrection of a sacrifice is the point of a sacrifice.
Yeah, and then
so how could there be a sacrifice?
You are belonging to a blood sacrifice religion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
listen to me, bro. They drinks blood. Symbolically eats flesh and worships the dead body of a person, walks around with the crucifix, which is like walking around today with an electric chair on your neck. You know what I'm saying? So this is the religion that you in. And I know you think, well, I'm just in it for the good stuff, and the church do good, and you know what I'm saying? I know Creflo Dollar bad, but I'm just gonna focus on the good stuff. But what you're doing is enabling Creflo Dollar. You know what I'm saying? So people listen to you and they go to Creflo Dollar church. You know what I'm saying? Cause you ain't out here preaching your gospel. So they get brainwashed and lost into the cycle. And you know what I'm saying?
The Bible says, the Bible basically doesn't really embrace many of these churches either. And it says that you should read the Bible. I think that biblical.
But this is what I'm saying, bro. You back to what we were saying about knowing stuff. When you know stuff about the Bible, you can't value it, bro. Cause when you know, like for instance, the first book that mentions Jesus, do you know when it was written? And you ain't got to answer the question, because I know you don't know, because if you knew, you wouldn't believe in Jesus. Because the first book,
it's not about the. It's not. Okay,
it is about that, because if the motherfucker was alive and he was the son of God and all this shit happened, people was writing about shit that was happening. Nobody write about that. Did nobody write about that shit until 70 years supposedly after it happened? That's very weird, bro. That's like Donald Trump becomes president. Nobody mentions it. No news, TV, media mentions it or nothing until 70 years later. What?
Are you talking about the Council of Nicaea?
I'm talking about the life of Jesus. Jesus didn't fucking exist until the year 70 CE, when the first motherfucker wrote the first
So because
gospel.
Jesus doesn't exist, we shouldn't plant seeds in good areas.
That's not what I said. You going back to some far-fetched
stuff. See, you got to understand, brother, that was in ancient times too. The ancient Egyptians was even talking about that. The ancient Sumerians was talking about planting seeds. It has nothing to do with religion.
And then the Bible don't got a monopoly on that stuff. The Bible plagiarized most of that stuff anyway.
That's what I'm saying. The Bible that's my entire point. It's a plagiarism. The real stuff, the meat and the potatoes of the Bible, is a plagiarism of your history, the beginning of time. And then these people stole it, put their name.
So why you value the copywriters? Why don't you go to the source if you know where it came from?
I didn't know. I said that I embrace and appreciate all these religions for what they are. They're just moving the needle forward for people. And some people believe blindly. Some people need to have more questions, but everybody pointing to the same 7 things and saying, this is what we need to do.
But they're not, though. That's what I'm saying. Christians don't even agree. That's why so many different churches. You got the Baptists, you got the Episcopalians, you got the Methodists. Nobody agrees on that shit. And then let alone all the other religions. You know what I'm saying? So this is why we got.
Why I don't like titles. Why I don't like putting my name in.
That's what exactly, bro. Now you learning. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You don't need no title.
I'm not afraid to stand on these Christian values, because there's a lot of values, strong, ethical values that come out of this book. And
let me ask you a question. Darius. Let me ask you a question. 500,000 years ago, before the ancient Egyptians or whatever, did people have a Bible then? And how was they acting before the Bible, before religion was even existing? Because from my understanding, they basically looked at their morality as, I don't want to kill nobody, because that would basically hinder the progress of human race. So they already had good morals and values way before the Bible was written. The Bible is just basically just saying, putting some things that were already here, but they're trying to basically make a control mechanism out of it. Because you can be a good person without even having the Bible or even reading the Bible, because nobody knew what religion was. Nobody knew what a Jesus was or a God. They just basically made babies, protect, cultivate, and work until they died. That's it. So morality and all this other stuff does not have to come from a Bible. And people are using this Bible as it's the oldest book in the world. I asked a Christian yesterday, what's the oldest book in the world? She told me the Holy Bible. My ex-girlfriend told me the Holy Bible was the oldest book in the world. That's why we're not together now. I'm like,
oh, well, man, boy, I was just about to say, I hope you left that bitch. That's a dumb bitch right there.
I'm telling you. Ooh, man.
Oh, we.
Yeah, man. She out of there, man. So yeah, we broke
So
up like 6 weeks ago.
during the Egyptian times, my Kwame, they had oral traditions. Everything was oral because they didn't have any kind of writing language. But even if you take the writing
Yes, they
away,
did.
Well, yeah, the Sumerians had writing, and the Egyptians they had written religions. You know what I'm saying?
word. Well, but even prior to that, like that's my point is that when you take the
What are
writings
you
out
talking
of
about? Prior to that, yeah.
But prior to that, this is what I'm writing about in my book. Prior to that, the gods that they believed in weren't the gods that we believe in today. First of all, they were polytheistic. It was more than one god, and it was just basically nature worship. But they had names for nature. They had a name for wind. They had a name for the sun. They had a name for the earth. They had a name for fire, and these were their gods.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
It just sounds like a bunch of spooky rhetoric, but today, with at least more sophisticated minds, we just call it different stuff.
Mm-hmm.
No, we know what it is now. It's like we don't call it Zeus and tears of God. We call it rain and lightning. You know what I'm saying? So we know what's causing stuff. You know what I'm saying? We don't sacrifice goats anymore because we know that it doesn't do anything. You know what I'm saying? But back then, they didn't know. They believed that stuff, some of them. You know what I'm saying? Some people knew, but some people actually believed that if they cast their sins onto a goat, this is where the term scapegoating come from. If they cast their sins onto a goat, drive it out into the woods to starve and die, that their souls will be cleansed of their sins. They believed that stuff, so they did those type of things, and that culture evolved into what then became Christianity and the ultimate sacrifice of Jesus.
But see, I think that there's a bit of semantics there because yeah, on one hand, it sounds ridiculous to say, oh, and I didn't do this, but I like to use extreme examples. I murdered this person or I raped this person, and now I feel horrible. But the Bible says, well, you don't have to go through the rest of your life beating yourself with a hammer on your hand or in your skull because you did this thing. It's horrible that you did it, but don't do it again. And then some random Joe had a dream, and then he was like, well, if you want to feel better, do an action, take an action of some kind, right? The action today would have real merit in society, not killing some goat and throwing them in the woods. But there's still some symbolism there that you can appreciate instead of just being like, I kind of feel like it's a dick move to be like, man, this dumbass nigga over here chopping up goats and shit. It's just like, I feel the ignorance in it, but at the same time, I see value.
So I got a question. So when you want to speak on the word of killing, let's go into like God's plan. And that's why I always want to ask a question, but I can never get a straightforward answer. So do you think it was God's plan for Hitler to kill all the Jews before he was even born, before he was even conceptualized? Do you think that was God's plan? Or did God have other plans for Hitler? If so, then God is not all powerful. If we're able to,
it happened and nobody couldn't stop it from happening.
But why God didn't stop it? Why didn't God stop our enslavement? You know what I'm saying? Did God know about this ahead of time? Or let's go back 13.4 billion years ago. What was God doing? He just sitting around, man, ain't no Home Depot around. Shit, how am I gonna build the universe? I don't want to make it sound like magic. Shit.
Hey, I know you making it sound crazy, bro. You realize that you are God, bro. We are all connected as one. So right now, this conversation is through you, and the same questions that he had, you got. How the hell? Where does Home Depot come from?
I don't believe that either, though. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that we gods. You know what I'm saying? I know people like to say that, but that's just because people so indoctrinated that they can't let the word go. They just can't let the word God go.
See, I think that it's one of two things. Both Kweli and Kwame, I love y'all got the same that stuff. It's like you gotta pick one or the other.
Yeah.
So
I'm Ghanaian.
We're either a mandatory organism on another organism, or like we're a individual particle on an atom, and then that individual particle is also on a bigger atom, and then that individual particle is on a bigger atom, and we're nothing, or we matter just as much as whatever this giant thing that's coming together, and we're everything. And there's really no in between. I would say I rather carry a more optimistic approach. I am all things. I am that flag, this flesh.
Have you ever heard of Occam's razor? You know what I'm saying? If you haven't, it's basically just a saying that this dude Occam came up with, and it holds weight because it tends to be true. That basically it says the simplest explanation for something tends to be the correct one most of the time. So when we say, well, what are we if the Earth is analogous like to an electron orbiting a nucleus of an atom, and atoms make things like structures, you know what I'm saying, like microphones and people, but we know we're made of atoms, and the Earth is like and the solar system is like an atom. Then maybe the universe makes this bigger thing. I get what you're saying, but that's speculation. You know what I'm saying? When you say what's the other explanation, well, the other explanation is the most obvious one. You use Occam's razor. The most obvious one is, yeah, we're in the universe, so we will be part of the universe. But that doesn't mean everything. Because when I want to affect something, I can't affect nothing out of my proximity. You know what I'm saying? We can use technology now to I can call you in another state. But generally,
I'm not sure that I agree with that. And you seem to be confident when you say that you couldn't control anything outside of your proximity. I think that that Nikola Tesla was working on.
But that's what I just was getting to that though. We can use technology to extend ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We can use technology and stuff, but generally speaking, you know what I'm saying? Just as natural beings, we can only affect what's in our proximity to affect. So if I was everything, I should be able to affect something in the Andromeda galaxy. You know what I'm saying? If I was part of it, but you know what I'm saying? That's so far away, I can't affect
that. You could be affecting, you just don't know.
The only effect that it can have on me is gravity, but it'd be so small that it's virtually none. I do know it. That's what I'm telling you, bro. Some things we can know. You know what I'm saying? I know it. And even if I didn't know it, I wouldn't have a reason. I wouldn't have a reason to believe that I could. Why would I think that I could affect something in Andromeda if I can't demonstrate it? That's where you fall into a cult like religion, when you think that you can do some shit that you can't do. When you think that you blessed and highly favored, when ain't nobody from outer space blessed you.
I'm just saying.
That's the problem. I want to bring something up. That's the problem I have with some of the Kemetic people too. They always saying that we can astral project and all this other stuff. That's the problem I have with the brothers that do. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I follow. The only thing I follow from ancient Kemet is Ma'at. That's it, just balance, order, truth, justice, reciprocity. Exactly. And that's basically universal. That's basically universal law. But all the other stuff they be doing, I'm like,
that's not work. Everything you're saying is coming right out of the book.
No, the Bible got it from my eye.
It talks about balance.
The Bible got it from my eye, bro.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
So you should study. So you should study my eye. Is what
I have looked in. I looked in. I don't study any religions. It just feel like all of them the same.
But I'm saying, as much as you propagate Christianity, or as much as you I guess vouch for Christianity, I feel like, you know what I'm saying, you should be vouching as much, or if not more, for the thing that Christianity got the juice from. If it got the juice,
I feel like you're saying don't read Cat in the Hat, read Hop on Pop.
That's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying if the original Matrix movie come out, right, and then another amateur videographer remakes the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? Poorly at that. Yeah. He leaves out like half of the scenes. You know what I'm saying? And calls it the Matrix. Don't change the name or nothing. Puts it out. Yeah. It goes stupid. Makes a whole hell of a lot of money. Everybody fuck with it. But there's an original Matrix out there that's a really good movie. You know what I'm saying? But everybody fucking with this dumbass, half-ass, watered-down version.
Yeah, see, I'm done. So here's the deal. I don't think you hear yourself, but you're not opposed to religion. You're just opposed to.
I'm very opposed to religion. You know what I'm saying?
You sound to be opposed to false indoctrination.
That's part of religion. You know what I'm saying? I'm opposed to all things. I'm vouching for the truth. You know what I'm saying? So if you vouching for the truth, of course you're gonna be against something that's false. But I'm opposed to religion because
can't we build a religion that revolves around the truth and evolves with the truth?
Why would you? It's the point. Why? What religion has no value beyond?
Why would you want it to be a religion though?
Because I don't think you guys really understand.
Let's do some etymology.
I'm about to define the religion.
Let's do some etymology.
Please. What religion means?
Well, you go ahead, Darius.
It says the belief in or worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or gods. A particular system of faith. Hold on, let me read these other two because I don't necessarily agree with that one.
All right,
a particular system of faith and worship and a pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. So theoretically, in my opinion, you can put together a doctrine and then say, I'm going to follow this doctrine religiously. So therefore, I don't see any problem with religion, but I do see a problem with believing in some fake ass God and creating some fake ass world. You feel me?
My problem with religion is if in the sense that you presenting it, right? Is just like I'm not with the I call it hanky panky. You know what I'm saying? It's like the fake shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not with the fairy tales and the hanky panky stuff. I'm just with the essential values of it and the stuff that you can live by. But the problem is what you're doing is you enabling. It's like you saying I'm not out here selling poison to the people. You know what I'm saying? I'm just selling a little weed. But these niggas selling the crack. You know what I'm saying? I'm just with them. And when the police roll up, guess what? You a crack dealer. You can't be like, I just had the weed.
Yep.
Nah. Y'all roll together, right? Y'all roll together. They sell crack. Y'all sell crack. So you can say, I don't deal with that. That's them over there. But as long as you putting yourself and saying, I'm a part of this group, I'm in this religion, then you have adopted ownership of the next nigga's belief system. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem.
So I think that the difference is we all selling oranges, but my man's putting crack in his oranges. I don't put crack in my oranges. I just sell regular oranges. And you can come over here and hang out with me and eat my oranges and learn about how to grow an apple tree, or you can go over there and he'll teach you how to put crack in your shit. But that's not how the Bible works, man. The Bible just gives you a history. It's just a history.
The Bible is not history, bro.
It might be a lie. It might be the white man's history, but that's all
not
it
history,
is.
bro. The Bible is
not history.
You cannot find nobody in the Bible in history, you know what I'm saying, doing the shit that they said they did in the Bible. Nobody. It's only like two people in the Bible that actually exist.
Also, you know, you got to look at it like this. If the Bible was true, then it would have, the people that wrote the Bible, because, we just got the printing press in 1592 by Johann von Gutenberg, and that was the first Bible written, was the Gutenberg Bible. You know what I'm saying? The Gutenberg Bible had more stuff in it, you know what I'm saying, from the Alexandria Library, Egypt, than the Holy Bible. So why did they leave most of the stuff out? My point is, if the Bible was true and accurate, you basically could line history up if they had dates in it. And I asked the Hebrew Israelites, I said, why y'all don't have no dates in y'all Bible? Name one thing that has a date that can compare to history. He basically disabled the comments. You know what I'm saying? So, because he was trying to say that America, because them Hebrew Israelites, they always say that this is Egypt. They always say that America's Egypt. And they said the Euphrates was the Mississippi River and all this other stuff. I said, dude, my bad. I said, dude, man, give me one date in the Bible that lines up with what you're talking about. He disabled the comments because the Bible is basically the Bible was basically written by stargazers. They looked up in the sky, like Luke 22:10. I'm going to use that for an example. When Jesus' disciple asked him, what shall we do when you're gone? When shall the next Passover be? Jesus said, go into the city, you'll see a man carrying a pitcher of water, go into the next house. That's what the sun does. So we're in the age of Aquarius. Now, I can say, when you look at it from the astrological perspective, that part is true. But when it comes to the historicity of Jesus being alive and being crucified, you got to look at it like this. What happens on December 21st? That's the shortest day of the year. The sun goes down off the southern crux. That actually happens. Jesus died on the cross, the southern crux. Jesus, the three kings, when Orion's belt seemed to get closer to the earth, that's what they thought was the three kings. You know what I'm saying? The 3 stars pointing to the child. It points straight to the sun when the sun comes off the southern crux. On December 25th, the sun rises up 1 degree, symbolizing resurrection. Same thing with Osiris. Osiris was killed by his brother, chopped him into 14 pieces. You know what I'm saying? And he was scattered all over Egypt. You know what I'm saying? And then he rose. His wife and his sister came and resurrected him. So the whole resurrection story is based off of astrology. From that perspective, I would say yes, the Bible is true. But from a real history perspective, no, the Bible is not a historical book.
Yeah, it's astrotheology is what it is. It's basically nothing. It's the same old the paganism that they claim they're against is the same shit that Christianity is. It's just the sun.
Sounds like 2 different. It sounds like a combination of some hearsay, she say, and sound like star docu. Like, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta also understand this too. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are pen names. Nobody know who wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, because you got to actually look at the title. It said the Bible. It said the book according to Matthew, according to Luke, according to who wrote that? How you gonna write a book according to yourself? You know, so you know that
that was like some scholar group or something that actually put the whole Bible together.
It was the Puritans.
Yeah, and then
was it the Puritans or the
Bro, I'm on a campaign, right? I'm on a campaign. This 1 book a day thing, right? You know what I'm saying? So yesterday, the book Clodagh, the president's daughter. Man, this shit is written by. It's supposed to be the first African American novel, right? Written by this dude who escaped from slavery. And when I tell you, it's not about religion at all. It's about slavery. But the dialogue in this book, everything that the slave master is saying is using the Bible to keep the slave controlled. Oh, you want to be a good slave, then you be like Jesus, and everything will be right in heaven. And just listen to the audiobook, bro. It's called Clodagh. And when I tell you,
I could do that with. I think I could do that with anything. I could sound.
No, it ain't about what you can do with it. It's about what it's meant for. You know what I'm saying? It's like if somebody hands you some poisonous spaghetti, and you like, but I'm hungry, and it's gonna fill me up. But it's killing you though. You know what I'm saying? And you saying, yeah, but I'm hungry though. And I'm saying there's other stuff to eat. And you saying, yeah, but I'm hungry and I like spaghetti. I'm like, but it's poisonous, and you know it's poisonous, but you just keep eating this spaghetti and keep eating spaghetti because you like spaghetti, even though, you know what I'm saying, they sell spaghetti around the corner. You just never ate there before. And you
So you believe that the Bible is a lie, is this false doctrine designed to
enslave? This is what I'm saying, bro. You're using that word believe. I don't deal with belief. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you what I can demonstrate. You know what I'm saying? If you got the time, I can demonstrate to you right now that the Bible is not historical. Anybody who actually take the time to study it will realize that the Bible is not historical. Like I said, if it was, you would have some contemporaries. You would have other people who were just like you got historians now. 2,000 years ago, you had historians who were talking about shit that happened before 2,000 years ago, and they don't say shit about the Bible stories. You know what I'm saying? But what we do have is other stories like the Epic of Gilgamesh, who mirror the Bible so much that you damn near you can't read the two and not know that one got something from the other. But the Epic of Gilgamesh is fiction. It was written as fiction. You know what I'm saying? So to have the Bible plagiarize that and then to say that the Bible is real is asinine. You know what I mean? So it ain't about a belief that I have, bro. It's about research that I've done that concluded me to the fact that the Bible is not historical. And like I said, anybody that's gonna challenge that hasn't done the research. Because if you do the research, you're gonna find out that 2 + 2 is 4. And if you try to go against that, I can prove you wrong.
And I had a Christian. I had a Christian before you say anything, but I had a Christian say, I said, name one thing out the Bible that's historical. He's going to talk about the Damascus, you know what I'm saying? Going to be desolate and not populated. Damascus got 3.5 billion people still living there. And they be going to McDonald's and shit. Come on now. They eat McDonald's, Burger King right now. So what you mean? So how is that true? You know, your Bible got it wrong. But see, a lot of people think the Bible is a Stargate. You know what I'm saying? Is a time machine. Like it's going to predict the future, like Nostradamus and all that stuff. Tell me why Nostradamus writings wasn't in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? If he predicted the future, talking about he seen helicopters and shit. I mean, I think they just making this shit up. And a lot of people that wrote them scribes was on opium. You know, opium can make you see things, and it's a hallucinogen. So that's why they put a lot of shit in these scribes and shit like that in order to basically kind of like, because to me, the heaven, I'm going to go back to what you said about heaven here. I know it sounds like I'm all over the place. I just want to bring it up about the hallucinogens. You know, Dante, the dude that wrote Dante's Inferno, he was hallucinating. That's where you get the concept of hell for. But in 1986, the Catholic Church came out and said, we apologize that hell was a concept and a creation of the Catholic Church. You know what I'm saying? So they basically, Catholic Church is saying hell was not real. We just made the shit up. Now, if you got the Catholic Church coming out in 86, in the 80s, I don't know what date, but I know it was in the 80s. You know, I think it's down during the time of the peace treaty or something like that, saying that hell is not real. Why do people still believe they're going to hell? You know what I'm saying? Because Catholicism created Christianity. Christianity is a branch of Catholicism, you know? So
I think any reader knows that heaven and hell is like lived on earth. If you study like the actual teachings of these people, like the Book of Thoth and the removed books of the Bible, it talks about these things, man, about how really your actions on earth determines your experience on earth. So if you out shysting and sliming, you're going to be tortured. Your soul's going to be tortured. You're going to be broke. Life's going to be hard. It's going to feel like some sort of a hellish experience versus heaven, which is sowing your seed, watering your seed, tending to your seed, making sure these things are prospering, and then nurturing these things. And then when it's time to harvest, you harvest this and you have something that can grow. I keep saying that because that's the fundamental principles of every religion but Christianity. Christianity is the white man con artist hanging nigga on the rope religion. Don't do Christianity, but it's still telling you the same 7 things that all these other things are doing. It's talking about how if you let your penis control your actions, some bitch might run off with your twin boys. She might keep them from you, and then you got to go to war with the courts and the system to get your kid back. That's why you should keep your penis in your pants. You shouldn't go take your fruits and then go and give them away to every single person on earth, because everybody not gonna bring you a.
That basically violates the being fruitful and multiply. See, the Bible can't have it both ways. You can't say be fruitful and multiply and then take it away, then say, oh, well, keep your penis in your pants. I don't want y'all to be fruitful. You can't have it both ways. And the reason why, and hold on 1 second, let me finish. Dealing with the court system, because I deal with people, I help people get off child support and all this other shit. So I deal with the law. I'm not a Moor, so I ain't want nobody to get that misconception, but I do fuck with the Moors, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to the knowledge of the law. See, in today's society, with the system that we're in, with this oppressive system, the laws and statutes and codes are like religion. They use these things as like it's religion. Yeah. They use canon laws in order to basically enforce a rule or a law on you under the color of law. Like, for instance, you don't need a driver's license. That's the Constitution,
and we have the power under a republic democracy to change that law.
Yeah, you're correct. But like I said, everything is used like a religion. Where old boy go?
He probably fixing some. I don't even think we can talk unless he on.
Y'all can't see you still here? Okay. I was like, yeah. So, but yeah, man, it's just like everything is done in religion. And religion, I want to go back to the word religion. Religion, when you look at the etymology, it goes religare, means to bind or to hold back. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be bound and to hold back, you know what I'm saying, or be held back. That's what religion is. It comes from the Latin word religare. You know what I'm saying? So it's basically saying that, you know, that's why me and Kweli say we don't fuck with religion or beliefs, man, because it's a holdback. You know what I'm saying? So why would you want a doctrine of truth that holds people back from learning more stuff? You know what I'm saying? Because you might teach them this, but you're kind of preventing them. Hey, don't go outside of my realm of teaching. You can't go to Dr. Bean or Dr. Ashar Kwesi. No, you got to stay with me. You know what I'm saying? You got to learn from me, but it's other information out there. And the Bible, since the Bible, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are religions, they try to keep you from going out their scope of their knowledge or what's their truth. And a lot of it is basically false.
I never had a religion forced upon me, but I feel like the Bible specifically says that if people want to go out and be whatever they want to do, allow them. But then he also said religion
forced upon you, bro. When did you decide to be a Christian?
Everybody in my county's wearing red, so then I grew up and started wearing red.
Exactly.
But it wasn't forced on me.
That is forcing it, bro, because you weren't aware of all the other religions and you were too young to analyze what you were getting yourself involved in. It's like if you grew up in a household and your mama's a blood, your daddy's a blood, your brother's a blood, your sister's a blood, your cousins a blood, your auntie's a blood, your uncle's a blood. You go to school, your friends' bloods. You probably gonna join the gang. You know what I'm saying? And that's forcing it on you because you not aware of all the other opportunities. You could not join the gang, or you could join a multitude of other gangs, but you just haven't left your neighborhood long enough to know that there's these other gangs, and some of them might even be a better suit for you. Or you might choose, you know what, why would I want to be in a gang? You know, I could choose not to be a gang banger. You don't have to be in a religion. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to follow a doctrine. You know what I mean? Even if
all of that, the Bible complements all of that. It says that you don't have to follow any one thing.
The Bible is the big book of multiple choice. You can read this part and make it say this, just like bro was saying. They say this over here and they say that over there. You can say anything with the Bible, and I can show you a verse that's gonna back it up. But that's the problem with the Bible. But the point is, you using a book that was written by people that first of all, it's not in its original form. If you're gonna use it, you have to go back to the original language, or you just wasting your time, because some stuff get lost in translation. And on top of that, you know for a fact that some people just made shit up, like Paul. You know what I'm saying? All of his doctrine and shit, he just said, well, I think it should be like this, and then he changed it. You know what I'm saying? But for years,
Paul never met Jesus.
There was something else. You know what I'm saying?
And Paul never met Jesus, so he didn't.
You know what I mean? Like I said, it was 70 years after Jesus supposedly lived that when all these motherfuckers started writing these the New Testament. You know what I'm saying? So
here's another thing I want to bring up too with Josephus. Everybody want to use Josephus as his information is credit. You know what I'm saying? A lot of his stuff was forged. But Josephus knew King Herod. Josephus was around the time of King Herod, and he basically stated that there was no slaughter of the innocent. King Herod wasn't going around killing babies and stuff. So why did the Bible say that?
You know, that's what I was getting back to with
they slandering a man. They slandering that man. You know what I'm saying? Talking about he going around killing babies. Man, you know what I'm saying?
It's worse than that, man. They not only they slandering the man, they falsifying that whole history.
Slaughter the innocents.
So yeah, they like everybody. Like I said, when you do the research, you know that didn't happen. That's how it makes it impossible to believe it, because you know, okay, the Bible says this happened, but history says for a fact it didn't. So when you analyze in the Bible, what I do is I look at like bro was saying. It's got to be a date. If it happened, it had to happen on a certain time or year. You know what I'm saying? Or a certain even a 1,000-year period. It had to happen at some point in time. So when did it happen? So you look at what the Bible says is going on. You know, this is what same thing that Christians do when they try to say the earth's 6,000 years old. You look at what the Bible and you see what's going on. Then you look at history and you see what's going on in the world, and you try to pinpoint when these books were written. You know what I'm saying? What's the Bible actually talking about? And when you do that, you find out that the Bible stole, or they made up, you know what I'm saying, the Old Testament. You know what I'm saying? All that history and shit is just is fiction. You know what I mean? It's made up. And it's the purpose of it is because they were at war at the time all these books were written, trying to gain Israel. So the Canaanites and the Babylonians the Babylonians had invaded Israel and stuff. They've been invaded by a lot of people. But it was about seizing a land. You know what I'm saying? So when you read the Bible, it becomes evident. What's the Bible about? The Israelites being the chosen people, and this being their land, and they got the right to enslave who they want to enslave as long as they get them from a neighboring land. And this is God's kingdom, and Jesus is going to come back to the kingdom and all that shit. That's what it's about, man. It's a political propaganda book. That
almost like the Cold War. Almost like the Cold War of 1920? Looking after it was like the in the 8.
Yeah, so what it is really is a weapon. It's a weapon that attacks your fucking mind. Because if you can convince somebody in this shit, and you can convince them first that there's a God out there, and you can convince them that the Israelites are the chosen people, and then they can do what they did. They can take your land. You know what I'm saying? They can enslave you, and then they can justify it because God said so. You know what I'm saying? And if you believe in a God, then you go, oh, okay. Well, let me be a good slave. Let me turn the other cheek. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever the doctrine is. But that's been going on for the last 2,000 years. You know what I'm saying? It's a propaganda book, and they've been using it the same way Donald Trump used it when he go out there and spray all the black people with pepper spray so he can walk across the street and hold the Bible up. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly the narrative of the Bible since its inception. And when you study history, you'll see that shit, because you'll see the fall of Egypt around the same time the rise of Christianity. The same places where Christianity is being spread is the same places where they were colonizing. So Christianity goes hand in hand with colonization. All colonization is we gonna go over there and kill everybody and take their shit.
Hey, I got a question for you, Kweli, man. You more well versed in history. I'm still learning though. So let's talk about when the fall of Egypt was around the time of Tutankhamun. Was around the 25th dynasty when the Ptolemy Soter entered Egypt with Alexander the Great, and that's when they was enslaved. They was like going through Menefer. Everybody want to call it Memphis, but it's Menefer, and basically slaughtering the Egyptian people and stuff like that. I don't know if that history is true, but I know it was like a later dynasty. You know, after Seti the first, and then I know Tutankhamun came a little later, and I heard that actually I read that because I had the Book of Egypt or whatever, and I don't know if that date is accurate. But they said around the 25th dynasty, Tutankhamun, he got rid of the Egyptian army. So I guess the Greco-Romans said, okay, now it's time for us to go up in there. So that's what happened. And because the Hebrew Israelite asked me, oh, why didn't your guys protect Egypt from falling and all this other stuff? I said, first of all, those guys aren't real, and y'all looking for a magic trick.
Yeah.
So you got to understand that when Tutankhamun got rid of the Egyptian army, they was able to come into Menefer. You know what I'm saying? I said, what are Hebrew Israelites?
The same thing that happened in Israel happened in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? So the histories are very similar and almost the same people. The Babylonians, the Assyrians, and the Hyksos, they all invaded Egypt at different points right behind each other. So Egypt was basically like getting jumped. You know what I'm saying? So Alexander the Great, they came last. So they just got like easy pickings basically because they had been at war for hundreds of years. So they started getting invaded around 23rd dynasty, and then they were still fighting.
So the
23rd. But like I said, they was fighting more than one war, you know what I'm saying, for hundreds of years. So, and then when Alexander the Great come, they using Christianity as a weapon, they altered, they do what it's called synchronization, where they take the religion of the people that they're invading and they synchronize it or adopt it or adapt it with their religion. So they would take some aspects of the Egyptian religion and bring it into their religion. So that's where Christianity starts adopting the Trinity, because
disguised it. They did a lot of disguise.
So it'd be more easily digestible.
And they disguised it.
So it looks like their religion, and then they moved in, and they didn't do what like they did with other nations, where they just come in and they colonize it. They basically assimilated with the Egyptians. So it became over a time period. The Greco-Romans and the Egyptians basically became the same people because they were interbreeding, and they were being ruled by the Greeks, but they still went by titles of pharaohs. So that's why when you look at history and you see the statues of the pharaohs, they literally turned from black people to white people because that's what happened. The white people came in and they took over as pharaohs. And that's when they started the Christianity, and that's when you see the fall of civilization. When you see the Great Pyramids were built, and then the pyramids that built after that look like shit because they weren't built by the same people. You know what I'm saying? And
that's where you get the whole concept of Jesus Christ, because Jesus Christ was from Ptolemy. I don't know why I say Ptolemy, but the P is silent. From Ptolemy that's why he wanted to be consecrated as a god. So after he did all that killing with Alexander, I call him Alexander the Greek. Alexander the Greek, they killed all them people, and Ptolemy said, "Let me become a god like you." So that's why they created Serapis Christos. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get Serapis and Apophis.
Those were Greek, Egyptian gods created by Greeks, which is fucking crazy, but that's what it was. You know what I'm saying? They were very popular, just like Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Just like black people following white Jesus, you had Egyptians following white Serapis. You know what I'm saying? It was like it was the same thing, but over time it just evolves and it changes. Then you got the writings of Paul, who came on around the change at the turn of the century or whatever.
70 CE, 70 CE, between 70 CE and 65 CE, and then you don't get Christianity, the fathers of Christianity, until like Martin Luther. You know what I'm saying? Justin Martyr, because I watched a video about Justin Martyr. I watched the whole video. Man,
we know it. Brother Diaz, you on mute if you didn't know, but modern Christianity didn't start as you know it until 300 years after Jesus supposedly lived. And like I said, man, you got to study the history. Like if all that shit was true, That's why I was asking you what year Jesus was born. You know what I'm saying? Because if it was true, he would have a year of birth, and it would have been crazy because we changed the calendar, and the year would have been so different. It would have been like year 2000 or whatever back then.
5,000 or something. Yeah.
So
yeah.
for them to change the calendar, and then they did it wrong. They tried to put it. They tried to make it to where Jesus was born on year 0, right? So that would have been the correct answer if you would have followed the belief system of the people who changed the calendar. They tried to make it to where Jesus' birth marked the turn of the calendar, but they missed it because Jesus was supposed to die when he was 33, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he died in the year 30.
That's what I'm saying. All of this is just hearsay speculation from 300 years later. It's nonsense anyway.
But it's not speculation when you got historical evidence. Like we can look back and we can like when they go and they excavate and they know, okay, there was a thing going. There was this common thing in Egyptian culture for them to have beads around their wrists. And we don't got no time machine, but we know that because we dig up in the ground and we find a whole bunch of these little bracelets. They're everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So because we find evidence of it, we can come to a conclusion. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. It ain't about a belief system. You know what I'm saying? You got to do the historical research, and when you do enough historical research, the Bible it'll fall apart. You can't believe in Santa Claus when you know how big the earth is and how long it'll take for somebody to go around it in one. You can't do it in one night. So
because I want to bring up the concept of Santa Claus as well. You made a good point, because if Santa Claus was traveling around the earth, like you said, it had to be the speed of light, and probably he would die from G-force. His heart would explode, lungs would explode, all that shit would explode. Shit, even at 6 Gs, you can get killed because you'd be crushed by the force. But let's just say Santa Claus traveled at 55 miles an hour, right? It would take him 19 days to travel the whole circumference of the earth and hit every house. It would take him 19 days, just say 55 miles an hour. Even 75.
The ultimate motherfucking killer. I never believed in Santa Claus because I was poor. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't even afforded the right to believe that a fucking white man was gonna give me some shit because I ain't get shit, and I didn't have a chimney. You know what I'm saying? We stayed in apartments. So I couldn't believe in Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? I just never could. So I was the kid that go to school and I sit by myself every time when they get all into the Christmas shit, because I knew it was bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I try to tell people that it's bullshit, they didn't believe me. But you know what I'm saying? It's the same stuff I'm doing now. I'm trying to tell them that the religion is bullshit, but my mama told me that it was real, so it's real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my mama hate when I be posting like, y'all, I want you to send me a friend request, man, because the stuff I be posting, my mom like, take that down, take that off. That's why your girlfriend left you now. And my mom tried to hit below the belt because me and my girl are 2 years. You know what I'm saying? I thought she can change because I thought she was giving me some good head and some good pee. You know what I'm saying? So, thought she was gonna end up taking me to church, but I already know, you know what I'm saying, that wasn't gonna work. But my mama always tried to hit below the belt, but I'm still gonna put knowledge out there. I don't care about, you know what I'm saying, what she talking about. So, but yeah, our parents are still indoctrinated, man. But my mama always, every time I call, she like, see, that's why you're going through stuff right now, because you don't believe in God. I said, Mama, I may be an atheist, but nobody is just because I'm a non-believer, that does not make me susceptible or prone to having a bad life. Just because you're a Christian does not make you seem like your life is going to be better, because there are Christians that's doing worse than me. I'm not homeless. I still got a home. I live by myself and everything. I still got a car. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, it's just like, I'm just dealing with a lot of emotional things, and that's normal. We are all humans. Just because you don't believe, that does not make you're not going to be prone to bad things or a bad life. Just because you're a believer does not mean you're going to have a happy life. You know what I'm saying? Because my mom went through things. You know what I'm saying? Everybody go through something, man. People need to stop believing that stuff like, God, as long as you believe, you're going to be all right. No. There's people that believe they got cancer right now and dying, but there's atheists that had cancer and got cured.
I hate to interrupt, but I got a fourth party in the picture. He said that he made it specific that he didn't want to be on camera, but you can hear him clearly, and he can weigh in a lot better than I can about this whole topic. He's into this. Does a lot of studying into it, and we actually talk about it pretty much every day, sometimes twice a day. So this is just somebody's real close to me. You want me to tell me? Just Jency. His name's Jency. So yeah, so I'm not gonna put him on camera, but feel free to like kind of brief him on what we went over, and then feel free to ask him any question you like.
Well, I'm gonna say I kind of heard a little bit of y'all's discussion, but yeah, nice to informally meet y'all.
So what's going on, bro?
Peace, man.
So what's up? I wanted to chime in about that Santa Claus thing. It actually is rooted in Nordic mythology from the mosquito mushroom that was like red and white, and that reindeers used to eat it, and then they used to take the urine and boil it to get the psychedelic effects, and they used to make them see things. That's where the concept of like flying people and reindeer came from. Yeah.
So,
But,
do you got kids, bro?
No, I don't have any kids. No,
if you had kids, or if you have them one day, would you teach them about Santa Claus, or would you leave that part out?
I mean, I would teach them about Santa Claus because they need to be informed on what.
I mean, would you would you?
I wouldn't practice. I wouldn't let them practice the practice unless they just adamantly wanted to for some reason.
Yeah, so like when if you were to celebrate Christmas or whatever, you would tell them like this is what Daddy bought you, or you would say this is what Santa bought you.
Well, even more into that, the celebration of Christmas aligns with a pagan holiday and has nothing to do with Christ himself. And so it's like, so if I was celebrating Christmas, then I probably would just do it out of the tradition of being festive and participating in the cultural festivities, but I wouldn't necessarily like.
Yeah, I guess I just assumed that you was a Christian, bro. I guess I should ask you what's your like. Do you identify with a religion?
I do not. I'm knowledgeable of religions, but I don't identify with one particular religion. No.
Have you ever?
There was a time where I guess when I was like 5 or 6, I was like born into a religion, but I wasn't like I still had questions that didn't get good answers. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so do you believe in God?
It depends on how you define God.
How do you define God?
Well, I tend to not define God, but if I were to try to define a sense of God in which I believe, I would say a source of everything that is and can be. So, for example, I'm not Christian, but how Christians define it in Christianity is God is the all in all, the Alpha and the Omega, meaning that just like the universe, right? So one could allude that the universe and everything that it encompasses is God, because if you remove one aspect of the universe, it wouldn't be as it is. And so for everything and anything in this encompass is God, almost like the original 4 verses of Hinduism teach, which meaning that's why I say namaste, which means like I bless the God in you. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that like everything is a God. Everything has the essence of God in it.
Yeah, when you look at I want to add something too. I want to add something real quick.
Go ahead.
I want to add something real quick. When you look at the I deal with etymology, right? So when you look at the etymology of the word God, it comes from it's a Germanic term meaning to invoke or pour a libation. So that's why I don't get why people use the word God when it only means to invoke or pour a libation. It's gesh or gut. That's what it means. So that's why I'm like, I never use the word God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and when people,
I don't refer to God as like a external deity, if that's what y'all mean.
Yeah, it's a deity, deity.
I guess I will ask you why do you feel the need to use the word at all? If God is the universe and we have a word for the universe, and if it's not external deity and it's basically you saying everything that exists, and you equate that to God. So why use the word at all?
Because I don't choose to use the word, but if it comes up in context, that's how I would describe it. meaning that like
Okay.
language is evolving. And so it's like what one word in a context means in a particular setting can change. And so in order to assure effective communication, I might use that term to make people able to relate to the concept that I'm trying to convey if they don't have an understanding of my ideology and way of thinking.
Okay.
I got you.
That's pretty logical. I mean, I like that. I mean, I'm the same way too, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, so basically for better or lack of understanding, that we definitely have to use, like, to people that like Christians and stuff, like my mama, I had to basically use God, you know what I'm saying? But I'm starting to use more like, mama, I don't believe in your deity. God ain't no deity. Yes, he is. Yes, it is. I ain't gonna even say it. I mean, I ain't gonna even say he. It is. You know what I'm saying?
You have to say it
I
if you're gonna be real, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes, it is, you know. So
And to further like what I believe in like the essence of energy, meaning that like everything is comprised scientifically of energy, even matter. Everything has a vibrational pattern, and so I believe that vibration is the essence of everything. And so since vibration is within everything, even light, sound, the human body, 80% water, we're electromagnetic. We, you know what I'm saying? We're literally a walking battery. And so it's like vibration is the essence of our entire reality. And so I look at vibration and energy as God in the essence of God. And it's flowing through everything all the time. 85% of the universe is black matter, and which means that we don't have abilities to measure it, but we know it's there because we know it contains gravity. And so it's like the whole
observable.
world is energy.
Yeah, it's observable. And see, the thing is, Christians, people that are in religion, they fail to demonstrate, and they don't even understand the nature of evidence. You know what I'm saying? They just say, well, you know, it's just like the whole Santa Claus. Let's go back to the Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy. You know what I'm saying? So when your parents indoctrinated you into believing in Santa Claus, because that's why they got the old saying, get them while they're young. So what they teach us first, they teach us about the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny, you know, Sandman and all that stuff. That we thought, I mean, my mom used to me, she said, oh, you sleeping, the Sandman threw some sand in your eye. Knowing I did not see no man carrying a bag full of sand, throwing some dirt in my eye, you know what I'm saying, to make me sleepy. You know what I'm saying? So when I used to wake up in the morning, on Christmas morning, they say, look what Santa bought you. And so I'm looking at anecdotal evidence. As I got older, I realized that my mama buying this stuff. And you know, what makes me what's sad about it is that my mom is still teaching it to my sister's son. You know what I'm saying? That Santa Claus gonna bring you some stuff, knowing that they bought the gift. Why are you giving credit to something invisible? It's like when Christians say, oh, I passed a test. Thank Jesus that I passed the test. But you took the test. If Jesus was taking tests for people, then we would all be geniuses. You feel me? Or not we don't all be geniuses. We would be still dumb. We would be dumb because we didn't take the time to study. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, you know, my mama said, when I got a car, my mom said, you see, you got to thank God. God got you that car. So I need my money back. Because I put $2,500 down on that car. Well, shit, if God got it, then shit. Why he didn't pay for it? Why did I have to pay a $2,500 down payment? You with the doctors?
I think it goes back to what Jincy said about like energy and vibration. Think like you can find good in everything, man. I can't say that enough. Damn, hold on. Am I still here?
We can hear you. Yeah, you good.
Okay, yeah. So like you pay for the car, but your healthy legs and your healthy brain and your good diet is what got up every day to go to probably, I don't know if you like your job or not, but I don't know how you got that first car, but my first job was a shitty job.
I work for a shitty security company. That's why I work
you know, I grinded every day and I went to this job and I earned the money, but I feel like what gave me the energy and the motivation and the vibration was just this natural desire to just be fruitful and multiply these narratives and these, you know, things that I got out of this, something that I think produces good energy. It seems like it's got some rebellious energy and people want to deal with it, but this is all good stuff. But it's not rejecting you and saying don't go to, or you're going to hell, or you shouldn't ask these questions. It's just it just gave people a foundation that says move forward in faith.
Okay. You know, I want to talk about motivation as well. So I do security at a nightclub, right? And you see black people. I work in Dallas. I live in Fort Worth, but I work in Dallas. So I go to all these nightclubs. You see these sisters in here dressed all, slutty and stuff like that, dancing, and they doing all this stuff. It's the music, the vibration that's doing it. It's the same thing within the church, but except they saying they call it the Holy Ghost. You listen to the same beat, you listen to the same shit at the club, and you doing all this dancing and gyrating and shit like that. Then you go to church and do the same shit. It's not the Holy Ghost, it's your vibrations, it's the drums, it's the music. Now try to have a church without music and drums. It would be pointless.
Yeah, that's the scam, man. It's a big con game, man. The preacher know this shit. You know what I mean? If you put people together in a congregation and you play music, especially all that slow shit, it brings an emotional response out you. And you will notice at the times that they send out the collection plate. You know what I'm saying? They build up a feeling in the congregation, and then they pass around the plate. They do it 2-3 times during the sermon. That's why black church lasts so long. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think it's fair to compare the Bible to the church, because Revelation discredits 90% of churches.
Bro, but the thing about, maybe not for you,
you're right about that,
for you that's true. But the problem is when I go out in my neighborhood, in my state, black people, they going to church and they preaching in the Bible, and damn near everything that come out their mouth is about that shit. And you know what I'm saying? That's why I started the channel. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, man, first of all, it's not real. It's not true. Second of all they doing is taking money out of the community and not giving you nothing back in return, but hope.
Investing it. Yeah.
Hope and lies. You know what I mean? So it's like,
you know what?
Everybody not smart enough to just go through the poisonous spaghetti and pick out the good parts. Some people just eat the whole bowl. You know what I'm saying? And you acting like everybody is capable of dissecting these religions like you are.
I believe you ate that shit when you was young. You was like, all right, I see what this is good. This shit ain't good. And now you done picked all the poison out and you don't fuck with the poison, but you still like, all right, well, we can put this in other books so we can find this information from other books.
That ain't what I do at all. You know what I'm saying? I didn't put the video up. But bro, I got a video, bro. I smoked the blunt in the Bible paper. That's how I feel about the shit. I shit on that book. I don't give a damn about the Bible. You know what I'm saying?
I did. I ain't gonna lie. I did like Brother Polite in front of my mom, and I know there was a messed up thing to do. Me and my mom got into a heated argument about the Bible, so I took her Bible, went out in the backyard, and I said, "Mama, if this Bible stopped this bullet, then I believe." Man, I shot that Bible with a 40 cal. That sucker just destroyed. And my mama still believe. I'm like, dang, man. And I told my mom, to this day, I still apologize to her for doing that. But it just like, how you still gonna believe when that Bible has no power? You can't eat a Bible, Mom. You didn't feed us with the Bible. You fed us with spaghetti and pizza and stuff like that.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
No nutritional value. It's not an organic book.
Yeah, go ahead,
brother.
Have y'all ever researched the Emerald Tablets of Thoth?
Yeah.
Tahuti? Yeah, his name is Tahuti, really.
I kind of like dabbled into a little bit of that, where it describes like the great floods, like before Noah's time, and it like talks about like those prophecy and how he talked about how the concept of God was going to get skewed with government, and basically he was talking about the different tribes of the north, and he talked about things that corroborate like the book of Enoch, where he talks about like fallen, well, what they describe as fallen angels, but the book of Thoth describes them as past humans that came back down. But what do y'all think about all of that?
I think the book of Thoth is just more belief and you know what I'm saying, ancient understanding, people trying to understand the universe, you know what I'm saying, trying to speculate on what it might be, but I don't think it's any real truth to it, you know what I'm saying. Back in the day, like 10 years ago, if you would have asked me, I would have probably been saying, oh yeah, man, you got to check out the Emerald Tablet, man, that's the truth right there. But like I said, when you keep researching the stuff and you keep studying, okay, who wrote it? What was he writing it for? What was going on in the world at the time when this book was written? And then you study, you know what I'm saying, what like Brother Kwame was saying in the beginning about what the word spirit actually meant to the ancient people. And you can better translate what they are saying, you know what I'm saying? Because today we got a different definition of the words. So it's nothing spooky about it, you know what I'm saying? No hanky panky that I believe in, but it like as far as anything that they talk about is like getting peace from it, a calm, a sense, and all that. I'm with all that, but I just don't see no point in putting all the beings and the soul and all that onto it because there's no evidence of any of that stuff.
See, the reason why I say that is because it talks about things like the Nephilim, which is also mentioned in like the Torah and the N.G.W. And so it's like, and we have archaeological evidence of humanoid creatures that existed in the past that resemble the description of the Nephilim. And they even describe it in the Book of Thoth. One time they said the Israelites look like ants in comparison to the Nephilim, and they were supposed to be the people of the mixed breed between the people who were on Earth and the people who came to Earth. But
here's the thing though. Like this is what I say. You gotta study the history though, because here's the thing, right? Long time ago, people especially in Africa, the people that we evolved from, they were a lot smaller. You know what I'm saying? They call them pygmies. They were probably like 3 feet tall. So then you got these other populations that go and separate, right? And they further evolve into other humanoid like species like Neanderthals, Australopithecus, Homo erectus, so on and so forth. All of these different species that were basically apes that were human-like but not human, right? And then modern Homo sapiens it will evolve too, while the pygmies evolving. And then so you have these stories that are being told of these giants coming, but what if they not giants? What if they regular height people, and the people telling the stories were shorter? And we know that there were a plethora of short people back then. So this is what I'm saying about the spookiness. But you know what I'm saying?
But I agree with that, because like we do have archaeological evidence of like groups of small people, but basically what I'm getting at is like there are similarities that in these texts, not meaning like not everything may be true, but there are certain things that you can keep going back and back and back and corroborating it with other sources, like the Great Flood, which is also mentioned over a magnitude of other cultures like Hinduism, which talks about a great flood, and so you can allude to be like maybe maybe he didn't save all the animals himself, but maybe there was a flood. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like,
well, that's like saying I could tell you for a fact that on December 1st in 1300 BC, the sun rose. You know what I'm saying? I know that for a fact. Hold on. Cool. The sun rose because the sun rises every day, right? You know that.
Yeah.
So when they say, "Oh, there was this flood," there's floods all the time. You know what I'm saying? So the chances of there being a great flood in every civilization, they talk about a lot of shit. So, but this is what I'm saying about the flood. Yeah, there was a great flood a long time ago, but there's not a flood around the whole world. And even if it was, you got civilizations that was going on. You got civilizations in China that was keeping record of what they was doing, that don't record no flood at that time.
But in actuality, they did, and that's the thing. No. In actuality, they did. Meaning that at the same time period, around multiple different cultures, they were all talking about that same event. And when people say, "Where did the ice go?" Where did the water go? You can test that theory with buoyancy with water in a cup. Meaning that it's not about where it went. It's just the understanding of buoyancy and the level of water, meaning that the water levels rise and they fall, and depending on what is causing the water to move. And so it's like it's not about the water didn't just evaporate.
Let me ask you this, bro. If it was a worldwide flood, the water had to come from the earth, right?
Hypothetically, it could come from the Earth. It could come from an asteroid, because we as we know, in the Milky Way galaxy, there are asteroids that contain water belts. It could come from a magnitude of different places, and so it's like, okay. So
where's the evidence of an asteroid, ice asteroid landing in the book? See, now you just making stuff up. But if you
the tablets of Thoth.
No, you got to use evidence, bro. You know what I'm saying? I can pick up.
There are literally scientific evidence of meteorites here on this planet, and so it's like I can go to modern day science to corroborate this. We literally have this. You can
Modern day science don't say that the world flooded. Modern day science say that it's impossible because there's not even enough. There's not enough water molecules to cover the planet up to the tip of Mount Everest.
Hey, I got a question. You ever heard of that planet Europa? I mean, not the planet, but the moon Europa. You ever heard of one of the Saturn's moon? I think it was either Saturn or Jupiter's moon.
I think it's Jupiter.
Jupiter's moon. Okay, so it's more water inside of Europa than it is on the Earth. So you don't have that much water because you gotta look at it like this. The sun, you have evaporation, the water cycle. So you mean to tell me that's why we're asking, where did this water come from when we have less than a small moon of water?
But that moon also produces its own heat source. It doesn't need a sun.
Jupiter is actually producing the heat source because it's flexing. It's called tidal flexing. That's what's happening to Europa. That's why Europa has water inside. Yeah. So it's flexing. It's called tidal flexing. But the thing with the Earth, you got to look at it like this. We have a water cycle. You got precipitation. You got evaporation, precipitation, then rain. So you mean to tell me that it would have to rain for like more than 100 days for the Earth to flood, to flood the whole Earth? You're not going to be able to do that because the Earth is so massive. You can't flood you can't flood the whole Earth. The Earth doesn't even have that much water.
There's not enough water.
We have about 50 sextillion gallons of water. That's still not enough.
And the same water that's here is the water that's always been here. We're not getting extra water from nowhere else.
Okay. Oh, I never said the entire Earth flooded. I said there was a great flood recorded in multiple communities around the world at around the same period of time.
But
that's all I said. I never said the entire world flooded.
I mean, I would still have to. I have to push back on that a little bit because I don't think it's happening at the same point in time. You know what I'm saying? Every civilization pretty much records a flood or a great flood that some of them perceive as the whole world flooding. You know what I'm saying? But the point is, when you look at history that's being written, I'm looking at the history that's being written over here. They're recording the flood, and I might look at another continent and they record history and they record the flood around the same time period. But then I look at this other continent and they recording a prosperous Amazon jungle, no flood, all this stuff, right? So where's the flood over here? Then I go to the other side of the world and I look at their history. I don't see no flood over here. They talk about a flood, but it happened like in 1902. You know what I'm saying? So this ain't the same flood that they're talking about. So this is what I mean. These
let me ask line up. Yeah, let me ask him a question. I got a question for you, brother. Do you think the world flooded to where it covered Mount Everest, or do you think it was just like a little localized flood?
He said he don't believe in the whole world. He said not the whole world.
I never said the whole world flooded. But to that, we have World War I and World War II. They're known as the Great Wars. But not saying that they were the only wars and the most magnificent wars, but it's a historical time period that the entire globe was at war, and so it's known as the Great Wars. And so it's like the Great Flood could have been the same conceptual thing. That's all that I'm saying. And so when you have archaeological evidence that can support that.
Here's the thing, though, man. I don't necessarily agree with the archaeological evidence. I had to see that. You know, I know you got some people out there that's promoting that, but I don't think they can show their work basically.
Okay, so one source which people argue is a known source is the Four Verdicts of Hinduism, where it talks about a great flood and then a snake, and that's how the cradle of their god was born. He was born out the belly of a snake. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Hinduism changed so many times, and Hinduism is the oldest.
Exactly, but exactly. I'm talking about the original Four Verdicts before they integrated the caste system and had 6 verdicts, and that was created around the same time. Well, around the same time as the your phone. Hold on.
Oh yeah, I hear y'all good.
Okay. It was around the same time that the Bible was being conscripted, talking about the same events, and so it's like. So that's just one example. I could probably send you more, but it's like off the top of my head, I can't really remember the primary sources. I can remember the Sumerians talked about it. I'll have to look it up.
So but this is what I'm saying though. If there's a flood that massive, you know what I'm saying, there would have been evidence of it. You know what I'm saying? There is no evidence, like fish that are found in southern India should have been found in northern Asia if the whole world flooded. But we don't find that. We find very localized populations. Like fish that live in tropics live in the tropics. And we don't find fossils of fish all spread out throughout the world, like a great flood would suggest.
Hey, hold on. Hey, my phone got hot, so my camera shut down. So we can hear you, but you can't see me.
All right.
I hear you.
Oh, what were you saying?
Shit, I don't even know. I was gonna make a point, but I kind of lost that shit. But yeah, man. But first of all, it's not. It's just. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Again, looking at history, when they wrote these books about the Great Flood. First of all, it's not the first one, because we can look at the Epic of Gilgamesh that talk about a flood too, and that's thousands of years before.
And the Emerald Tablets of Thoth talk about the Great Flood, which is why I think it's a retelling of events.
That's like saying talking about the sunrise. Man, floods happen all the time. They still happening. They was happening thousands of years ago. Sometimes you have tsunamis. You know what I'm saying? Like shit happens, and if you don't understand what's happening, you're more likely to put some type of mysticism on top of it. You know what I'm
True.
saying?
And if you look at what the Earth was going through around those time periods, it would make sense that there was a great flood, because the Earth was not as stable as it is now in terms of the geohemisphere. And so it's like there would have been things like massive volcanic eruptions that would have caused ice to be in places where there wasn't normally ice. And so it's like things like that, it can make sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's 100% certain, because the scientific community says nothing can be proven any more than it can be disproven, meaning that I can't even prove my own existence. So exactly. Well, D just said you say 2 + 2 = 4, and I think
we was debating about that earlier, man. I say you can prove your existence. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can demonstrate your existence. I mean, you're demonstrating existence to us, but a lot of people got this brain in a vat idea, or we're in a simulation, and we don't know that for sure. But I basically, that's highly unlikely. So
I agree. It can perceive to be highly unlikely, but as we move to artificial intelligence, we see that it's not as unlikely, meaning that it's a possibility that we can get to a realm where we can create digital imaging, hook our brains up to a virtual simulation, and literally experience that so much so, like how Elon Musk is doing with the Neuralink, like so much so that we think that is our new reality, and we become to live in that reality. And there's nothing to say that we're not doing that now. Like, we're not hooked up into a mind simulation, giving us into a new virtual reality, and this is just the experience within it.
Kind of like Avatar in the Matrix. Kind of like Avatar in the Matrix.
Yep. Yeah.
But then again, it's no reason. Just like I agree with you. There's nothing to say that we aren't in a simulation, but there's nothing to say that we are either. So I would say, why jump to that conclusion when everything presents itself as real? Even if it is a simulation, if I bang my head on the table, it's really gonna hurt. It's not gonna simulate hurt. It's really gonna hurt. So I might as well treat it like it's real, because it presents itself as real, and it's got real consequences.
Okay, but this is what I say to that, right? Things like psychedelics, right? They offer a person an experience that might be outside the norms of what we consider reality, and people collectively make decisions off of what they off of their experiences, which they collectively agree upon as a reality. And so, if you now have a different experience that is different from the reality that you're in, do you now make decisions based upon that reality? And if so, what if that reality felt more real than the reality of which you're currently occupying?
I seen I seen a Twilight Zone episode about that, where this guy, he went to prison, but he kept living he committed a murder, but he kept living it over and over again. So he thought he was in a reality, but that day that he killed that guy, because he was messing around with his wife, but he was laying on the table. He was in that was part of his punishment. I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. This dude was laying on the table, but he thought he was alive in a certain reality. I saw, that was his prison sentence to be in the alternate reality where he lived his crime over and over again. But in this simulation, the guy that he killed was killing him. Every time he caught him in bed with his wife, because of the thing was he got the guy that was in prison caught a man in his bed with his wife. He kept killing him in different scenarios. In the simulation, the guy was killing him in the simulation. He would wake up, and then he would wake up in same bed, same day, and he would see all kinds of marks on him and stuff. So I think that's what the brother's getting at, you know what I'm saying? But in all reality, he's laying on the bed, you know what I'm saying, as a prison sentence, you know what I'm saying, thinking that he's alive in this reality and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, what's the butterfly? No, not the butterfly effect. That's changing the future. What was it? Deja vu. And I kind of get what he's saying too, because deja vu can make you think that you lived this reality before, or make you think, man, I remember this. Oh, I know you from somewhere. I think I've seen you before. Well, man, this day seemed like it was a repeat. You know what I'm saying? Because we all have that. We all have that happen to us sometimes. A day can seem like a repeat. So I don't know.
Yeah, man, I don't know about deja vu, but like as far as what you were saying about if you were in an alternate reality and it seems so real, that's kind of like being in a dream. You know, you don't know that you're dreaming until you wake up, unless you lucid dreaming. So I think it's the same rules apply. A dream is as real as it seems until you wake up. That's why you never died in your dream, because you wake up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all know about lucid dreaming, but I tried this before, just to see what would happen. I had a lucid dream, right? So I knew I was dreaming, and this is an experiment I did. I still wanted to see what would happen if I died in a dream. So I killed myself in my dream, right? And just to see what would happen. And everything just went black. And I woke up. But the point is, something can seem so real, like you can hallucinate, nigga seem real, but if you can't tell the difference, like if you hallucinating and you can feel it, you know, that's how you got people like schizophrenia. You know what I'm saying? They can't tell the difference between somebody that's really talking to them and somebody that's a hallucination. So they have to treat it as if it's real, because what if it is real? But the point is, you can't treat it as if it's fake, because to treat it as if it's real, the consequence would be less. If you treat it as if it's fake and it happens to be real, then the consequence can be high. You know what I'm saying? If you think that the bus barreling down on you is just a figment of your imagination, you finna get smacked. You know what I'm saying? But if you got a imaginary bus barreling down and you jump out the way, well, you just jumped out the way of an imaginary bus. But you see what I'm saying? So you might as well treat it as if it's real, because the consequence is less. And that's how I treat the universe. You know what I'm saying? It might be a simulation, but because, you know what I'm saying, I don't want to get smacked by the bus of the universe, I'm going to treat it as if it's real, and I'm going to jump out the way. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And, you know, that ties back to religious superstitions, too. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, see, the religious superstitions that have you thinking something is real, you know what I'm saying, then when it's not, you know what I'm saying? So they're actually creating a simulation of like hell and stuff like that. Have you seen it? It's a video out there where Creflo Dollar said that it was some Germans that was digging a trench or something like that, and it collapsed, but they could hear sounds. Now, Creflo Dollar did not demonstrate this. He only demonstrated it with screams and stuff like that. So he had people in his church, you know what I'm saying, thinking that there's a literal hell, but they don't realize that he basically just played that. He just got a video and just played a bunch of screams and stuff. But he did not demonstrate the hole that's supposed to be down in the earth of hell. You know what I'm saying? That's how you can psychologically fuck with people, you know what I'm saying, by thinking, oh shit, let me get right with Jesus, man. Oh man, I'm gonna pray every day, man. I'm gonna read my Bible, I'm gonna go to the church. That's how you can get them to control. That's a control thing.
It's you know what I'm saying? So that's how all scams work, man. In religion.
Have y'all seen that Bob Larson video where he was trying to cast out a gay demon? Have y'all seen that shit?
I don't think so.
Self-righteousness. That right there is self-righteousness in his actions.
What is?
But that dude trying to cast out the gay demons.
Yeah. Bob Larson. Yeah, watch that video, man. Watch Bob Larson try to cast out a gay demon. That had me laughing. I said, man. And people was actually believing that this dude was possessed. See what I'm saying?
Man, all that shit is comedy, bro. It's a scam, dog. It's a scam on the highest level, bro. It's a scam game. It's the same way psychics work. You know what I'm saying? They use the same tricks as religion. Same thing that magicians do. They use your assumptions against you. They use your beliefs against you. You know what I'm saying? So if you believe in ghosts and you don't know that I got a little brother, I could probably convince you that my house is haunted if you come over here. And that's how religion works. That's how magicians work. That's how psychics work. All that shit. They just scamming you. You know what I'm saying? It's something that you don't know that they know, and they're using your ignorance and your beliefs against you. So, you know what I mean? That's why I started doing this.
That's why they can play the illusion game. They can play the illusion game with your mind, man. You know, they create mass hysteria, have you paranoid, everything. I know when I was a Christian believing in stuff, shit, I was scared to go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, because I thought, man, I ain't do right. God gonna come take me and shit. If I did something wrong, I remember one time I just got on my knees in school, bro. I mean, my mama had me paranoid. Church had me really paranoid about death.
Bro, I was so superstitious, man. That's why I'm so outspoken now, man. Because I was one of the most, as a kid, I was one of the most devout Christians, bro, because I just wanted to go to heaven. That's all I wanted to do. And like I was scared to go to hell. I wanted to go to heaven. I was like, it's all I gotta do is be a Christian. Well, let me be the best Christian I could be. You know what I'm saying? But that type of thinking, as a kid, I didn't realize it. But as an adult, you know what I'm saying, I was so fucking superstitious that I would do shit like just wasting my time. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like a picture in my house that I was afraid to walk by, because my mama had mentioned something about it looked like the devil was in the background or some shit, like some horns or something. So I wouldn't even walk by this picture. I would go all the way around the house every fucking day just so I wouldn't go the short way to go past this picture.
Let me tell you how superstitious my girlfriend was. She is now. This is. I don't know if y'all can see this, but my ex-girlfriend, my ex-fiance, is scared of this right here. She's scared of this, and she told me telling me to take that down.
The ump or the picture.
Both. She was scared of both of them.
Hold on,
like,
did you explain?
On my couch. She'll walk all the way around. She's scared to walk. She was scared to walk this way. She would walk all the way around, and she always looked at it. She's always looked at it.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, bro. When you in that type of mindset, it's like it's so fucking scary, because you think that thing has a power against you, and if you just walk by it, it's gonna make your life worse or something like that. It's something bad gonna happen. So it's like I was saying about weighing the odds with is this a simulation or not. In their mind, they weighing the odds. It's cheaper for them to just walk the long way than to risk walking past this evil picture and getting tainted by it. You know what I'm saying? So they just walked the long way, man. But I was like 12, 13 when I was doing that shit. But goddamn it, if you never do the research and you never learn it, you would grow up into an adult doing that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? So. Right. You know what I mean? That's why I started my website and my channel and shit, to spread the awareness on not just religion. I focus on religion because it's doing the most harm in my opinion, but it all superstition. You know what I'm saying? Like if you stay tuned during this year, I'm attacking everything: psychics, ghosts, anything that you can't fucking prove. I'm studying that shit and I'm exposing it. And I got a video on the simulation and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, we can't tell either way, if it is, if it ain't. But my whole thing is, if we can't tell, then we might as well treat it like it present itself.
All I'm gonna say is reality is a collectively agreed upon hallucination, meaning that we're all subjectively experiencing our lives via our experiences, and we all have different experiences that give us a different reality of how we see the world. And so
it could be, or it could be the case that there's just a real universe out here and we're all seeing it. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I mean?
True, but somebody might not be seeing it.
Is it because he's not seeing it because it's not there, or he's not seeing it because something's wrong with his sight receptors?
Oh, that is I feel like a subjective question, meaning that like I don't feel that's like saying what's wrong with this proton or what's wrong with this electron, meaning that like or how it operates, meaning that it has a function and a functionality, and just because we don't understand its function doesn't mean that it's functioning wrong. in a sense.
But we do understand. We understand the function of the eye is to allow us to see light. So that's what makes us see.
That's your perspective.
And we got some people that are blind though. But that doesn't mean that just because Stevie Wonder can't see that there's nothing to see. You know what I'm saying? It's stuff out there to see. He just can't see it.
And we know that there's lights on the spectrums that humans cannot see, but that doesn't mean that we don't have the ability to see with additive.
We can detect them though, right? We can detect X-rays.
We can detect all of them.
Sure, we can.
Black matter. We still haven't.
We can detect it. That's how we know it exists. We don't know what it is, but we know it's there.
But the only way we can detect it is by the measure of how much gravity it holds.
But the point still remains is we can detect it. A win is a win. You can't say Kobe only won by 1 point. He won. You know what I'm saying? So
it's detect some sort of creator through Nikola Tesla and how we see the sacred geometry in everything that we see.
What's the question?
No, I'm saying that's how, like, whatever you saying, like, that we can't see. But I can see it even without I guess I need my eyes, but I can see that there is some sort of a creator or some sort of like wholeness through Nikola Tesla and his number spectrum and what we see in all of life.
All that exists. Understand you. Make sure I understand what you're saying. You saying Nikola Tesla's invention leads you to know that there's a creator?
Oh no. Okay, disregard what he was saying. But basically, like, okay, we need to think in terms of vibration and energy. And so when we do that, in terms of sight, what we're really seeing is the concentration of vibrations, and that's how we experience it as human beings through the physical. But that doesn't mean that that's the only way to experience these things. And what we define as sight is limited to our knowledge. And so,
I agree with you to the extent of we see the universe the way we see it. That doesn't mean it's the way it is. I get that, but the point is we're seeing something. You know what I'm saying? Like when I see the sun, I'm not just imagining it. It's something right there. You know what I'm saying? And it's doing something that's my brain translates it as very bright, very intense heat. And that's how my brain knows the thing that the sun does. It says this is what it is, and it looks like to me like it's round and it's like orange color most of the time. And you know, and it can make the earth hot when it's out. It get hot. When it's not out, it don't be so hot. You know, that's how my body has adapted to translate what's happening between it and the sun. But what's really going on the sun, I don't know. But the point is, something goddamn going on the motherfucker, because I'm receiving it. And then when I go and ask you, you describe it the same way. And then the other person describes it the same way. So there we have a consensus. Okay, I'm not tripping.
Collectively agreed upon collectively agreed upon hallucination.
That's what I'm saying. How can you say how can you be so confident? I'm not saying that it's not a hallucination that we are collectively agreeing on. I'm just saying, how can you be so confident to say that's what it is? Because I'm saying it could be a hallucination or it could be something real. Okay, hallucination. I mean hallucination in the sense of an experience of what we're seeing. And so if we're all seeing and experiencing the same thing, and we collectively agree upon that we're seeing this, like, you see that thing flying in the sky? Yeah, I see it. Oh, he sees it too. He sees it too. It must now become our reality. And so what reality is a collectively agreed upon hallucination. But that's what I'm saying, that word hallucination, why do you call it hallucination? I say it's a collectively agreed upon translation of the best that our bodies can do to say what's going on in the universe.
And observe reality, you know.
Because just like you say, like we can't see everything, but other animals like dolphins have echolocation. You know, they use sonar waves. We can't do that shit. Like snakes can see heat. You know what I mean?
So again, y'all getting hung up on the word hallucination.
Yeah, I am.
Exactly. I'm not defining it as crazy. I literally defined hallucination as an experience, individual, one person is one individual experience. It is a hallucination, and then when it's collectively agreed upon, it thus becomes reality. That's my definition. I just defined it. And so, but we can use your definition. But my point is, what I'm getting at is that everybody has their own experience, and just like an amoeba experiences life completely different than a human being, and a human being can, and some scientists are coming up with a theory or hypothesis that the Earth might be a living organism, and and hypothetically, if it was, it would experience life different than we experience life. And so all I'm saying is the experience of everything cannot be dismissed because you have not experienced it. And so I'm not saying anything is definite and anything is true. All I'm saying is anything is possible.
Yeah, well, I could say that all day. Anything's possible. Hey, monkeys could fly out my butt. But the point I'm making is, do you have a reason to think that it's actually gonna happen, or that it's actually the case? And if you don't, then I think, you know what I'm saying, I think we all as a collective waste our time having conversations about stuff that's not real. You know what I'm saying?
But like real is subjective. Right
now. I mean, is it though? Is it though?
But okay, so again, if there's 3 billion people on this earth who believe in the same conceptual thing in terms of energy, and it differs with the westernized ideology of that same belief, you can't just dismiss it because it's not the majority, and take that into account. Regardless, say it wasn't 3 billion, say it was 3. That's 3 people's experience. That experience is that's like saying, since I live on an island, in an indigenous island, we ain't never seen white people. People keep coming over here talking about white people because we ain't seen none. They don't exist. But you can't make that definitive argument. I would say that, well, there's a possibility that they exist, but I haven't seen one, and so that's how I would. That's what I'm saying about the universe being a simulation. It's a possibility, but I haven't seen any evidence. So even if white people existed on this other continent or whatever, and they probably really over there, but if I ain't never seen one, I'm not saying that they not there. I'm just saying I don't have a reason to say that they are there. Yeah, people say that they are, and I'm not saying that they liars. I'm just saying I personally don't have a reason to think so. So when it comes to, is the universe, quote, real or not, I don't have a reason to think that it's not. You know, it presents itself as real. I can detect it. You know what I'm saying? And then I have other people that detect it in the same way. So I have no reason to think that what I'm detecting is a hallucination or just some agreed upon abstract idea. It's as real as our brains can make it for us. So, you know what I'm saying? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I'm using this question as a metaphor, okay? So I understand that sometimes 1 + 1 is 2, but and to a lot of people that's their reality, and for some people, and that's their only reality. But is it not a possibility that 1 + 1 can equal 3? And that can also be a reality for some people.
Sure, but it depends on what you mean by.
It depends on the content. Depends on the situation. It depends on how you define a word, and so again, like to negate the semantics, I don't want to misuse the wrong word, but it's like it's like how do I say it? It's like certain people have their own experiences, and they live by these experiences, and so 1 + 1, 1 apple + 1 apple, you have 2 apples. But then you have A² + B² = C². That's 1 + 1 = 1. And then you have 1 mom + 1 dad has a child. That's 1 + 1 = 3. And so it's like that. There can be many realities that exist, and they all could be true. Meaning that what we see and experience in this life could be true. But the Bible, who knows? It could be true too. There could be a God that determines the heaven and hell, or we could just evaporate and become one with the universe.
But there couldn't though. There could, no. That's what I'm saying. That's like saying it could be the world of Peter Pan is the real world, and this is the fake world. And Peter Pan somewhere watching a movie called Earth.
It's a very minute possibility, but yet it is still a possibility.
It's so close to zero, you would be foolish to think that it's
not zero. And we are not omniscient beings, and so we cannot rule out the possibilities of some extravagant anomaly. And so it's like. All we can do is say, I give my best educated guess, and if your guess is different than my guess, and we compare and compile results, and you still believe what you believe, then so to you, because I can't any disprove you any more than I have done.
Okay, let me see. If you want to get it, let's say we were slaves and we were escaping slavery, and there was a train coming, and right behind us there was people chasing us with shotguns and dogs. And I said, "Hey, Jency, let's jump on this train and let's escape. It's headed north. Let's go." And you were like, "It's going way too fast. I don't think we gonna make it. I might break my arm, my leg, or something." And I'm saying, "Well, you gonna die if you don't get on it." You know what I'm saying? So, like, basically, why would you assume the extreme rather than assume the obvious choice? The obvious thing that is that Peter. Hold on. Let me conclude my point, because I kind of rambled. But the obvious thing is that the Peter Pan world is fake, because we know who wrote it. We know it's just a story, and it was a fiction. You know what I'm saying? And we have no reason to think that our world is a fiction. So what you're proposing is so outlandish. Like, why would you even jump there? Because I think the only reason why you do that is because, like, of what I call religious baggage. You might not still be susceptible to the doctrines of the religion that you grew up with, but it still kind of got a hold of you, like, in the back part of your mind, because it's making you say stuff like, well, it's a possibility. Well, it's not a possibility that the Peter Pan world is real, because we know who wrote it, and he made it up. I made it up. You know what I'm saying?
But check this out. You asked, why wouldn't I hop onto the train? Maybe my experiences are different than you. Maybe I know that I can't jump that good. Last time I jumped onto a train, I broke both my legs. And
but this is the point. The point I was making was, whatever happens to you is going to be better than getting shot.
But again, let me finish. And I have another experience that tells me, hey, I can cut through this cornfield and hit this little cut that they don't know about. That's my experience. And so you might look at me, oh, he's crazy. He don't know what he's doing. But in my head, I'm like, oh, I got better chances over here. I'm from over here. And so you don't know that. And so you like, oh, what, he crazy for going over there. And I'm like, but I'm from over here. I know what I'm doing. And so to you,
all right, now let me ask you this, bro. Let me ask you this, bro. Do you, in that analogy, is that what you would honestly think that way, or are you just defending your
my
point?
Experience.
I
think you got to the point where you just defending your point, and in that scenario,
I'm not
you ain't gonna be like, let me go cut through no cornfield. You gonna jump your ass on the train, bro. But it's all good. What's your question, Kwame?
I got a question. I always ask Christians this, because, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna allude back to the afterlife. You know what I'm saying? So I get what he's saying, because the simulation we can be unplugged, and that'll be our afterlife. You know what I'm saying? In a way, in a sense. But I always ask people this that are believers. What's my brother's name? Jesse, right?
Jesse, and I'm not.
If you don't mind me asking, what year were you born, approximately?
98.
You born in 98. Can you tell me what you were doing in 97?
I was being conceived in my from my father's nutsack.
Okay, so basically, how could we have an alternate reality if basically you know that you came from some balls?
Well, that's just what I was told. I don't know that to be proven, because I cannot prove it. I can only come up with a hypothetical, agreed upon, given the scientific evidence theory.
Mm-hmm. Right. So basically what you're saying.
Hold on. Which is why in the scientific community they don't say anything can be proven. They say a theory, and the only thing that has proofs is mathematics, because you need mathematics to have proofs. Nothing else can be proven.
A theory has been proven multiple times. A theory is above a fact.
A theory has not been proven, or else they would call it a proof.
You want to bet?
How much you want to bet?
How much you got?
I'll bet you 1,000.
All right, go ahead and ask Siri what's a scientific theory.
I don't have Siri.
Well, Google it.
Hey, when you get that 1,000, man, hey, cash out me 200, bro.
I got you.
Hey, why he doing that, man? When we gonna get this black atheist experience started, man? I'm down, man.
We can crank it up, man. I've been trying to grind and get my equipment
Okay,
up and
I got
shit.
the
So I got
the
a little
Google
better equipment
definition.
now, so we can crank it up, man. What you say?
A theory is a set of principles of which the practice of an activity is based, an idea used to account for a situation or justify a course of action, a substitution or how you say the word substitution? Supposition. Oh, a supposition of a system of ideas intended to explain something, especially on one based on general principles independent of the thing to be explained. That's from Darwin's theory of evolution, which was a theory because, as we know, as we're still arguing in the scientific community about evolution, it has not been proven.
All right,
So
stay
we're
on. Hold
still
on. Stay on
theorizing on
Google.
it.
Look up
I'm still on Google.
the difference between theory and a scientific theory.
See, the first definition basically was a hypothesis in order to explain a phenomenon or an event, basically.
But that's what I'm saying. So this is why you looking that up. Let me explain to anybody that's watching, right? You know what I'm saying? Basically, you have what you call jargon. Okay, so when you get into different fields, words take on different meanings. If I'm on a basketball court and I say stat, nobody's gonna think I mean ASAP. They're gonna think I'm talking about some type of statistic. But if I'm in a hospital and I say stat, nobody's going to think I'm talking about statistics. They're going to think I mean ASAP, because jargon, words change definition when you go in different fields. So when you go into the field of science, when you go into the field of science, the word theory has a different meaning than it does in the common usage. In science, a theory is the highest point that any piece of information can attain, because it has to be proven, not once, but multiple times. So when somebody says they have a theory, like the theory of gravity, the theory of germ theory, the theory of evolution, these things have been proven.
They have not been proven. The theory of evolution has not been proven.
Okay, buddy.
Yes, it has, man. Yes,
I'm gonna be real with you, bro. And this ain't no disrespect, but I don't debate people on evolution, because that's like debating somebody on whether or not my name is my name. It's a fucking fact.
Again. While I look this up, it says.
Let me ask you a question. Before you read that. So you're a creationist? You believe in creation?
Okay. Again, I tell this to D all the time. People confuse what I know with what I believe, and so I keep telling people I'm not a Christian, right? That example of like the Matrix thing, that was an example. I don't believe that. These are all hypotheticals that I'm saying are possible, and it might seem like I'm playing devil's advocate, but all I'm doing is presenting y'all with an opposing side that y'all might not have saw before, to make you think to make you think in a different light that y'all might not already think. And so, but can you ask your question again?
No, I was just asking where you're a creationist, because if you don't know that the evolution, see, I don't use the word believe. If you don't know that evolution is a fact, then that means you have not researched it, or you don't understand the mechanisms of how science behind it, or the mechanism behind it. You know what I'm saying? Because evolution just changed over time, because we basically changed from one thing to the next. You know what I'm saying? People say, oh, we think we came from monkeys. No, because the evolution does not speak that. We are great apes. You know what I'm saying? Certain atmospheric pressures and our food, we basically adapted by, hey, I'm gonna go over here to get this food, so I need to basically be this way. In order for me to survive, I gotta adapt to this. So it's adapting and it'll change over time.
The best way I could explain evolution to somebody who doesn't accept it, because I can't say believe in it.
I didn't say I don't accept evolution. I keep saying people.
Well, you said it hasn't been proven, and I'm saying it has been proven.
Again, I believe a lot of things that have not been proven. You know what I'm saying? I believe that.
But evolution is not one of those things, though.
What?
Evolution is not in that category. Evolution has been proven.
Okay, well, let me read one thing. In the scientific method, there is a clear distinction between facts, which can be observed and or measured, and theories, which are scientific explanations, interpretations of the facts.
So a theory is above a fact. So a theory explains facts. You got this fact. The fact is
it is an interpretation.
The fact is It doesn't matter. But who else gonna do it? A monkey? The fact is that the fact is, let me explain to you what they're saying.
Is that not what we bet on? A fact and theory were different. I'm just making
no,
sure.
we bet that a theory didn't mean a guess. I believe wasn't that the bet? I said
a theory is above a fact. A theory is above a fact.
Yeah, so if a theory explains the fact, if a theory explains the fact, then the theory is above the fact. Because you have the fact, I could say it's a fact that things fall towards the earth when you let them go. That's the fact. Now, the theory of gravity is what explains why things fall towards the earth. Theories have to be experimented and substantiate the test of scrutiny. You know what I'm saying? If anybody proves it wrong, it falls apart. So the only way a fact becomes a theory is if a theory is above a fact.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, in the scientific community, they have the theory of they have the string theory. And
okay, but this is what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me finish.
You ain't got to finish though. You ain't got to finish though, because this is the point that I'm trying to.
You don't even know what I was gonna say.
I'm trying to explain something to you, bro. Because if I let you finish,
it's gonna be real quick. I promise you.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, you have a string theory and you have the theory of relativity. Both of those theories contradict each other. So
okay,
one of them can't
this is what I'm trying to tell you, man. You ain't even got to go on that far, bro. Because string theory is not a theory. They call it, people like you who don't study science call it string theory, but it's actually string hypothesis.
Okay.
That's why I was trying to say you ain't got to go on, because string theory is not a theory. Anybody that's really in science, you can ask the person Brian Greene, who's the prominent scientist who studies string theory, that it's not a theory. He'll tell you it's not a theory. People call it a theory.
Okay. The theory of quantum mechanics disproves the theory of relativity. Those are theories.
What? I don't know. I never heard of the theory of quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics along the lines of like Schrodinger's cat, where it talks about multiple particles being able to coexist in the same realm.
That's not a theory either.
That is a theory.
Okay, what's the theory?
The quantum mechanics? What?
Theory of quantum. Hold on, I gotta look it up because I never heard of it, bro. Theory of quantum mechanics.
And then you have the theory of relativity. But quantum mechanics, a good example of quantum mechanics is Schrodinger's thought cat experiment, which talks about quantum particles and where he collided the two quantum particles to. I'll let you read it.
I mean, I know about Schrodinger's cat, but I didn't know that Schrodinger had a theory behind it. I thought Schrodinger had an experiment where he had a hypothesis. He had a hypothesis of.
It's not his theory. It's quantum theory, the theory of matter and energy based on the concept of quantum, especially quantum mechanics. And that theory, along with the theory of relativity, are two opposing theories. And so, in the scientific community, are going back and forth trying to pretty much prove each side, but we pretty much get caught up around.
What was the point that you were making about quantum theory and the theory of relativity?
You said, what was your question?
What was the point that you were making about? You said quantum theory disproves the theory of relativity.
Yeah, my point is that both of these are theories, but they contradict each other. Therefore, they both cannot be true.
How do they contradict each other?
It's talking about the foundations of our universe and how it's built. And
is it though? I didn't know either one of those were doing that.
Yeah, it does, because
how so? I mean, you got to explain to me, because my understanding is that the theory of relativity says that everything is relative and nothing is absolute. What's considered moving on Earth could be considered stationary somewhere else, like it's relative. Okay, that's one theory. And then you got quantum theory that I'm looking at on Google, which talks about subatomic particles. And now I don't see how that's contradictory.
But no, because when you get into things like quantum computing, right? You know how in normal coding it can either be a 0 or a 1 in sequence.
Yeah.
Well, in quantum computing, it can be both, and depending on a sequence alignment with the other quantum number determines its number when the sender decodes it, which allows it not to be as susceptible to hacks. And so but it's basically like the concept of saying, if you would imagine the world in terms of particles, right, and you look at a tree, we know that tree, we're like, hey, that tree is there, and in 1 minute, boom, it's gone. and that's how quantum particles work. And we're now using quantum particles to theorize on the idea of other quantum realms, meaning or dimensions, as some people might call it, where there's different levels of tonal vibrations. You get what I'm saying? Which is why like it goes from the XY plane to like the XYZ plane, adding into the layer of another fourth dimension, which what is
talking right. I don't know the name of the doctor, but he was talking about how humans operate like at our peak. We can probably manage like 12 dimensions. Oh, I know you're talking about. But most people.
Hey guys, I gotta say something, man, because we got way off the topic, man. Because really, the whole thing was about Christianity, so we done got way off topic, man. I'm just saying, I know this is Kweli's show, man, but we done got way. We in the quantum. We in something deeper, man. If y'all got like a Christian, somebody in religion, you know what I'm saying, that's deep into it, that's what we need on our show. So because it's all quantum mechanics and stuff like this.
I think that all of this stuff ties together.
Yeah. I agree with D. It all relates together, meaning that when you study the old ancient texts of Thoth, they talk about energy. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at the remnants of things like voodoo and things like my grandmother's Seminole, and so when you look at the practices of Seminole, it ties directly linked to the African traditions in terms of the beating of the drum to channel harmonic vibrations and things like the Holy Ghost, which represents which looks like the transatlantic state that people go to when they have voodoo experiences. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because that's why I'm talking about in churches too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, you can go to the club and get the same effect, the same warm and fuzzy feeling from your favorite song. You be in your car and your like my favorite song by Trey Songz is All We Do. Every time that song come on, man, I just like, man, I feel like, just want to hold my girl and I get, fuzzy all over. I can go to church and listen to God's Grace when I was a believer. I still feel the same effect. So there is no Holy Ghost. But you're right about the vibration because the song sounds so good. And like Kweli said, it basically builds your emotion to where people are like, oh, they doing all this flopping around like a fish type shit. But they're only doing it because that's what's expected in the churches. The reason why they punch a fist and to expect, but it's the same vibration that's basically giving off this euphoria to make you feel some type of way. When people drink liquor, you know what I'm saying? I drink. When I drink liquor, I'm either happy or I'm ready to fight. But most of the time I'm ready. I'm 36 years old. I don't do that no more. But if I go to the club, I'm gonna find a girl to be all up on her. You know what I'm saying? That's because of the music, especially if it's my favorite song. You know what I'm saying? So it's all beats of the drum because we're rhythmic people. Black people are that's why white people have no rhythm. That's why they listen to Mozart and all this other shit, this classical shit. They try to listen to our music, they'll bump. What Eddie Murphy say on Delirious? White people, they bumping each other's heads and shit. They don't know how to dance our shit. They have to be taught that rhythm. And so we're naturally rhythmic people. We're naturally vibrations because of our beating on the drums and stuff like that, back in the day. Mm-hmm. So
and in church, like the idea of like mass congregation where people used to like sit down and like grab each other's hand and focus their prayer, they're all channeling attention and thought on one thing, which is rooted in a lot of different cultures. It means that intention in meaning that even in the Bible it says like when God created everything, it was his word. You know what I'm saying? And so the power of the word, the power of the vibrations from within is the true power.
Yeah, and Spider-Man said with great power comes great responsibility. You know what I'm saying? I could pull quotes from any text. That doesn't make the text true, and it doesn't make the text valuable. You know what I'm saying? Because what's valuable is the quote. What it said, not the fact that it came from the Bible or that it came from Spider-Man or whoever. You know what I'm saying? Like what I think, you know what I'm saying, to bring it all back, I think for some reason people have a desire to put mysticism on the universe. You try to make it mysterious and more than what it is. And when you study science and you realize that the universe is so mysterious and wonderful that you ain't got to add nothing to it. You know what I'm saying? Like all that shit go out the window. You ain't got to be reading the Emerald Tablets of Thoth no more because we've evolved past that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
it doesn't just talk about religion though. It talks about like science. It talks about astrology.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
it tries to talk about science, but I mean, it's not a modern science. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't
But it
follow
is.
the
It talks-
scientific method.
It talks about herbs. It has the depiction of the herb, the description, and what they used it for.
Yeah, that's-
All of it can be beneficial towards medicine.
Yeah,
and so it's like you just ignore the
it
knowledge
also
of our
talks
animals.
about spirits and souls and aliens.
But again, we talk about vampires, werewolves.
But we don't. But we know that those
and
are
dragons
fiction, though.
in
You know what I'm
today's
saying?
time, and people might get a hold of one of our books and interpret it as they actually believe this and interpreted this, and this was their reality. But it could have been a Harry Potter book that everybody has. But all I'm saying is there is still some knowledge to gain. You can't just be like, oh, throw it out the window. Meaning that I say the wise man learns from the dumb man and the smart man.
The knowledge to gain is that a long time ago, some people that knew how to read and write wrote a book and used it to conquer and enslave your ancestors. That's the knowledge that's to be gained. If you're not gaining that from the Bible, then you're gaining the wrong message.
And this is the question I asked the Christian too. And I asked the Christian too. It slipped my mind a little bit. Why take on the beliefs of your conquerors? You know what I'm saying? And she was like, it don't matter if they conquered us, but that was just a way for us to come closer to God. So we had to be enslaved. I nearly cried. I was like, oh my goodness, this is what they teaching?
They believe that stuff.
I was
man.
like, man, my heart was fun.
I was reading Frederick Douglass' book the other day. He said he got to the point where he had so much bad stuff happen to him. He tried to escape slavery and it wouldn't work out, and they take him back and treat him worse than they did before, and then it was even harder for him to escape again because they're keeping an eye on him now. And he said he got to the point where he started thinking, well, maybe they right. Maybe I was born to be a slave. Maybe God made it like that. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if Frederick Douglass would have stopped right there. You know what I'm saying? And accepted that. You know what I'm saying? Like your ex. And just said, well, maybe it was meant to be. You know what I'm saying? Frederick Douglass was one of the most important black figures that we had coming into the 19th century. So imagine if he would have stopped at that point. You know what I'm saying? That's where his life started. You know what I'm saying? As far as the Frederick Douglass we know. It started when he stopped believing that he was supposed to be a slave. You know what I'm saying? And he escaped and he became, you know what I'm saying, the nigga that they named schools after. But it wouldn't have happened had he been following that religion. You know what I'm saying? That's the harm that religion caused. So you might say, oh, I get some value from it, but you don't see the hindrance from you because you hindered from it. You don't know how great you would have been without that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And I another thing, religion is kind of hindering process too. Just think if religion never happened, man, we'd probably be thousands of years in things.
We've been Africa.
We've been in Africa still. We'll have a Wakanda here.
We've been
That's not a reality.
We have a Wakanda, man. We go
creating a reality. I think you guys are creating a reality, a false reality that doesn't exist. A reality that's never is not what is the case.
Prove it.
Well, you mean you read it, you hate it, and you've been talking about it this entire time. We got I don't know how many hours of footage that proves that this is what you think.
It's been about 3 hours almost. And by the way, anytime y'all ready to go, just, you know what I'm saying, let me know, because it's been a while. I know anytime y'all ready to go, just check out. It ain't no problem. But we got
but we need to get some real believers in here, man. Cause
I said not that I read the Bible and I don't like it. I studied the Bible. I studied when the Bible was written and who wrote it and why they wrote it. And then once you do that, it makes it impossible to value it because you know it's a slave's guide to the universe.
But I will say this: it's been manipulated and changed, and so it's like, and can't nobody argue against the manipulation. Meaning that even in the Council of Nicaea, there was churches in Ethiopia that had contradicting things in 25 AD than in 300 AD. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like in 25 AD, they didn't even talk about Jesus' resurrection. How do you miss that?
Because he wasn't real.
And so it's like there are things to. I read everything because I want to understand why other people think the way that they think, and then once I know why they think that with the way that they think, then I try to get them to understand why I think the way that I think. You know what I'm saying? and then and keep changing the way that we think, and so it's an ever going process. But
oh yeah, it's definitely a ongoing process. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I was telling bro earlier. You know what I mean? Like you at the point now where I was, not to sound like, you know what I mean, like I'm smarter than you or nothing, but I've been researching this shit since I was a kid, you know what I mean? And you at the point now where I was about 9 years ago, where it's like I just got out of religion and now I'm finding out about all this extra spiritual stuff that sounds so good to me. It's like law of attraction stuff, emerald tablet, spirit science, and all that shit. And it sounds real good, and you be like, yeah, I can fuck with this. I can live my life by this. This makes sense. And then you study that for 5-6 years, and you realize these motherfuckers made that shit up too. And what I'm trying to tell you is focus on what you can prove. If you can't prove it, don't value it so much. You can fuck with it, just don't value it so much. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't put that shit on a pedestal because you don't even know if it's real. You know what I mean? Until you can prove it, until you can demonstrate it, then don't value it.
It's like this. Truly, nothing can be proven. That's why you lean towards faith. And meaning that I'm not saying like faith as in the belief of a God. I'm saying faith as in what you believe to be.
Can you prove to me? Can you prove to me that you're not a woman?
It depends on what you define as a woman.
A person with a vagina.
I can give you evidence that supports that I don't have one, but I cannot definitively prove it.
Sure you can. Sure you can. You can have sex with a woman, get her pregnant, and that'll prove to me that you're not a woman, because women can't get other women pregnant.
That's not true.
It is true.
Not in today's day.
I'm being realistic, man. I am too.
Not today, shit.
Hold on. No. I'm talking about from a
natural standpoint. I'm not talking about no technology that humans made. I'm talking about natural.
Yeah, putting cum and dildos. That's still not a woman. Yeah, you can't put a cum and dildos. And
yeah, man, you can't naturally. A woman can't get another woman pregnant.
That's still a man. Yeah. Just because you got a strap on with some nut in there, man.
I think you guys are missing the quantum mechanics behind this thing. What's being said, and that how it acts as a moniker to discredit affirmity on this like belief that Christianity is just this like flawed evil intent. You know, it's like maybe it wasn't meant for you. Maybe it was meant for some people, and its intentions, just like slavery, its intention brought about a whole new reality, a whole new result, and a new meaning to what it means to what reality means. I mean, look at us, though. You can say whatever you want to say, but ain't nobody telling me what to do.
No, our great grandmother used to sing "Sasalado on Salas Marie."
Yeah, he said that.
A question. I got a question about faith, because people talking about we still gotta have faith. How can anybody demonstrate how faith is a pathway to truth? Can you based on your faith, can you prove that white people are better than black people based on faith, or do you need objective and empirical evidence? What is more credible, faith or evidence?
So for me, when there is a lack of evidence, I thus lean on faith. Faith is the compile of previous evidence that I do have that suggests where I am going. Meaning that it's like this. I don't know what this wave is going to do, but based on how I've been in the ocean for 6 years, so based on how the waves have been going, I can speculate on how they're gonna go.
That's not faith, though, Lord. That's not faith.
Same thing with like
that's not faith. That's reasonable expectations. You have a reasonable expectations for what you know. That's.
So I think we're just playing semantics with words.
I mean, yeah. You just got you are using the wrong. Or I wouldn't say wrong. We're using different definitions.
Faith.
You know what I mean? But faith as what we talking about is blind. Is the not knowing what the wave's gonna do and saying I think I'm gonna be all right.
Well, you don't really know what the wave's gonna do. Every wave different.
But if I know, let's say for example, I know that every 20 years this patch of land floods. And it's been happening for the last thousand years. They've been recording it, and it's every 20 years there's a flood over here, and I know that. So faith would tell me that I should stay in this floodplain and I should buy this house, even though I know it's predicted that it's gonna be a flood in the next 5 or 6 years. I'm gonna go ahead and buy this house because I got faith that God, you know what I'm saying, gonna look out for me.
I said absent of God.
I mean, we could leave God out of it. We could leave God out of it. I just got faith for whatever reason. I got faith that this house is not gonna flood. So would you say that that's wise to go against what's known and then use faith? That's what we talking about. Because if you say, well, I know this is a floodplain, so let me not buy this house, that's not faith. That's using evidence and past experience. That's called reasonable expectation and confidence.
Okay, well, I define faith when I used the word, and I said faith being the lack of evidence. So you thus rely on your beliefs.
Yeah, and then you gave an example where you had evidence. That's why I was saying it's not faith.
No. You have past evidence. You don't have evidence for the future.
That's evidence is evidence.
Speculate on the
it's
future.
A lot of different types of evidence, but evidence is evidence. But faith doesn't have evidence. You said it yourself. Faith is the lack of evidence.
So, and then, but now the definition of evidence is going to become this question, because
I mean, you can define it however you want. The point still remains: if faith is the lack of evidence, and you have evidence, then you're not using faith.
So, but I can say that I have evidence. Bro, hold on.
Okay, so let me explain something. Let me explain to my brother Kwame.
I have a question. How are you going to tell me? How you going to tell me how to define a word that I define? Because that's so weird to me. Meaning that like I literally used the word, then I defined it after I used it, and then y'all are still telling me that the context of which I used it is wrong. It's like, what should I make up my own word? Flip flop?
No, that's not what we're saying. No, that's not what we're saying. You're using it. Well, yeah, the etymology is going to say basically just, it's a lack of evidence, but it's basically belief in something without any reason or expectations. I'm not expectations, but
I don't even think that's evidence.
No, because you say past evidence, then you have evidence. You cannot have faith for the same evidence. Then you don't need faith. That's what I'm saying. If God was real, you know what I'm saying? You don't need to
forget faith. Flippity flop.
But no.
Flippity flop.
No, because I want. Let me explain something. The faith that you're talking about is like, I have faith that I can make this shot. Have faith in myself. That's what you're trying to define faith. You know what I'm saying? What if I missed the shot though? You know what I'm saying? So that was blind faith.
Now, I wouldn't have that faith.
If I made 10 shots, right? I'm a football player, but so if I was on the court, me and Kwame playing, and we playing 21, right? So I'd have made 10 free throws in a row, right? So 9 free throws in a row. So I'm gonna have faith that I'm gonna make this shot. You know what I'm saying? But the evidence doesn't totally back it up, because what if I shoot that free throw and I miss? So my faith was nullified. It was invalid. See what I'm saying? So, but I had evidence of the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So basically, you're saying that you got evidence because which one of y'all was talking? Because I couldn't really tell y'all apart as far as voice wise. But one of y'all said, I've been in the ocean for 6 years and I see the same wave pattern coming in and everything. So on that 6th year, what if you had a different pattern? Then your faith was nullified. Invalid.
Exactly. What if
it changes? But you have evidence of it changing though, so you cannot use faith in that sense.
I have faith that I'm going to wake up tomorrow based on past evidence, but I don't know that I might have a heart attack in the middle of the night and die in my sleep.
All right, listen to yourself, bro. You said you got faith based on past evidence, and then you said that your definition was faith was a lack of evidence. So now I don't see how you don't understand.
But again, I continued that definition. I said faith is the lack of evidence. I said faith is the lack of evidence given, leaning on belief. Thus,
because you have less evidence.
Leaning on belief, and the reason I say that is because you don't have any speculative knowledge on the future events, but you do know what happened in the past, and so your knowledge of past events has to be evidence because that is your experience, that is your truth, and so that I didn't say because I thought it was implied. But continue.
I don't know. I just have to politely push back and just say I disagree. You know what I'm saying? But the point that I think me and Kwame were trying to make is that faith shouldn't be valued because it doesn't get you anywhere. And if you're gonna if you're trying to get somewhere, why not use something that can actually do that? You know what I'm saying? Because faith can't do it.
Let me ask you something. Hold on.
Because faith is not demonstrable anyways. Because you're still using an empty guess. You know what I'm saying?
All right,
You're
so
basically
hold on.
still guessing when it comes to faith.
So hold on. When I was a kid, like my mom lost her children due to drug abuse. I got 5 sisters and a brother, and I didn't grow up with my real dad. I didn't know who that was, and so I didn't grow up with my mom. I didn't grow up with my dad. So as a child, all I wanted was a family. I couldn't wait to start my own family, have this dope life. All the other kids wanted Jordans, you know what I'm saying? Bunch of jewelry, bunch of go to skating rings and do a bunch of dope shit. I just was just like kind of in my feelings about this thing that I wanted. I didn't know where it was going to come from. I was never worried. I always knew it was going to happen. I had faith. I didn't have any past experiences that justifies what my future was going to hold. I just had faith that I was going to produce that for myself. So it manifested out of this faith. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me give you one more example. So like currently, nobody in my family has ever started a business. Well, I say that there's a difference between owning a business and buying a job. I don't think that most people really know what it means to basically manage a bank, because that's all a business is managing a bank of money. But I don't have any experience in doing that. All I've done is a little bit of research, and I'm leaning off of pure faith that I can move forward based on my life. Everybody's life is different. So when it comes to you said that faith produces nothing, but I would argue, because I know Bday stuff finna take over the media scene. I know Sense is about to revolutionize the self-improvement industry, so much so that ain't nobody eating in those markets unless Bday is next to him. So, and that's a faith. I have nothing that I can go off of that, but it will happen just like my family produced itself.
It cannot be a faith when you just said you know. So faith is not knowledge. Faith is basically a belief. It's basically like, and then when you talk about that you know that you was going to manifest a being, that's my faith. Did you have faith in yourself, or did you have faith in the future?
Here go the ultimate kicker though, and I don't full disclosure, I don't really believe this, but hypothetically, if I was to say I got faith that Big Gangsta ain't gonna do shit. He gonna flop. He gonna sell 2 albums, and ain't nobody gonna buy none of his tickets. And I got faith in that. Then how does my faith compete with your faith at that point? Which one of us is right? You see, that's what I was trying to get to. We can using faith. We don't know. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? But if we use evidence and past experience, which can be a form of evidence, something other than faith, then we might actually get closer to the answer. But using faith can't tell me who's right, and that's why I say you shouldn't value it.
But yeah, so yeah, what happens when cryptocurrency is not the stable market to invest in, or what happens when
it's going to be something else?
There's no such thing as a U.S. economy. So I'm saying, but so
it's going to be something else to replace it.
What happened was Blockbuster.
Say what?
Yeah. What? Blockbuster. What about it? Oh yeah, like that's another perfect example. Blockbuster, Netflix. They were told don't do this. They took a leap of faith. Boom.
Who you talking about took a leap of faith? Who took a leap of faith?
Netflix.
Netflix didn't take no leap of faith. Netflix was cold and calculated. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Redbox. I'm sorry, Redbox.
Redbox too. You know what I'm saying? They knew what they was doing. Redbox is good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Netflix, I'm pretty sure Netflix came out before Redbox. And they was like, everybody's already doing this. They took over that. It's gonna mess up your business model. And they still did that shit, and they shut down Blockbuster. I'm pretty sure that's how that played out, ain't it?
No, I don't know as far as who came out first with Netflix and Redbox. But Netflix the one who disrupted Blockbuster. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I got you. So it wasn't Redbox.
Yeah, Netflix disrupted Blockbuster. So
I got you. Oh no, well I don't know, man. At the end of the day, faith I feel like it's brought a lot of value to my life personally. So if you say faith is rooted in nothing, and I say faith is produced 50%, just without, off the top of my head in my life,
okay,
then that discredits that.
that's like, okay, you give credit. That's like the person who goes to the doctor, has surgery, and then says, "Thank the Lord, I healed," instead of saying, "Thank the surgeon." You went and got medical attention, and you gave credit to something else. So you giving credit to this faith. But what if I was to say that your faith didn't have nothing to do with it, and all along you was using your ability and the best skill sets that you had to achieve those things, and you might have had a hope that you called it faith? Because one thing, again, to bring back the definition, I think what y'all doing, and not that y'all doing it on purpose, I just think that people do this. But y'all say faith, okay, I'm gonna define it this way, but then when you use it, you use it as in a different sense. You know what I'm saying? You know how words can have more than one definition. You know what I'm saying? So when you use faith in your sentences, you use it as if it means confidence. But when you define it, as if it's faith. Thing. It's not the same thing, because confidence is based on something and faith is not. Faith is blind. If even the Bible is which is why we're talking about faith in the first place. The Bible says I don't think that blind faith, like a child. Why would you want a blind
person is not truly blind?
I mean, faith. I
can discredit this whole thing by saying that, like, there's no such thing as anything, and that you're just making this all up. We can go right back to that, because not everything has a chain reaction. So your response is predicated on your previous thoughts. At some point, you don't know, and you have to take a chance. It's like fucking random.
That's where I disagree. Random. That's where I disagree. I was with you up until that point, right? So where you don't know, there's nothing wrong with stopping right there and just basking in not knowing this, because that's where knowing comes from. You got to train in front of you, and no, that's not right. You got to train in front of you. You got a dog behind you, and you got some fucking people. You got to take a deep breath and choose what you gonna do. But you ain't got nothing but faith. No. Nothing but faith mean nothing. But if I had faith, I would stop running, and I would have faith that those people would realize the wrong in their ways, and they would let me go. You know what I'm saying? That's what faith would have me do.
I think you just did something weird.
If I was to use reason and my logical ability to say the best thing for me to do in this split second scenario is to jump on this train and hope I don't hurt myself. That's not faith, because I'm thinking about it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, time out though. So let me get this straight. Let's go back just for a second. Like, Just ride with me. All right, so you said that when you're using logic and rationale, then you would either jump on the train or whatever, right? But then you said
I wouldn't stay at the mercy of the people chasing me.
Well, no, but you said that faith would be to stand there and hope that these people change their ways.
Yeah, I got faith that they gonna see the error in their ways, and they gonna let me go. Yep.
That's faith.
That's what I'm saying. So, but that's what I'm saying. So do you think that somebody chasing you with a shotgun, if you was an escaped slave, is really just gonna let you go? No. That's why I'm telling you. You do know.
No, you don't,
bro. Okay, you don't know what they did with slaves when they caught them.
So now you're bringing in this empirical data. You're forcing,
actual facts. Y'all don't like to fuck with actual facts. Y'all live in fairy tale land.
No. There's lots of Nigerians that didn't go through that. There's all the Indians on the other half of the planet that their whole history didn't experience that.
What they got to do with the people who did? That's like saying black people in gangs and they kill each other. So when the police kill a black person, you just let it happen.
That's like saying that you can't stand there and convince these people that they're wrong in their ways and that they need to change.
Do you think they're wrong in their ways to enslave black people?
Okay, so but I'm not a slave, my man.
It don't matter. Do you think that it was wrong for them to enslave black people?
Yes.
Okay.
But do I think
So we
that
agree. Why are you arguing with me on the point that we agree about? We both think it's wrong. So we both agree that it's something that they're doing that's wrong. We don't got to argue on that. So I'm saying if I had faith would lead me to have to think that these people that's doing this wrong thing are suddenly going to change, when we know historically that they didn't do that.
I think that it is always recorded. I think that what I'm getting at is that my energy and my vibrations are strong enough to defend against any ulterior motive, and that I can and I have faith that I can stand against that because of energy, because of knowledge, because of wisdom,
And
because of these sciences.
Now you getting on to what I was talking about religious baggage. You know what I'm saying? You just said your vibrations.
It's about sowing the seeds, man. It's about planting seeds.
What do you mean by your vibrations?
It's at the end of the day, if there's a train and
Matter and energy, that's proven by science.
Hold on. If there's a train behind me and there's a people chasing me with dogs and guns, and I stop right here, and I have the vibration and the power to change them if I believe, if I have real faith. What's that theory about the when things go through the hole and you see it, it's one thing, but if you don't look at it, it's something else.
That's not a theory.
What is that?
That's a double slit experiment. Double slit experiment?
Yeah, that double slit experiment is based off of quantum mechanics. Yeah, so it's so.
But do you know what the point of the double slit experiment is?
Is that things have its own basically energy or like mind, and if you're not looking at it, it will do what it wants, not what you expect.
No, that's not it.
That is it.
No, it's not, bro. I'm telling you, what the double slit experiment basically concludes is that atoms exist in waves of probability. So not that it's got a mind, it's that atoms can exist like bro was saying earlier, like Jensen was saying, it can be in more than one place at one time. So we're not used to that in our normal perception, but everything that we know mathematically about science says that it's possible for that to be the case. And the double slit experiment proves that atoms exist in waves of probability. So that means when they shot one atom through the slit, they predicted that it should land in the place where they were guiding it to, but where it actually ended up landing was where it would have landed if they were shooting a wave through instead of a particle. And they no matter how much they tried it, they kept getting the same result. So they had to conclude that particles must exist in wave form, even though we observe them as particles. So it's not about them being conscious or nothing like that or having a mind. It's about the improbability of particles.
The piece, that particular energy piece that they used didn't go where they expected to go, even after they changed their mind about it being a wave energy as opposed to a controlled particle.
That's it's not about them changing their mind. They changed the experiment. Their mind had nothing to do with it. I think you're confusing two experiments. So the part where the experiment where people thought at first, they thought that your consciousness changed matter, that came from the early experiment they were doing trying to view an electron, right? So the problem was every time they shine a light on an electron, the photons weigh enough to move the electron, so you can't see it because every time you shine a light on it, it moves. So they thought that it was the act of looking at it that made it disappear, but it's actually the light moving it out the way. You know what I'm saying? So that's not the same thing as the double slit experiment. But the double slit experiment, it just talks about the probability of particles. It's something like the improbability factor or some shit. So it's, again, people like to put spooky shit on it, but there's nothing spooky about it, man. And it's not like they understand fully what's going on. That's why they do these experiments. Like I said, they thought that it was gonna act like a particle, but it acted like a wave. So that's what science is for. They figuring out shit what's going on instead of just saying, well, 2,000 years ago they said this, so it must be real. Well, let's test it. Let's figure it out. That's what we about. You know what I'm saying? Figuring shit out for real. You don't need faith to do that, because faith, like I said, I could have faith in the exact opposite thing that you have faith in, and then we don't know what to do at that point, because faith doesn't lead us anywhere if we're gonna use faith.
That's what you want to encourage, because
It's not a path. It's not a pathway to truth either. It cannot be a pathway to truth. Like I said earlier, based on faith, can you prove that white people are better than black people or vice versa? Because you could be wrong. And like I made another example, I made 10 basketball shots in a row. 9 basketball shots in a row. I have faith that I'm gonna make the 10th one, and then I shoot the ball and it don't go in. So where did my faith go? The other 9 shots, I didn't have faith. I was just hitting them. I said, man, I'm gonna beat the game. I got 1 point left. I'm gonna get 21. I have faith. I'm gonna make this shot. Boom, bam.
But what they saying is, in your analogy, they saying, well, I had faith and I made it, so I should keep having faith. Well, that's the thing, though. That's like saying I flipped the coin and I made it, or I got my lucky rabbit's foot and we won the game. That don't mean that your rabbit's foot is actually lucky. It just fucking so happened that you had it and you won the game. You could have won the game without it.
Growth.
It's like Dumbo's wings.
That's called anecdotal evidence. That's anecdotal evidence.
Faith is Dumbo's wings.
Yeah, that's called anecdotal.
Go ahead,
What's can you define that? What's anecdotal evidence?
Kwame.
Anecdotal evidence is basically like, I can give an example, because I don't want to paraphrase the full definition, but basically, like we talked about earlier, we like the whole Santa Claus thing. We thinking that the trees got under the present, therefore Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? Or the world was.
Yo, you just went on mute, Kwame. I can't hear you.
Was created. Yeah. So can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you good.
After Santa Claus.
Okay. Yeah, so that's why I was saying talk about anecdotal evidence. That's what made us believe that it was true, because of the evidence, the after effect. But we never seen Santa Claus. You know what I'm saying? We never seen Santa Claus. That's why they say go to sleep.
Yeah, so basically,
so Santa Claus
evidence is indirect. You know what I'm saying? It's like evidence. Like if I say Santa Claus exists, and I know that because I put cookies out and it's a bite taken out of the cookie. That's indirect. So that's anecdotal. But
okay, so now with that being said, based on the anecdotal evidence that I feel in our history, I can predict the future of our history. And you could say, well, you don't know that's going to happen. And I say, well, it is going to happen. And I got faith that it's going to happen. And then I can start working toward.
Do you know that it's going to happen?
I can start working toward manifesting that reality. Did you catch that in? What I said at the end?
Yeah, but do you know that that's
working to manifest that reality?
Okay. For me, faith is.
Can you demonstrate it's going to happen?
Okay. For me, faith is like the individual person's statistical analysis of their own judgment of the probability of whatever it is they're trying to think about, right? And so it's like everybody's individual faith, in essence, is different. And some people, their faith is so low in everything that they have no faith. And some people's faith is so high that they might not even need evidence to want and have the will to do something. And so based off their own judgment of the probability that they're analyzing themselves.
So basically faith in self.
I think he's saying faith is hope.
I think
that's how I understood it. I don't know.
But now we're just playing with sounds, man. I think that both of those things are the same thing. I think motivation, I think like any forward step, forward thinking is all rooted in that same wave of energy. You can call it big gangster if you want to. But it's all, at the end of the day, it's just faith, man.
But I don't, that's why I just don't agree, because I'm a person, I don't use faith. You know what I'm saying? And if you're going to define it the way you define it, I wouldn't define it that way. But if you define it that way, sure, I got faith. But in the normal everyday sense, that's not what I think most people mean when they say faith, and that's not what I mean when I say it.
And I
Just
don't even
because
think
you
that
don't,
I don't
just
even think
because you don't
it's
use
about
faith.
definition. It's about concept, and it's about interpretation of your faith. I think they're doing their own interpretation of what faith is instead of just basically going by what it actually is.
Yeah.
Because you can't, what you guys are saying can't even exist, bro. You cannot, nothing is rooted in nothing. Everything comes from something.
Prove it.
So you can't just have a blind faith. Everything has some sort of empirical reasoning behind it, even if it's minute.
Even if you have evidence, then there's no need for belief or faith. If you got evidence of it, so you keep trying to make faith an evidence based. That's what we're getting.
Yeah,
that's what we're getting. Like you're trying to make faith evidence.
Like the word faith.
Okay, but again, evidence is subjective because I can look up into the sky and say I have evidence that at night the sun dies and then it is reborn in the morning, and then somebody else could be like, oh, that's not true, and they have faith that the sun doesn't die, that we actually rotate around the sun, but we might live in a time where we don't have the technology to prove either or, and so we're both relying on faith until we do have the scientific technology to prove it.
Do you have evidence or faith that there's a Dyson sphere around the sun and that aliens are absorbing the plasma from the sun?
You said, do I have what?
Faith do you have faith that a Dyson sphere is around the sun and that aliens is basically absorbing some of the plasma to basically fuel their spaceships?
If you're asking me individually, personally, no, I don't have faith.
Why not?
Because my experiences, which are individual to me, tell me otherwise.
Well, where's your faith?
Again, if you could quantify faith, meaning that if you could measure faith, my faith would be so minute that it would almost be to zero, meaning negative. If one must, I would have negative faith, meaning that I almost disbelieve on the absence of my faith, and so my faith would. I have faith that that's not true. Where's your faith? You not have faith that that's not true?
How do you know? How do you know that's not true though? How do you know there isn't a Dyson sphere around the
faith comes in where my lack of knowledge supersedes me. So
you don't know if there's a Dyson sphere around the sun. Well, I believe I got faith that there is. So which one of us is right?
I don't know. That's where my faith comes in. If I knew, then I would.
So I got faith. I got faith, right? I got faith that what Kwame said is true, and that aliens are ciphering power from the sun, right? And you don't believe that. You said that based on what you know, you don't think that that's the case. But I got faith that it is the case. So So how you just gonna devalue my faith like that?
No, hold on. Hey, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna compile data to try to conform a hypothesis and argue against you, and I would hope that you would do the same, which is encourage the scientific community.
How are you gonna do that? How are you gonna do that? Are you gonna use faith or evidence to debunk our Dyson sphere theory?
Well, when you don't have evidence, you rely on faith, and then you build upon your evidence until you can prove it, and it's no longer faith.
Well, hold on now, because I just said I'm relying on faith to think that aliens are ciphering energy from the sun, and you said you don't think that's the case. But then you said until you know, you rely on faith. So if you want to rely on faith, then you should be on my team. You should think that aliens are invading the sun, because we relying on faith because we don't know, right?
But what if I say it's not aliens? It's actually my cousins, and they just smart as fuck, and they dressed up like aliens. You should be on my side now. Well,
are you using the faith or evidence to base that? What is that based on?
I'm using the same thing that you using on your basis.
And so, which one of us is right then?
Well, let's work together
because you can demonstrate your cousin
and figure out the answer.
But which one of us is right?
Let's work together to try to disprove each other and figure out the answer.
So at this point, we have to abandon faith, right? To get to the truth, we have to leave faith alone. Correct?
I don't think you leave faith. I think you dive more into
We just reached the point where faith led us to two opposite conclusions. Your cousin and his smart ass and my aliens. Right?
Exactly. But hold on. Check this. If I now go to believe what you believe, right? And I convert my faith to your faith, then then now we're at a dead end because it's no longer. Let me research it some more. It's now I know.
Exactly.
I say continue the research. Everybody should have different faith.
Exactly. No. Everybody should have no faith.
Because you cannot research with faith.
Because this is the point that I'm trying to make. This is the point I'm trying to make. With faith, it leads you to, not only it don't lead you to truth, but it leads you to stop looking for the truth because you think you know. So I got faith that it's aliens, and you know for a fact that that's preposterous and it ain't true, right? But I'm sitting here thinking that it's true, so I'm not going out finding a real answer, and that's why you shouldn't value faith, which is the point that we trying to make.
If you and other members of the scientific community tell me that it is, I'm gonna work my ass off to prove that I'm right. And
but how would you do that though? But how would you do that? Yeah, but how would you do that though? Are you gonna prove them with evidence or are you gonna prove them with your own faith? That's what we're asking. Are you using evidence or faith? Because you're talking about you're gonna research, so you have to physically do the research. So now you don't need faith to debunk it.
Faith is irrelevant.
So again,
what's the point of researching if you're just going to use faith to debunk it? What's the point of using research? If your faith is going.
Okay, again, if you believe something and I believe something, and we don't have the technology to prove it yet, but and so we're relying on the knowledge that we do have, and we're both working towards proving something that counter proves the other person's argument, and so it's like I'm over here trying to make this definitive statement that X equals Y, and you're trying to make this statement that X equals X, and we're working to disprove each other, and we get to the same mathematical answer, and one of us looks at each other and says, "Oh wow, you were right," meaning that when we started, we both had faith that we were right, but along the way, we acquired more knowledge than we previously had. That thus changed our belief.
How did you acquire more knowledge? How did you acquire more knowledge? What did you?
By working to prove my faith. By working to prove that it is truth. By truth, meaning that I'm over here working out this formula. You're over there working out that formula. Meaning versus us just looking at the formula and being like, okay, I accept this as the way it is, and I'm not gonna question it anymore. Now it's like, let me question what.
So it's true. So anything that's true, anything that's true, it can be demonstrable, right? You can demonstrate truth, right?
Because you can demonstrate truth.
Yeah, can you demonstrate truth? Can you demonstrate that anything is true? How would you demonstrate that is true?
Truth is subjective. If you're asking me on a personal level,
actually, it's subjective, but who's counting?
I said subjective.
It's objective, actually, but because subjective truth comes within like your mind or your basically you talking about your own personal truth, but you talking about objective truth. Like I got this mug, I can objectively prove this mug. I can objectively prove that this is a mug, you know. But
for me, it's a paperweight. That's not a mug. It's a paperweight or a doorstop. I use it as a doorstop. So my truth may be different given perspective.
So do you have faith that it's not a coffee mug, or do you have the facts that do you have the truth that it's not a coffee mug?
Well, do you exactly? I have faith that it will work as a doorstop and it will work as a paperweight, which is my intentions of using it.
But see, but
the point that's beside the point.
I know that I'm playing devil's advocate because that's what y'all are doing to me.
I mean, I'm just saying. I think the point that he was making was that he can prove that he has a mug, whether you choose to call it a paperweight or whatever you use it for. He can prove that it's a thing in that shape. He uses it for a mug, use it for a paperweight, and both of y'all agree that it's there. He can prove it to you by showing it to you on the camera. But can you prove what you were saying?
What was I saying?
I mean, y'all were having an exchange, but I think that's what he was asking. Can you prove what you were saying?
What was it that I was saying that you wanted to prove?
I can't remember. Y'all, like I said, y'all was talking. What was he saying?
It don't matter what you call it, but it's still a mug. It's still a mug. You can use it for a paperweight, but the fact of the matter is, I still demonstrated that this was an object in my hand that's proved, that's demonstrable. Oh yeah. And
I agree.
That's what he was asking. He was asking you. He was asking you. Do you believe in objective truth? And you said that it's subjective. And then he said, "Well, can you prove anything?" And then you said, "What do you mean?" And he was like,
he asked me if I believe in truth. I said I believe that truth is subjective, meaning that everybody has what they believe to be true based on the evidence that they have. But if they had evidence that contradicts the evidence that they have, they might not think the way that they think.
He's not saying that's what you said.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
He's not saying that's what you said. He disagreeing.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just saying though. How do you demonstrate? How do you show? Like, if you say, man, I got a fine ass wife, but I don't want to show it to you, but I just want y'all to have faith that my wife is bad. But if you want to prove, we say prove it. Okay, the burden rests on the person that's making the claim.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you prove that you got a badass wife? You would show it to us, right? Or you just want us to stay in the faith realm that you got a fine ass wife and she could be.
But again, hold on. But again, I could show my wife, and then half of the room be like, "Oh, she is bad," and the other half be like, "Oh, she's ugly." But again, that's subjective.
But you proved that you had a wife. You proved that you had a wife. It don't matter if she's bad or nothing. I just added that in there because you're gonna have different opinions. Because a 10, your wife might be a 10 to some, it might be a 2 to the other. But you demonstrated that you had a wife. I was just adding things. I was just adding colloquialism to it and stuff like that. But you demonstrated that you had a wife. You came with the marriage certificate and everything. So that's what we're saying. So you proved objectively that you had a wife. Now, if you just told us to have faith and we never saw your wife, you always coming out to dinner with us and stuff like that. We got our girls and stuff. Why you ain't bring your wife? Oh, she got to work. Every time we going out, you always saying that your wife got to work. So now we have the evidence that you do not have a wife. And I'm gonna tell you why you have the evidence, because you never demonstrated it. So that's what the whole belief in God. No, the God was not demonstrated. Your wife was never demonstrated. So we have a lack of belief that you have a wife. So you basically.
But let me add to your point, because again, I think we're agreeing but saying things two different ways. And so I'm gonna put it this way, meaning like hypothetically, if I did bring my wife or a woman and pretended she was my wife and fooled everybody, and then later on my brother came and said, "Hey, that's not really his wife," then the truth didn't change. It's just what y'all believe to be true changed. And so that's why I say that the truth can be subjective, because we only believe things to be true based on the knowledge that we have, and nobody can unequivocally say they have all the knowledge. And so it's like all you can do is say, this is my truth, this is what I believe given the evidence that I found and the research that I have.
Yeah, I just have to say I disagree, man. I think truth is objective, and certain things can be definitely proven, and you don't even have to have direct evidence. Like I said, it's different types of evidence. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes anecdotal evidence is not necessarily a bad thing, because just because you have anecdotal evidence, it's still evidence, but it can't lead you to a definite conclusion. But it can still say, okay, well, we got a likeliness for this because we got some evidence for it. Where when you talk about truth, it's no my truth or your truth. It's the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you in a relationship with a female and I say, yo, I saw your girl with another dude, and you don't believe me because you say, yo, my girl wouldn't do that, and the fact of the matter is, your girl is either has been out with another dude or she hasn't. With your belief on it and what I'm saying about it is irrelevant. There is a truth there of whether or not she has. And if I can show you a picture of your girl kissing this other dude, now I got proof. Definite. You can't argue with it.
Again, I agree with you. And I kept saying that we're saying the same thing, but just in a different way. And so again, I agree with you. All I'm saying is that the truth, which sometimes is objective, can be subjective, and oftentimes is. Meaning that if I'm watching this race of some people who don't run track, knowing that I used to run track, and I hear a lady go, "Oh, they fast." In my head, I'm like, well, that's not true. But to her, it's true because they running faster than she is, and so that's a way that truth can be.
Well, now you're talking about adjectives. You know what I'm saying? You're not talking about like something that's actually true. You're talking about adjectives. Like if I say your girl cheated and she a hoe, well now I'm putting an adjective on it. If I say they running and they running fast, you know what I'm saying? They put an adjective on it, but the truth is the fact that they moving. You know what I'm saying? You can't argue with that they're moving. That's the truth. Now, how fast are they moving? That's relative. But the truth is they moving. You know what I'm saying? We can't argue with the truth, and that's the point that I think we both trying to make is that some things, not all things, some things are true to the point where you can demonstrate
I
them,
agree.
and you can't argue with the fact that is any other way. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't debate evolution. Evolution. I don't debate flat Earth, because I think if anybody took the time to do the research, you could prove it to your damn self. So I don't get paid to teach people what they should have learned in high school.
Yeah, Brother Sanchez running from me though, because that's my thing, debating the flat Earth, man. Brother Sanchez, he running from me. He talk all this shit.
The folk know the Earth ain't flat, man. They playing, bro. They get paid for that shit, bro.
Yeah,
they playing, man. Because I heard Brother Sanchez say some shit. I know that nigga ain't stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they just like the preachers, man. They playing the game for the change.
Yep, and he's getting theoretical dollars. He getting theoretical dollars from YouTube on that shit. So
yeah, he get a little something. You know what I'm saying? So I don't put it past nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if you do the research, as much research as they claim to do, like niggas like Sanchez and them, ain't no way you doing that much research and you still believe that shit. Because you will, like, if you do enough research on the Bible, you can't believe it after a certain point. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, okay, this not the word of God. Because you done the research. You know who wrote it. You know what I'm saying? Say what?
So I want to get back to objective and subjective.
Everybody gets so caught up on spooky language, and they don't really pay attention to like what matters. I think that's where I'm always hung up on. It's like, how much of this really matters in the grand scheme? What's the overall objective? You know?
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, because you say you go by the Bible, right? But you're not religious, right?
So I'm just never opposed to information. I don't rank things in like good or bad. I just allow them to just be what they are. So like if there's a big giant energy next to me, I'm gonna acknowledge it and then pay respect to it accordingly. And that's just how I do everything. So I don't get caught up in my feelings about stuff.
Okay, so when the Bible mentioned in Numbers 31, 17 through 18 about killing kids and raping women and stuff like that, this is what God is telling them. Are you cool with that, or do you think that's a bad thing?
So, say that for me one more time. I'm sorry.
In Numbers chapter 31, 17 and 18, excuse me, where God allowed the Levites to basically pillage that town next to them, kill all the males among the little ones, and keep the virgin girls for themselves, and kill all the women that's known them. And when I read that verse, I said, okay, who was the gynecologist at the time to know that them girls were not virgins? I mean, how the hell did they know unless they raped them?
So let me ask you something.
My guess is the only way they would know is that they were so young that they had to be virgins.
Hold on, I want to turn it to respond to your question with a question. I'm sorry. Do you believe that the two questions? Do you believe that the Bible is saying, "Hey, dears, be that way and live like that"? Are you saying this accounted in our history, and what can we learn from this kind of thing? And then two, and then the second question is,
you're asking me three questions. You're asking me. You already asked two questions.
That was a polarity. That was like a polarity question. And then the second question is, then you believe that this actually happened in real life?
So the polarity question is the same as the third. This question you asked me. No, I don't believe that it happened. I mean, it could have. I don't know. And when people say we don't know, that does not mean that we're right or wrong. So I just want to basically clear that up. But I don't know if it happened. I believe. I mean, it could have happened. But then the first question was, what about?
Is this telling me that I should do this, or am I supposed to learn something from this thing? Meaning that this was an account of history, and this happened, and or this is just some fairy tale thing, and God saying live like this.
Well, if it came from a God, and I asked the Christian this, and they basically try to just explain it away. But if God said it, then why aren't you going by God's word? If that's the true and inherent word of God, when God say go rape the next town, go rape people in the next town, and kill all their babies and rape the girls and stuff, then I don't follow the Bible. I don't believe in that crap. But for those who do, they try to explain it away. So no, that's something you shouldn't learn from. I mean, come on now. Why would that even pop up in your mind in the first place if you're actually going by the Bible? That should not pop in nobody's mind. You know what I'm saying? Especially like when God told Abraham to sacrifice his son. Isaac. He told Abraham to just sacrifice Isaac. And, I asked Christ, I said, well, would you sacrifice your son to prove something to God? But then God said, oh, no, I'm just playing, man. God damn, you got to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but God already knew. So,
let me ask you. So just to clarify, you're saying that you don't think that there is any moral narrative that comes out of this. You don't think that that we're supposed to do this, and you don't believe that it ever actually happened in the first place.
Okay, so there's no moral narrative because God is supposed to be the ultimate authority on morality, right? So no, there's no moral narrative because God telling people to do this, then that God is a moral thug. Number two, shit. What did you say? What did you say number two was? I know you're talking about more. Oh yeah, learn. I mean, how would you learn from that? You know what I'm saying? You're not supposed to do that in the first place. That's what I'm trying to tell you in the first place. That's something that you shouldn't do. Because God said so.
Have you ever heard of anybody in real life that's raped someone or multiple people?
Yeah.
All right.
Ted Bundy.
Okay, so now we actually.
And Ted Bundy was a Catholic.
I don't know a lot about.
Ted Bundy was a Catholic.
Well, hold on. I don't know a lot about numbers, but I can go into the Bible and demonstrate collectively why the Bible would suggest that this is bad and that this woman should be allowed to think for herself, and that the self-righteous idea of forcing themselves on somebody else is inappropriate.
How could it be bad? God ordained it though. God ordained it in the Bible.
Yeah, how can you? Why you picking the good part?
So God contradicting himself. So God saying,
no, this is what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me finish. The Bible, from what I understand it, it's like an account of history. And then the New Testament came out of it, basically promoting this selfless forgiveness. So the initial history that is the First Testament that everybody believes in, everybody just calls it something else. You call it science, somebody else calls it Hinduism.
Let me ask you two questions, man, right quick. Do you know where the present day countries where the Bible took place are?
Just the general area. As far as naming them,
just the general area.
I would say the northern tip of Africa.
Okay. And you just said the New Testament was a historical document.
No, I'm saying that the Bible.
I know the Old Testament. You said the Old Testament was a historical document.
Yes.
All right. So now, if the Old Testament was a historical document and it took place on the northern tip of Africa, why are the people named Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and white nigga names and not Mababumbo and Motumbe, Arumbo, black African, northern African names?
Again, so what you're saying is that these people stole your language. They stole your religion, and then they changed the names of them. And you're saying I ain't following this religion no more because you changed the names.
No, I'm saying, again, it goes back to acculturation and synchronization of the religion. They didn't just change the names. It ain't like they took an African religion and changed the names to white boy names and put a white Jesus up. No.
Yes, it is,
bro. No, it's not. They took certain aspects of the religion and mixed it in with other aspects of other religions and then mixed it in with their political propaganda doctrine so that they could gain the land of Israel. It ain't about no African teaching in Christianity that I could tell. I mean, Kwame is probably more well versed in the study of African religion than I am, to be honest with you. But I don't think that Christianity
Like the
can be
Torah
called
and
an
the
African
Egyptian,
religion. Not the Torah. The Torah is Jewish. Okay, so these are the people that enslaved you. These are the people that made up a religion mixed with the African religion that became Christianity out of Judaism. That's what the Torah is. The Torah, the Old Testament is the Jewish Bible. So what you are a lost Christian who really want to be a Jew, but don't know that the Jews believe that the Christians are all full of shit. They don't believe in Jesus and they enslaved us.
But hey,
You know, and might I add, do you know that the Torah, did you know, Ptolemy the Second Philadelphus had the Torah authorized? Another white boy, you know what I'm saying, came from Greek. There was Ptolemy the First Soter's son. Ptolemy the Second Soter wanted to change the Hebrew law into Greek. That's how you got the Tanakh and the Torah. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get it from. And actually, the people that wrote the
Hey, you muted, bro. I heard you said the people that wrote the Torah, you still on mute.
Yeah, that's where we started.
Kwame, you still on mute.
Oh, okay.
Damn. Well, yeah, man. It ain't like they just changed the shit. You know what I'm saying? It's a long process. This shit ain't happen overnight. It's centuries and centuries of changing. Then you got to understand, like, to the point that Jincy made earlier, stuff get lost in translation. It's not in its original form. So what I was trying to say, and not bashing y'all, this is called the hard truth. You know what I'm saying? What you sound like is a lost Christian who haven't studied enough to know that you lost. You know what I'm saying?
I was never like fully Christian though. So
I was talking about bro. But I mean, I would to both of y'all, I would say that y'all just
I gotta continue to state the same thing, is that I think that all of these religions are saying the same narrative.
They're not.
You can pick whichever one you want, but once you get past,
this is what I'm saying, bro. You ain't done enough of the research, because I thought the same thing when I first started studying different religions. I said, man, it's the same story, like it's the same shit, right? But what you find out is that the reason why it looked the same is because they copying the Bible is copied off of Egyptian religion, and it's copied off of Sumerian religion, and then the Jewish religion is copied off of Sumerian religion and Zoroastrian religion and all these other religions that existed, and they just plagiarized them basically, and they evolved over time. So that's why they look alike, because they copying each other. But that don't make the shit true. You know what I'm saying? If you write a book and I copy the book, that don't mean that the book is true just because a whole bunch of motherfuckers started copying it. You know what I mean?
I agree.
That's not true.
It don't mean, you're right. It don't mean that it's not true, but you did have to do more research, just like we were saying earlier about the aliens and shit. You can
every time you go to
get
research,
to a point where you say, okay, I gotta go learn some more. You don't just say, well, I don't know, so therefore it must be aliens. I don't know.
See, I'll tell you what I got out of it. What I get out of it is I'm like, all right, I've got two people in my life that are just that care about this. I don't have to care about this that much, because if I ever run into an issue, I'm gonna call them and say, hey, this is where I'm at. And I lead off with pure faith. Even though you got all the empirical evidence I couldn't regurgitate this shit again if I wanted to. But you got all the empirical evidence, so enough that I feel that I got to put my faith in you. And I got two people to give me even more faith.
Well, again, man, we're not gonna go back down that rabbit hole. But faith is not a pathway to truth, man. But Kwame, you was in the middle of something. You were saying the people who wrote the original Torah, I think.
Yeah, if you look up Ptolemy the Second Philadelphus, he had the Torah authorized, but he had enslaved Masoretes. You know what I'm saying? Those were the Masoretes that actually had the they basically wrote the Torah because he enslaved them. So they were like, man, we don't want our ass kicked no more. So yeah, we'll write the Torah for you. But he wanted to turn the Hebrew law into Greek. Because you know how his daddy wanted to be consecrated as a god, and you know he wanted to be called Serapis. So when his son came along, he wanted to change the Hebrew law into Greek, because you know they're from Greece. You know what I'm saying? So they enslaved the Masoretes up around the Levant area or something like that. So I don't know. I got to go back because it's been a while since I used to study with Brother Garfield. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I got this information. Brother Garfield, Kansu, stuff like that. So these were Jewish people. These were Jewish Greco-Roman Jews. They enslaved each other basically. So you know what I'm saying? So after they kicked the Egyptians' ass or Kemetic people ass, that's when they started enslaving some other people. You know what I'm saying? Their own. So that's why the Roman Empire fell. So I mean, it's you got to understand, man.
You gotta do the extra historical research. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be reading the Bible and saying, "Oh well, I see some cool shit here, and I fuck with this, so I'm a rock with the Bible." Because
I think that I dive into today's breach of society heavily in terms of like our current global economy, probably more so than most. And I see so much. I see the different personalities. I see people's ill intent. I've tried these everything. Everybody's math and get rich quick and MLM, and everybody's got a solution, but none of it's rooted in anything. It's all just, hey, be skeptical all the time. But then when you really start building,
why is it not? I got a question. Why is it not rooted? What if it's rooted in survival? What if they just trying to survive? It's got to be rooted in something. It's rooted in survival.
See, I don't know if
so it's rooted in something. You can't say it's not rooted in anything. It's rooted in survival.
Anything after survival is pure vanity, and that's a reality that we face, whether you like it or not. And we have to live and deal in a world where somebody can flat out walk into your house, chop your head off, and you don't know that can happen to you in 10 minutes. But you probably have faith because every day you walk through your house and nobody ever comes to your shit.
The point is, I don't have any evidence that that's gonna happen. It's not like I have stories. Like I wanted to make this point earlier too. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I heard stories of people randomly doing that in my neighborhood, and I need to be worried about this. So if that happened, not like it couldn't happen, but if it happened, it would be an anomaly. It would be something weird that I shouldn't expect it to happen. You know what I'm saying? So like bro was saying earlier about not knowing how he got here. You know what I'm saying? That's just what somebody told him. But you know how babies get made, and you know you were younger, you remember being younger, and you know people grow up from babies, so probably you were a baby before too, even though you don't remember it. You know what I'm saying? This is what I mean by using evidence. That would be anecdotal evidence, but it's still evidence. You ain't just going blind faith and saying, well, I don't know how I got here, I don't remember it, so I ain't gonna say I was born from my mama. You sound stupid, and I ain't trying to be mean. I'm just saying you sound goddamn stupid talking about you don't know how you got here, when you know where the fuck you got here from. You just trying to defend the argument because this is what happens when you.
That was me again. I even told you during that I was playing devil's advocate to get you to see a different.
I know. I was like, and it was a metaphor. You just doing this to keep up an argument. Like, you playing devil's advocate.
It wasn't to keep up an argument. It was a metaphor, but you didn't see the metaphor, so I just left it alone. But that's okay.
I mean, but the point is,
there's no metaphor. There's no metaphor in contraceptive. No, there's no metaphor when we talk. Because I asked you, the whole question was, you know what I'm saying, what was you doing before you was born? You said you was being conceptualized. You was being conceived. So you know that for a fact. So do you believe that or do you know that?
Again,
do you have faith
I cannot prove that.
No. Yes, you can. You can prove that you was conceptualized.
How can you prove what I can prove?
Look at your stomach. You have a navel, right?
I do. You say, look at my stomach. Do I have a navel? Yes.
Do you have a navel? Yes. And you know who your mother is, right? And do you believe that's your mom, or do you have faith that that's your mother? Or do you know that's your mother? Yes. I can't say nothing about the daddy though, because I had a hard time believing my daddy was my daddy until I did a DNA test. So I can't say shit about your pops, man. I'm pretty sure you probably had the lucky life go over two parents. Cause me and Kweli probably had, I had no father, you know what I'm saying?
So you 100% certain about all the intricacies about conception?
Pretty much, yeah. The sperm and the egg and stuff like that. That's why I asked you.
I'm not educated enough on the topic of conception to make a definitive statement to answer your question. And so when you ask me, do I know? I honestly answered no. And then you're attacking me, telling me that I do know, and when without hearing my reasoning and logic as to why I say I don't know.
Okay, well, let me hear your reasoning. I do apologize for that, but You know, I don't even know if that was me that said that, but I mean, you should know that you was conceptualizing. But you know what I'm saying. But I mean, we're just trying to stray. We're not trying to tell you not to have faith and belief, but we're just trying to get you to understand the logic and reasoning behind having faith and belief versus having knowledge and evidence. Y'all are trying to basically conform. Y'all are trying to basically merge the two as if they're true.
I think we need all. I think we need all, and they work in a cohesive nature. I mean,
and I think exactly. I think that you see it as a dot, and I see it as a line. And I'm somewhere on this spectrum at all times. Sometimes I operate solely on empirical evidence. Sometimes I operate on almost none. But at some point, I still have to operate, and it takes some faith. And that faith is rooted in survival. I've been saying a lot this year. Anything that's alive in 2020, I'm proud of it because it's fighting to stay alive. And the only thing that's given that is, sure, you can give it empirical data. It's using empirical data to leverage resources around it, but it has faith in its energy that it's going to continue to manifest life in itself. And that's every single organism that's alive in 2020. So again, let me go back to basically all I'm saying is that you say it's a dot. It feels like you guys think of this as a dot, and I see it as a line. I see everything as a line, and it seems like everybody sees everything as a dot. You got to fall somewhere in that gray area, and everything has a gray area. Some of it is bigger, some of it's little. But I say that because I wholeheartedly believe in faith, and if I believe in faith, it kind of leads to some sort of a mathematical ending. And the mathematical ending, we all die. And there's a reality to our life while it's on earth, and you can ignore that reality, or you can see it for what it is and face value and move forward in faith that you can conquer that shit, because that's what we are. And together we can unify like ants and live in harmony, but we gotta move in some sort of a unified faith, period.
But this is what I'm saying though. If you're using faith, how can you expect unity? Because I
felt like I was in church right there. I felt like I was being preached to.
You got all these different faiths out here. You know what I'm saying? You got the Christians can't even agree on what's the right doctrine. You know what I'm saying? So how can you say that the only way we can come together is to have faith? No, if we get rid of the faith, then maybe we can start coming together, because the faith is what's separating us. Faith is what's causing you to believe one thing and me to believe another thing. And then you got people like Hebrew Israelites who say they want to do good, but we only gonna do good for Hebrew Israelites. But if they get rid of that religion, then they be just doing good. You know what I'm saying? So it's
but they are doing good.
Only for Hebrew Israelites. They saying we do good, but you got to believe in Santa Claus first. That's poison in your mind, man. That's slave. That's slave chains on your fucking mind.
But again, I think
Israelites are not doing good. But wait a minute. Why, if they're doing good, why are they calling every black woman a whole slut and then they talking down on people? That ain't good. You basically, they don't do nothing but insult, because down here over here in Fort Worth, man, them dudes over there in the corner, and I be waiting on Saturday to go over there. I just go, hey, Kweli, you know what? I'm gonna shoot a video this Saturday when I go over there and fuck with you. You know what I'm saying?
Do that shit.
People, not the
No, they call them black women, ho, you're a slut. Black woman, you don't know your fucking place. You being a hoe, man, and all. I'm like,
they people. Here's the thing though, man. If about the Hebrew Israelites, if I was going to believe any Christian doctrine, I would probably choose some form of what they preaching, because at least it's empowering for black people. That's the one good thing I could say about it. But man,
so
them niggas crazy.
A Muslim.
No, because I know I've studied too much to be a part of any religion, because I know religion is for slaves. I'm trying to tell y'all this, but y'all won't believe me. Y'all think I don't know. Y'all think I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm not religious.
But religion.
I think you got a misunderstanding of a slave.
I'm not religious. I actually identify as agnostic, which means that I don't even identify as atheist, because atheist identifies as an organization in a group.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Agnosticism and atheism are not mutually exclusive. If you're an agnostic, what you are is an atheist who don't know you're an atheist.
Well, you should look up the Neil deGrasse special, where he makes a clear distinction between the two. Neil
deGrasse Tyson ain't William Webster. I don't give a fuck what he said. I'm telling you right now, agnosticism and atheism are two different things. Let me prove it to you right now. Do you know that God exists?
Okay, all I'm saying to you is,
hold on, bro. Do you know that God exists?
again,
It's a yes or no question.
all the answers you seek, he answered and articulated
yes or
better.
no
That's
question.
why I referenced you to him.
Bro, I'm trying to prove a point here. Just can you answer the question? Do you know that God exists?
I do not.
That makes you agnostic. Do you believe that God exists?
I have no belief because
that makes you an
You're
atheist. They're not the same thing. Belief and
There's no
knowledge are
wrong
not the
with
same
it.
thing. So you say I'm an agnostic. I'm telling you, you're an atheist who don't know you're an atheist. Agnosticism, you can't say I'm an agnostic. That's like saying I'm a fast. A fast what?
Exactly. I'm
a fast person, a fast dancer, a fast rapper, a fast what? An agnostic atheist. You can be an agnostic theist too. But agnostic refers to knowledge. Theism refers to belief. And I ain't trying to yell at you. I know I'm raising my voice and shit, but that's just how I talk sometimes. But
again, I keep saying the same thing. I refer you to a source that can better articulate that than me. You know what I'm saying?
Say it again. I didn't hear you.
I said I referred you to a source that could better articulate the differences between that me. Meaning that you're coming at me and I'm.
We don't gotta refer to no sources, man. You just answered the questions that prove that agnosticism and atheism don't answer the same question. So you can't say I don't identify as an atheist. I identify as an agnostic.
It's not the same.
That. I mean, you can say it, but you just that's like saying I don't identify as a human. I identify as a person. It's like you're the same thing, bro.
But
you're an atheist.
But again, if my definition of a person is different than your definition of a person, then I can say that, which is why I referred you to
okay. So what's your definition of an atheist?
What's your definition of an atheist, bro? I referred you to the source that defines it.
What's your definition of an atheist? Why you always got to go to some source? Are you not a grown man?
I am. Can I not use another source of reference as a grown man? Can I not use another source of reference as a grown man? Or is that obsolete?
What's your definition?
What's your reference for the English language? Did you invent these words that you use? No, you have a reference point. Bro, don't
Jesse, because you... No, hold on, Jesse, because you kept doing your own definition of faith and belief and stuff like that. But now all of a sudden you want to go to a source. I mean, that doesn't make sense, brother.
Again, you asked me what my definition was, and I gave you my definition via a source.
I just asked you your definition was, and you said, let me point you to a source, and I rejected the invitation. I said, what's your definition?
So again, would you rather us wait while I listen to what he says and then regurgitate it back to you saying I believe the same thing?
I want you to tell me what you got in your brain when I ask you what's your definition of atheism. If you ain't got nothing in there, say I don't know, bro.
Then you can go to your source, but this whole time you've been giving us your own interpretation of faith and your own interpretation of belief and what evidence is. But now you want to cite a source when it comes to...
I'm asking you a simple question. What does atheism mean to you? Because you said you don't identify as an atheist. You have to have some definition of what an atheist is to not identify as one.
Again, I do. And you want to know what it is. There's where to find it. Go get it. It's over there. What more do you want from me? I keep saying.
So your definition of an atheist is there's where to find it. I don't understand. Can you elaborate?
Because I know that I cannot properly articulate it in the same manner that. What about that?
Okay, so basically,
my intentions. I know that.
No, we're not asking you, brother. Calm down. We're not asking you to do that. But just like when my definition of anecdotal. And you asked me what does anecdotal mean? I said, well, I don't know the definition by heart. Hold on, I don't know the definition by heart, but I'm going to give you an example. So I gave y'all my definition and my example of what I think anecdotal is, which I was correct by my example. So he's asking you, what is your example of an atheist? Your example, not a source, but your example.
Again, I did not invent this word. And so how I found out about this,
we've been defining the whole time, man. It don't matter. Now you want to change the game. Like we've been saying, what's your definition for this? And what's your definition for this? And now you don't want to play the game.
You're asking my definition. I did not make the word. I got the definition from somebody.
Bruh, words don't have definitions. They have usages. Okay, you can use the word however you want. I'm asking you, how do you use the word? When you say atheist, what do you mean?
Okay, again. I don't. Okay. What is? Why can't I divert that question to a source that answers that question better than I would be able
Because
to.
that's like me saying, "What's your favorite color?" and you say, "Well, let me go see what Neil deGrasse Tyson said."
Well, but okay, but check this out. Check this out. What if my favorite color is a shades of blue, and I forget the
Then
exact
you need
type
to
of
articulate
shade?
that. You need to say, "Hey, man, I don't know the name of my favorite color. I can get back to you on that."
But I don't need to get back to you. I can tell you where it's at.
I don't want to know where it's at. I'm asking you. I'm asking you like I ask anybody else.
Okay,
When I ask regular people what their favorite
give
color
me
is,
5
they
to
don't
10
see
minutes.
the option.
Hey, Kweli, let's help him out real quick. Is your definition of is your definition? Kweli asked me the same thing, right? And I'm unsure if I'm an atheist or agnostic. And he's like, "What's your definition?" I'll be like, "What's a lack of belief in a God?" Or there's another definition that you're probably going to go to, which is a source, which I know the definition of atheism by heart. It's either the lack of belief for a God. The second definition is the rejection of theistic claim that a God exists. So so which one would you choose? I just gave you the definition. I just gave you your source that you want to look up. You either got the lack of belief in a God or the rejection of theistic claims pertaining to the belief in a God or something like that. Which one do you go by?
What if you believe that you are at least a piece of God, and that you have the power and energy to influence and change the future?
Then you wouldn't be an atheist.
Okay, so yeah, exactly, because I would be I'm God, so God exists.
It took too long. The only reason I'm asking you this question is to see, like, what you actually believe. Because when people tell me that they're agnostic, all I hear is I'm an atheist and I don't know I'm an atheist. So I try to help you out, but you wouldn't answer a simple question. Saying. You know, I know you don't think that. That's why you said you're an agnostic.
But when I first said that, I explained why I don't think that, which I thought I'm not gonna. Okay, I'll explain it a second time. Again, when people say atheist, right, it is attached to a movement. Regardless of whether you agree or not, it is attached to a movement. That's like saying, that's like going up to a black person and asking him, "Is he Black Lives Matter?" Well, he might be black and think his life matter, but he might not be associated with the organization in the movement. There's a clear distinction.
All right. So when I say,
so again, I am not associated with the movement.
All right. Which is why there's a difference. Just like you distinguish between the movement and the definition, that you could just say there's a difference between me saying, "Are you black?" and "Are you with Black Lives Matter?" If you ain't gonna walk up to nobody that's black and I say, "Are you black?" and they say no, and I say, "Why you say that? You look black," and they say, "Well, because I'm not with the Black Lives Matter movement, so I ain't want you to think that I was with them, so I just said I'm not black." That's what you're doing with atheism. If I ask you, "Are you an atheist?" you should say, "Yeah, but I'm not with the whole atheist movement, so I choose to call myself an agnostic."
I don't define myself as an atheist.
But that's why I was asking you, what is an atheist to you? You said you don't define yourself as an atheist.
You told me my definition was wrong. So what? How did you define
bro,
it?
You never gave me a definition, bro. What is an atheist to you? Please define it.
Again,
he said it's a movement. He think it's a movement, so his definition is a movement. But there's no definitive definition.
I'm gonna make it clear and simple. An atheist is what I am not. That's my definition. Simple and cut close. When you Google an atheist, not I, that's my definition. That's my.
It's not a movement, though.
All right, so by your definition, you're not an atheist. But guess what? By my definition, your ass is an atheist, whether you like it or not, because you don't believe in a God.
That right there is.
That's fantastic. All I wanted. That's all I wanted to say, bro. Is your definition. If you want to define it however you want to define it, it's fine. But I'm not gonna argue with your definition. But I'm just gonna conclude. I'm gonna conclude where I would want to label you based on your definition. So based on your definition, thank you. After 30 fucking minutes for finally telling me, based on your definition, you're not an atheist. But guess what? Based on everybody else in the world, you are.
Okay, but again, you say everybody else in the world. I gave you another source that agrees like me, and so that's not everybody else in the world. And not only does he agree like me,
you know what? Just for kicks and giggles, I want the source. No, I want to see the source. Hey, Kweli, Kweli, I want to see the source, man. I got to, man. I see it now,
Go
man.
Go ahead, bro. What's the source, man?
We've been on this same definition. I want to see this, man. I'm like, please present that source.
It's called Neil deGrasse Tyson, Why I Am Agnostic. He posted it 6 years ago.
Okay, all right, start the video. All he gonna say is he don't want to be associated
for you to start that, is Neil deGrasse Tyson the authority over the definition. Are you making Neil deGrasse Tyson the authority?
That's the first thing I said. I said Neil deGrasse Tyson is not Merriam Webster. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not Merriam Webster, so it don't fucking matter. That's the exact first thing I said when you brought his ass up. I said it don't matter what he say. Just because Neil deGrasse Tyson said it don't mean it's fucking true.
I agree. Neil
deGrasse Tyson can be wrong. I admit he's smart.
I agree.
But the nigga can be wrong.
I agree, but when you ask me how I define something, I cannot be wrong in my definition.
True, that's why I didn't argue with you about your definition. I was just trying to squeeze it out of you like pulling a tooth from a fucking rhino.
But again, my definition is based off his definition.
All right, that's what I'm saying. How you gonna base your definition on another man's definition?
So you're following?
I did it. Can I not do that? I did it.
I mean, you can, but I just want you to know that that's following another man, and that's what you're doing.
I'm okay with that. Sometimes you gotta lead, sometimes you gotta follow.
So as long as you okay with it, then it's cool.
You did all the science yourself to determine that the Earth was round.
Yeah.
Or did you go read another man say?
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah.
What I did. Right now.
See. Now what you're doing is saying, you can't read nothing from another person. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't base just because Carl Sagan said the Earth is round don't mean that I believe the Earth is round. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna listen to what Carl Sagan say, and then I'm gonna analyze it and I'm gonna scrutinize it and I'm gonna see if I can reproduce the experiments that he did. And if what he said holds up, then I believe in what he said because it holds up, not because he said it. So what you got to do is analyze what Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying about agnosticism.
I say bullshit. I say you're going to see the apple tree. You're going to get a ladder and you're going to climb that apple tree in pure faith. You ain't going to do none of that fucking research shit. You just going to take the word for it that gravity is what it is.
You can demonstrate gravity. So now we're getting to this.
Now you back.
What do you mean by that?
Now you back using faith.
That's not what I was arguing, but basically, for an example, it's like somebody asked me what the word trap means. Well, I didn't make the word, so I'm gonna refer you to T.I.'s definition because he can give you a better definition because he's where I learned it. That's all that I was doing. That's all that I was doing.
So you cannot use urban definition. Why are you using urban definitions, man? Because you're using an urban definition, but you like you said, words don't have intrinsic meaning, they have usages. So why are you using a different usage and you're taking away from the actual definition of a trap? You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna go to a job interview and they say, yeah, man, we don't want you to get trapped up in the elevator, so you got to be careful. You're like, oh yeah, man, I'm going to that Trap by T.I. house. The dude gonna be like, what the fuck?
I understand that, but that's a distinction between the African American vernacular and the predominant societal vernacular, which is why when you go to England, they speak different contextual words to describe the same things versus in America. But they both are speaking English. It's all about English is an evolving language, which is why I say the peculiarities of my idiolect don't define my intellect. Meaning that I might use a word different in the context of which I'm using it. Beyond the understanding of which you can conceive, that doesn't mean I'm using the word wrong. It just means that we might use it differently. When I look at a girl and I say, oh, she's bad, that's because she looks good, not because she's bad.
Bro, I agree with you on that. You use the word the way you want to use the word, but you do understand that Neil deGrasse Tyson is an atheist too, right? And that video that you're trying to show me, all it's gonna say is that he doesn't call himself an atheist because of the same reason that you said, but it doesn't mean that he's not an atheist. He just doesn't call himself one. It's like somebody who out here, a woman sleeping with another woman, but she don't go by the label lesbian. It's the same thing.
And here's another reason why Neil deGrasse Tyson don't label himself as an atheist, because of his job, and he can basically be fired or something like that. You know, just like Kevin Wesley came out as an atheist. What happened to him? Lost his job, all this other stuff. Lost his house. People didn't. He lost everybody in his family. So you have to say agnostic, because atheism, it gives a negative connotation in people's mind that, oh, you're a devil worshiper. You know what I'm saying? But how can you be an atheist and I'm saying it has a negative connotation to it? So that's why he have to identify as agnostic, because it sounds less harsh. It sounds less bad.
Yeah, but it's okay if you want to identify, but I just want you to understand the truth. The truth is that an agnostic is an atheist.
No, because he did. the definition of agnostic is basically just dealing with knowledge, or you don't, or you either you know or you don't know.
Yeah. But I'm saying when people identify
I feel like you're
as an
a deist.
agnostic, every time I ever met somebody that said I'm an agnostic, somebody who says I'm an agnostic, they identify that way. And then I ask them, do you believe in God? They say no. That means they're an atheist. But they just
I don't disbelieve. I don't disbelieve though. That's the key. Just because I don't
that's
believe,
not what atheism means, bro. I don't disbelieve either. I'm an atheist. I lack a belief. That's atheism. Period.
But again, just how I was talking about the African American vernacular English language, depending on region and culture and who's using the word, is assigned different definitions. And so, where given my region and how we use this word, I do not define myself as that because we use this word different than how you're using the word. And
and that's fine, man. I told you that again. Like, if you want to define it differently, then you can find it. There's a way that you can define God that I wouldn't be an atheist. If you define God as a blunt, then I believe in blunts. So I wouldn't be an atheist if you change the definition. But that's if you change the definition. I'm talking about in general sense. When we look in the dictionary, I ain't talking about, in my neck of the woods, we say this. I'm talking about in general terms. When I'm talking to an average human being, if I say, do you believe in a God, and they say no, that means you're an atheist. But you can choose to call yourself whatever you want to choose to call yourself. You're an atheist.
Yeah,
and see, let me add before he even say. That's why a lot of black people are kind of scared to come out because, like I said, the word atheist has a negative connotation. So that's why they have to use, I'm a free thinker. They use like, I'm a free thinker.
I have to do that on my blog, bro. Because the word atheism, like Jency, they scared of it, even though he don't believe in a God the same way I don't believe in a God. But they don't want to call the word atheist because they're worried about their persona of what people are going to think about them. Well, I don't want nobody to think I'm a bad person, so let me just call myself an agnostic. So I have to sometimes write articles and I have to put the word free thinker, humanist, self-taught instead of atheist, but it's the same content, you know what I'm saying, just a different title to just get to people to read the shit because they so scared of the word atheist. That's the reason why I use the word, because there's nothing wrong. The people who should be ashamed are the people who believe in the shit, not the people who don't.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed of the word atheist, and to be frank, I actually identified as atheist before I identified as agnostic, and so, but I myself made a distinction between the two
for social reasons, right?
Separate meaning
for social reasons,
I can even go as far as creating my own word and defining it myself, and thus calling myself that, meaning that I even have the theology that. It kind of correlates with a little bit of the Bible, but I have the theology that I am of the all. That is all that I am.
So you're pantheist.
And I just leave it at that.
That's pantheism.
So yeah, you're pantheist. Yeah, you're pantheist. Yeah, you can't. You're not even agnostic anyway. You're pantheist,
I am the all. That's pantheism.
I didn't say I am the all. I said I am of the all, meaning that the matter and energy that make up me is the matter and energy that makes up the universe. This is scientifically proven, meaning that if you remove one star from our universe, that star could be the sun.
Well, yeah, that's all die,
which means that the universe would be as
they call that a deepity.
What?
A deepity. It is something that sounds real deep, but it don't mean shit. Like you say, love is more than just a 4-letter word. It should sound deep, but guess what? Hate is more than just a 4-letter word. Fart is more than just a 4-letter word. It don't really mean shit. It's just something that sounds deep. So you can say I'm of the all and all is of me. Yeah, we made from the stardust and all that shit.
That's not what I'm saying.
It don't really mean shit at the end of the day.
That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is when you die, your body decomposes into the soil. Point blank period. That's the matter.
What happens.
Okay. The energy, which is what some people in religion consider the soul, right? Exactly. Science might call it the conscious. Everybody has their own terms for it, but we're still measuring it to determine how exactly that energy is dispersed back into the universe, since we know that it cannot be created nor destroyed. That's all that I'm saying.
We're not still measuring this. It's actually been tested a lot of times, and they've failed the test and concluded that every atom is still accounted for after a person dies. There's no energy that dissipates and goes anywhere. There is no soul. There is no afterlife. So you don't got to take my word for it. I don't expect you to. You can just look up the scientific experiments. I forget the guy's name, man, but in like 1916 they did these experiments, and they even lied and tried to say that it worked on one of the experiments, but then it came out that it was a lie. But yeah, man, they did those experiments already, and they failed, and all the energy is still accounted for. Like
nobody. There was no, and I do remember that. I do remember it was a Nobel Peace Prize too. There was that's when they started the Nobel Peace Prize shoot. Back in the early 1900s, man. If you could prove the soul, or you can prove that when we die or whatever, we leave our bodies and then you know what I'm saying, if you can do it, because you're not going to be able to demonstrate anything.
Because the reason I said that is
you gonna talk or
you breaking up a little bit, bro?
Which one?
You.
Oh,
what's the last thing? Say the last sentence again.
Should be good.
I can hear you now. Say the last sentence again.
Hold on 1 second. I was saying that's what they was doing the Nobel. That's when the Nobel Peace Prize started, because they were trying to see like a person that was dying of cancer, and they had like a few minutes to live. So they basically got in that room and they turned the lights off to see if something would glow and leave. You know what I'm saying?
They did a lot of
nothing happened. Man. The dude just passed away.
They turned the lights off. Thought it was gonna be. They did an experiment where they put like 8 people who they volunteered to do it. They had terminal illnesses. They knew they were gonna die, and they put them on like these beds that had scales underneath them, so that they were very very precise scales. They was trying to measure their weight when they died versus right at the moment of death, basically, and see how much the soul weighed when it left the body or whatever. The problem was the weight never changed. So they had to conclude that nothing left the body, and then
so again, do y'all agree that energy can't be created nor destroyed, or do y'all think that it can be created and destroyed? Okay,
but do you agree that consciousness is an emergent property, not a thing within itself? Because I think what you're about to argue is that if energy can't be created or destroyed, then I exist now. I gotta always exist. But what I'm saying is, you do exist now.
I didn't say I didn't say I'm gonna always exist, but the essence of which that comprised me will.
Every atom in your body will always exist, but it will not always be conscious.
But okay, again. The material goes and breaks down back to protons and electrons. It does all that. But all I'm saying is, when my body decomposes back into the earth, it will become the earth. And the energy, we're still measuring it and trying to figure out where exactly it goes. If it stays, if it goes, we're still trying to figure that out.
We know where it goes. Man. It decomposes. So just like all right, when I smoke this blunt, right, the shit don't just disappear. Some of it turns into ash and some of it turns into smoke. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Every atom is still accounted for. So when you die, your body decomposes. Some of it's probably gonna get picked off by scavenging little microscopic organisms. The other ones decompose into like fertilizer and shit that fall into the soil. But every atom is still there. It doesn't go anywhere. There's no there to go.
Right. No, but okay, but it does go in the sense that, like atoms, like oxygen, has the ability to rise into the outer layer of our atmosphere, thus going somewhere into our universe, which is like our solar system, and the outer layer into the chemicals that it makes, like helium, oxygen, carbon, the foundations that we're made of, and then it doesn't all go back down into the soil. So what I'm basically saying, that's what I mean by go away. I don't mean like just disappear.
But we ain't trying to figure that stuff out, though. I don't know what you mean by we still trying to figure out where it go. Like, who trying to figure that out? Maybe some people might still think that the soul is real and they trying to figure stuff out. But in the scientific community, is pretty much the soul is the most dead concept in science, as they say.
Hey, Kweli, let me ask you a question. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. See, this is where I dealt with arguments on Facebook, and like I said, I've still been trying to I want to tag you into this argument where this creationist said that the mind is different from the brain. How is that? And so that's why I think the brother's getting to, like, consciousness is different from the actual brain, but you cannot have consciousness without a brain. So the dude was arguing with me like, well, God is all conscious. That's what, did God have a brain? You know what I'm saying? Does God have a meat suit? You know what I'm saying? And he said, no. I said, so how can you have conscious without a brain? How can you have a mind without a brain? Because, you got to deal with
also some form of a brain.
I personally believe that our brain. Yeah, well, this is where I'm at now. Meaning that I don't definitively believe this because but this is where I'm at currently. I believe that our brain, being electromagnetic, is like a radio in the sense that it is able to pick up signals, which are like wavelengths or different vibrational patterns, and the collection of these vibrational patterns being read in the brain, thus creating these neurosynaptic connections. I think that in itself is the essence of consciousness. But that's just my opinion. That hasn't been proven. So,
Yeah, well, I mean, I can kind of see where why you would think that because our thoughts seem a little abstract or whatever, and because our brains produces those chemicals. If you had the EEG is right, the electroencephalograph, right? It measures brain waves. So they started like one side of your brain, I think the right side of your brain believes a God exists, and the other side of your brain don't believe a God exists. And this is an experiment that they did, like because that's why they say use the left side of your brain. So your left side of your brain don't believe in a God, but your right side do, because the right side of your brain is like it's like creativity, imagination, and stuff like that. Your left side of your brain deals with logic and reason. You have two different hemispheres. You know what I'm saying? But it's the same. It's the same matter.
But
So with your creativity side, you can believe that a God exists until you basically trying to, So I can kind of see where you're going with that, but you got to look at the hemispheres and how the brain actually works through magnetic waves. That was within itself. You know what I'm saying? That's why they say, like I say, if y'all heard the concept, use the left side of your brain, that's your logic and reasoning. Right side is for your creativity, imagination, thoughts of, wild racing thoughts and stuff. Yeah. But, so that's why your right side believes. Yeah, that's why your right side says that you believe in, but your left side don't.
Yeah, to your point, you can also look into when somebody
needs to be in charge though.
Say what?
The creative side needs to be in charge. The left side is like a secretary.
I mean, well, why would you say that though? But I'm saying though, like to get back to the consciousness, you can look into like when somebody get a brain injury or a lobotomy or something, they change there's certain aspects of their consciousness, so they can pinpoint which part of the brain is responsible for what. So there's a part of your brain that's responsible for you recognizing faces, for you being able to count, and if you damage that part of your brain, then they'll notice it because you won't be able to remember faces, and they know everybody that got a problem remembering faces got damage to this part of their brain. So your consciousness is linked to your brain. It's not this extra thing. It's an emergent property. That's what I was saying before. It's like water is wet, but one molecule of H2O is not wet. So at what point does water become wet? Well, it emerges when you got enough of it. And that's kind of how consciousness is. When you got enough neurons of the brain firing, consciousness emerges. But if you just separate one neuron, it itself is not conscious. And when you die, and when we all die, that consciousness, it might last, I think they say for like 10 seconds or some shit, but lights out.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you think about
and hold on. I got a question. For Darius. Why do you think your right brain should be in charge? Now, we just basically specified that the right brain deals with imagination and creativity, while your left side only deals with logic and reason, so to speak. So you rather deal with imagination versus logic and reasoning?
I think that your leadership comes kind of in an impromptu basis. Think about a warrior going into war. You have information that's pouring into your site, your creative. Your creative then needs to use your secretary to navigate that. But you don't need to put limitations or restrictions and or fear. You just need to harness your creativity and master, and conquer this thing.
I think the logic and reason basically, because it's like this. Say you out on a date with your girl, right? And the dude just basically staring at her, right? You know what I'm saying? Are you gonna use your right side to basically confront the guy, and you in your mind thinking that you can whip him, or are you gonna be like, hey, babe, you're gonna use your left side basically to avoid this thing? Because the logic and reason, because you don't know if the dude got a gun or whatever. So what you telling me is you're gonna use your right side of your brain to go fight the dude. You know what I'm saying? Because you said your leader should basically take control or whatever. So you're saying that the right side of the brain is the leader. So that means if the dude looking at your girl and winking his eye and stuff like that, so your right side of your brain is going to override your logic and reason. Now, the logical
right
thing
side of my brain is going to say, hey, left, there's a problem, and we got to get to work solving this problem. And then we start analyzing what around us to solve this problem, whatever it is.
How would you solve that problem though? What would you do?
There's a multitude of options. Anything could be. So you're not using your right. So you're not going to use your right side because you're talking about there's a multitude of options. So when you're dealing with logic and reason, then that's when you say I got options either to fight or just leave it alone, leave the restaurant, avoid it. You know what I'm saying? Now the right side of your brain be like you're gonna think about a Bruce Lee movie and try to think. You know what I'm saying? You can use those same moves on this guy. That's your imagination talking. You know what I'm saying? I believe that the right side is your ego because your mind is expanded on this side with the imagination. So the right side of your brain will be your ego. But
so your ego would take over. That's what you're saying.
Without that ego, all I am is just a machine, a robot. I just follow orders.
No, that's not true. Because your logic and reasoning will tell you, should I follow this guy? Should I follow this guy? Is he gonna lead me in the right direction? No, that's where your left side comes in and be like, no, this ain't the right following. No, I shouldn't follow this. Because you're gonna analyze the whole thing. You just said it.
So
religion
here's what I think what you're doing.
Because religion already got you thinking. No. Because religion got you thinking that there's a heaven and a hell. You know what I'm saying? That's your imagination side. Because everybody got their own perspective, and everybody think that hell is in the core of the earth.
Say it again. That last part of it.
Yeah, I said everybody thinks they're using their imagination of what hell is, and everybody. And I've been told by my baby mama that I said, "Where is hell?" And she said, "Down there." Down where? You know what I'm saying? She thinks it's under the ground.
I believe that heaven and hell is lived on earth. I believe that is how you carry yourself and what you do in your life determines your heaven or your hell.
So basically, you're saying that.
Well, what do you mean? How come I don't know? The Bible never talks about heaven and hell.
You said you believe that the hell was experienced on earth, but how come you don't know?
Why don't I know?
I think he's basically saying that. I think he's saying that heaven and hell is a frame of mind and a plane of existence. I think that's what he did there. It's a frame of mind and a plane of existence. I think that's what he did there.
Exactly. It's not this fire.
What part of your mind you think that thinks that hell is real though? Is it your logical side or is it your right side? Or your imagination side?
I think that it's wherever like morality stems from.
So, okay, say for instance, you using your right side of your brain as a moral compass, and in your mind, which is the creativity, you use your right side of the brain. Hold on. When it comes to like killing your kids, are you going to use your right side and be like, well, if I kill my son, he'll come back, or God gonna stop me? Or am I going to use a logical reason like, if I kill my son, number one, he won't carry on my name. Number two, I get in trouble. So please tell me you're going to use your left side, your logic and reason. Because
who the hell going to watch the dishes?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get what you're saying. I always say logic supersedes feelings. Like nobody cares about your feelings. But then I also say that everything is guided through your feelings. And once you get beyond survival, which is how that right mind, and just so and we could be getting this wrong, so we need to make sure we clarify. Right is we did say it. Right is logic, right?
No, the left is logic. The left is logic, and right side basically deals with creativity, imagination, stuff like that.
Got it. All right, so go ahead. If in this logical space, there's this seems like there's this need to create a fear or some sort of a scarcity effect, when it really is just it is what it is. I think that the creative aspects of our brain should take the lead and guide these like this narrative. There is a narrative, and it's a synchronizing thing. It's like a science, but something has to take lead and say, let's go left or let's go right or let's keep straight. And that's why I say, yeah, we're probably living in the think about it like a tunnel. You're digging a tunnel and you got to we're going through the right side of the brain. No, excuse me, the left side of the brain. I feel like we first have to start in that right side, and then it's a quick move. It could be an immediate right on the edge of the left side of the brain, and then go over to the right. If that's really all you need. Some people might have to muster up a lot of faith and a lot of courage and take a lot of feelings and find that motivation to deal with these problems by first dealing with their emotions. You get what I'm saying? It's like if there's a lion and you got to go fight this lion, well, first you got to muster up the courage to fight this lion, and then you got to deal with the science it takes to conquer this lion. So that's kind of what I mean. I definitely feel like at the end of the day, the right brain, the creative brain, is going to eventually hand over the baton to the left, but it's rooted in sort of a genius that is a human nature or creativity.
Okay, so basically you're saying that you can put your creativity side basically creates the situation, and you use your left side to basically analyze the situation.
Yeah, like to follow protocol all the way through to the end. Like your body does what the left side says, but the rule comes from the right side.
Okay. So Kweli, you got anything to say on that?
You said something about without ego, you would just be like basically a robot following. But my whole thing is that's with religion. That's what you are. So if you oppose to that, then why you want to follow religion?
I think that we keep like where we get hung up on religion is that you see ghosts and fairy tales in this word, and I see it as a stronghold term that encompasses what one person thinks. So I believe that religion is valuable because if 10 people are over there trying to make a tree grow and that tree is going to eventually feed the entire planet, maybe 9 people kill each other and we got 1 motherfucker left. But then we got this tree left that's feeding the entire planet and only 2 people to fucking birth the rest of the planet. Yeah, there was a whole bunch of politics and it was all gross and beneath me, and I would never do it because my frame of mind is different. But at the end of the day, I'm left with 2 people in a tree, and now they make a baby. What do? Probably build another tree and kill everybody trying to touch my tree.
But this is what I was trying to tell you, bro, when I was saying you sound like a lost Christian. Because right now, you talking about a myth. You know what I'm saying? And if you knew the actual history and science, that wouldn't even cross your mind. It ain't no Adam and Eve, bro. It's not. There is no tree of life.
I'll give you that, but there's 7 things that 20 other people say.
Say what?
There's 7 things that 20 other groups of people are saying that complements this crazy ass fairy tale book.
It don't matter. Just like Spider-Man said, with great power come great responsibility. That don't mean I need to go around revering Spider-Man. It's a cool movie. The Bible is a cool book. Leave it at that. Why are you worshiping and following something that's enslaved your ancestors, for number 1, and number 2 is not true, and number 3 you know it ain't true, number 4 you know it's a whole bunch of other stuff out here, and you know that it's stolen and they copied it. Like, I think indoctrination has done a number on you if you even still interested in Christianity or religion, period, knowing what you know. You know what I'm saying?
And I got another question for the brother.
Go ahead.
Do you take the Bible? See this. I think, Kweli, I think we forgot to ask. We forgot to ask this. Do you take the Bible literal, or you take it figuratively or metaphorically?
I think that the only way I can answer that is that the first book is supposed to be some sort of a historical context, and then everybody tells me that there's a moral
what first book is that though?
The First Testament.
Hold on. Okay, so what book are you talking about? Is it in the First Testament? Like, what do you take literal? What do you take figuratively? You said the whole thing, right?
So like,
did you just say the whole thing?
I haven't read the entire Bible from front to back, right? But I probably read Proverbs 7-8 times. I've read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I've read Romans. I've read both of I've just read I've probably read Genesis 1,000,001 times. Every time I start reading the Bible again, I start in Genesis. I read it. By the time I get to Genesis, I'm like, holy shit, I'm tired reading the same thing. But the common theme that I see, no matter what, when I read it, is that somebody is pissing in my pocket and telling me it's raining in this world. I don't know what color they are. I don't know where they are, but somebody somewhere is pissing in my pocket and telling me it's raining. Paul's saying, hey, man, you don't got to be subject to this shit. You can go over here and plant a tree. I always use these same metaphors. You can come over here and do it in a truly organic way, something that will build on top of itself. Will there be people trying to sabotage you? Yes. Here's some history of it. Here's another account of it. Here's another account of it. Here's what happens if you go and marry and get hundreds and hundreds of women. Here's what happens when you go and you glorify money. Here's
so can you give us examples of that? Like say for instance, I was going to ask, do you take the creation account literally or figuratively or metaphorical, or you just think it's all BS? Because that's where I'm getting at. Like.
But I don't ever have enough. I think the wise man knows that he knows nothing.
And the reason why I asked it, and I asked it because you said you take the Old Testament. So are you a Hebrew Israelite? Do you claim that?
I embrace. I do embrace all things that come out of like love and prosperity and purity. So if it does, then yeah.
That don't sound like.
So you're a Hebrew Israelite. They really don't. Them Hebrews will kick you.
Yeah, I'm a Hebrew.
Yeah. You better be on the corner. Somebody read. Samuel 40.
I don't know how much you saw of the interview before you jumped on, but my biggest narrative is that I don't like being put in the box. If you're gonna put me in the box, then I'm Mr. Prosperity. I'm Mr. Organic.
If you don't like being put in the box, then why subscribe to a religion? Because religion is a box. That's what
I don't subscribe to a particular. It
don't matter. Religion itself is a box. You know what I'm saying?
Because I've seen great value come out of it for simple people. If somebody
and you know what, and you know what Ted Bundy mama said, he was a nice guy.
Ted Bundy's dead now. 2020, nigga.
It don't matter. His mama said he was a nice guy. And you sitting here telling me you seen a lot of people do good. I'm telling you, I seen a lot of people do so much bad. They enslaved us, bro. Not on top of that, they still taking money out the community. It's not subjective. It's true.
Yeah, it is. It's your feelings.
Bro, it's not subjective. It's true. You can look up right now who the first slave traders were and tell me who they were, please. It's not. It's the fucking truth, bro. Who the first slave traders?
So now what? So now our feelings are hurt. Now what?
Your feelings ain't hurt. I'm just telling you that you worship in a religion that enslaved your ancestors. You can go ahead and do it, but I just want you to know that that's what you're doing. You can't say that that's not the case. It's the case.
So how am I? What do I do that constitutes worship? Because I'm not sure that I worship this Bible.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Hold on.
What you just said. I want to get back. I want to get back to what I said first. You said that the Old Testament is the book of truth. You said, do you believe that's the only truth, right? And the New Testament need to be discarded.
You said something like that, but he on mute.
Yeah. So, what parts of the Old Testament that you do not believe in? If it's because I asked you about the creation account, you said you don't know. So let's start with that. Let's start with Genesis. Do you believe that?
So
do you believe that the earth? Oh,
I'm sorry.
We're talking about Adam and Eve. We're gonna talk about the beginning. In the beginning, I said no. We're gonna talk about the beginning because this is how we're gonna settle the score right here. We're gonna talk about the beginning. Do you believe that the world was a water and there was no sun, nothing to keep that water at a temperature to where it's liquid? And then God said, "Let there be light." Where did the light come from?
I don't know. I don't know any of this. I don't know the answer to any of it.
But do you believe it's true? Because you said the Old Testament is the book of truth. That's the only one you believe that is true.
Well, so whether I believe in it or not,
I believe that the water without a heat source, no sun, take the temperature to where to be liquid,
okay,
no drying and stuff like that. You know? So do you believe that was true, that the world was a big water world?
I believe that is definitely
No, do you believe it's true? I'm not interested. I'm not interested if you think it was possible. I'm asking, do you believe it is true or not?
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
I'm not interested in if it's possible.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes or no? Is it true or not?
Beyond a reasonable doubt, yes.
Okay, so let's say that the sun go out right now. Do you think water would stay at a liquid state?
I have no data to suggest, but I would imagine that it would freeze.
It would flash freeze, right? So there was no light. So it said in the beginning. In the beginning, God created. Well, if you look at the Hebrew translation, it said Elohim. So Elohim means many gods. You know what I'm saying? Multiple gods. So that's a lot of people don't understand the language. So we're going to say Elohim. So in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. So where was heaven and the earth was where? Was this in space somewhere just by itself?
So perfect. I'm glad you actually said that. So one of the problems that I have with the outdated doctrine, not the Bible, but we just haven't got to that part yet, is the spooky language. In this Bible, it reads from this old, outdated language of people that didn't have a whole ton of education, heaven and what else? Heaven and earth?
Yeah, heaven and earth, yeah.
Yeah, so I would argue that heaven was what they would say as the sky, everything that's encompassed in the sky, the stars, the sun, the clouds, and the whatever's up there.
There was no light. There was no stars. It was just earth. It was just big glob of water. You know what I'm saying? A massive blob of water, and God was standing over it or farted over it, whatever the fuck he did, he or she did.
Yeah, whatever. Hey, you know what? I'm glad you. So while we're on here, while we're on the topic of God farting, if you cut off your hands and you made yourself blind and you eliminated your taste buds and you made it where you could not hear, and you were, let's say, laying in your bed, but you don't really know where you're laying, it doesn't matter, and your conscience still exists, are you alive?
I still have a brain that produces consciousness. If I didn't have a brain, then there would be no consciousness.
All right, so I would argue.
You know what I'm saying? Cutting my hands off and making myself blind does not take away the consciousness. Because I would still have a brain.
So now I would argue then.
I would still have a brain. I'd probably be in severe pain if I did some dumb shit like that. But you know what I'm saying? And I observe things because I have a brain. If I didn't have a brain, so after people die, this is the whole heaven and hell thing that I try to basically convey to people. And we're gonna get back on the topic.
Hold on, before you go, I just want to answer that real quick. Real quick. If you have a brain, why wouldn't the earth also have a brain it too can make decisions like that?
Well, it could, but the thing is, do you have a reason to think that that's the case? Because
I got it.
We have a reason to think that the earth has a molten core, but we don't have a reason to think that it's a brain anywhere on the earth. So it
depends on how you define a brain. So far, we've defined it as really just consciousness. I believe that the earth is consciously traveling around the sun.
Well, what's your evidence for that?
The fact that any slight deviations and it corrects itself.
No, it has an elliptical orbit, and it's basically within the what is that? It starts with an H, Kweli. It's the
I'll give you my term for it. It's the DNA of the Earth.
It's the habitable zone.
Yeah,
it's in the habitable zone, but no, it's where the sun basically rotates, and basically the Earth, all the planets are rotating with the sun. It's a gravitational well or something like that. The Earth is within the atmosphere of the sun. You know what I'm saying? But we're supposed to be 93 million miles away. But at its closest is 92 million miles. So the Earth is not making that conscious decision to get that close to the sun and get that far away. because it's doing the same thing. It's in an elliptical orbit. It's not a circular orbit.
Yeah.
It's an elliptical orbit because it's the furthest away. Now we're further away from the sun, and we're at 93 million miles. Then, and during the summertime, we get closer to the sun. That's why you have hotter seasons.
This is why you gotta study science,
but I don't think,
bro. You
no, hold on, because I love that. So this is where we fundamentally disagree, and where it goes back to my dot versus the line, because you see the sun as having an influence on the earth, and then the earth is simply just a piece of this sun, where I see the earth has its own resistance that it must maintain, sort of a DNA, if you will. And if it doesn't abide by these things, it's going to destruct. The sun has a role, but the earth has a role.
So how come when we do the calculations, it seems like it's not intelligent and it's all just gravity? Because we can calculate the gravity of Mars effect on the earth and where the earth is going to be 30 years from now, and they do stuff like that, launch satellites and shit, like they launch shit into deep space. They'll slingshot around another planet. In order for them to know where that planet is going to be, they have to know the gravity of all the bodies near it, because they have an effect on the location. So it's like if the earth was conscious, it could just say, you know what, I know Mars pulling on me, but I'm gonna stay a little bit closer to the sun. But it don't never do that. It goes exactly where it's supposed to go, using the predictions that we use, assuming that it's not conscious. So that's why I asked you when you said it the first time that you think that the earth is conscious. I said, what evidence do you have to suggest that that's the case? I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying, where's your evidence? Are you just talking out your ass, or do you have a reason to believe that?
Are you conscious?
I think so.
And you're of the earth, and it took your conscience in order for us to slingshot something around the math that exists. Whether we know how the math exists, we don't. We just know that the math exists. It complements one theory, but there could. Oh yeah, I will. Oh yeah. Speaking of consciousness, artificial intelligence is developing consciousness. But my point is that just as you can argue that the sun is having all
the point though. There's like artificial intelligence developing consciousness. All that do is prove the point that you have to have something like a brain in order to have consciousness. You can't just be conscious out and not have no physical manifestation to go along with it. It takes matter to produce consciousness, a whole lot of it. And as far as we know, the human brain is the most complex thing in the universe. So it take a big deal to generate consciousness.
The brain period.
Jesse said second to the quantum computer.
I mean, even if humans build life and humans make life, all that's going to prove is that consciousness requires a fucking brain. You can't show me consciousness without a brain.
That also proves that consciousness exists on Earth and that you're of the Earth.
I never said it didn't, though. That's what we're not arguing about. That we arguing whether or not consciousness can exist without a brain, like in something like a rock or a planet or a star. So if the Earth is conscious, then that means Mars is conscious too. And Sun is conscious, and Pluto,
Shrooms are conscious.
Also, you got to look at it like this:
grass is conscious.
But what's your evidence for that?
They move. They follow the sun.
But you know how that works?
No,
They don't got nothing to do. How it work?
Glucose.
Where's the consciousness?
It comes from whoever tells the glucose to stiffen up.
That's not how it works. Is the sun provides glucose that then helps the plant grow. So if the sun is on this side grows more. So it looked like to the observer,
that's a communication.
It's leaning that way.
You gotta have a consciousness to communicate.
Come on, bro.
Okay. So when you look at it in terms of like a fungus
is alive though.
Exactly, it's unique because it's not a plant nor an animal, and it contain and like certain funguses, 1 gram can have the ability to contain more neurosynaptic connections in the human brain, which shows why they're so healthy for us to eat. But I would ask the question: are funguses conscious? And then even more to that, there's certain species of plants that have like one commonly known one is the Venus flytrap, which has the ability to count.
I know
One and detect motion. One would allude to the nature. Is the Venus flytrap conscious? This is a question.
And dogs
Sure.
and flies.
For
does
sake of
the
argument,
Venus
let's say, yeah.
does the Venus
Go ahead, Kwame.
go ahead?
I was just gonna,
Go ahead, man. I'll hold on to that thought.
I was just gonna say,
No, go ahead, bro.
even if we go along with you and say yes, fungus is conscious and all plants are conscious, that don't mean the earth itself is conscious. And
True.
on top of that, that still means that the consciousness is coming from something brain-like. It don't have to necessarily be a brain, but it's going to be some type of neural network to produce the consciousness. You're not going to have a consciousness without this brain-like substance, and we don't know of any example of that. I'm not saying that I know everything and that this definitely don't exist. I'm saying we don't have an example of it. So why do you think there is one? That's like saying I think there's a teacup orbiting Mars. Just because I think that.
Okay, I'm not 100% certain on whether or not the Earth has a conscience or not, but all I'm doing is equating it to the notion of like, does a cell or a microbacteria have conscience?
Not that I know of. I don't think they do.
You don't think microbacteria and like viruses have conscience?
Nah.
Never have a conscious.
Nah, man.
I don't think they do, bro.
They're cells, man. Cells. They're operating off of energy, man. They're operating off of ATP, which is an active transport system, which basically causes things to move. Just like in your brain, your chemical, they're moving off of chemistry and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You don't get complex. You don't get complex until you have a multicellular organism.
That you have to choose.
That's when you develop consciousness. No. Evolution is not a choice. So we're gonna hold on. If we're getting back to if we're gonna go that route to evolution, I know a little bit about it to know that evolution was not a choice. They did not choose to adapt and stuff like this until they become more complex. Like I explained earlier, the giraffes got longer necks because, okay, my food is up here. So I'm going to develop a longer neck to get to my food. You know what I'm saying? It's about survival. So there's no choice. It's just like, hey, if my food is over there, I need to basically evolve, or basically I need to basically adapt to certain things. When you have different atmospheric pressures and weather change and climate change and stuff, you're going to have to adapt. That's why huskies cannot live over here in Texas because it's too damn hot down here. You cannot have a husky in Texas because they're used to Alaska or Siberia or something like that. I had a husky that passed away.
Again. You know evolution is statistically possible, and I said that, but I was only arguing like the past conversation. I was arguing the notion that nothing can be proven any more than it's disproven. But to set that aside, do you believe in like say like a fetus, right? At what point is a child inside the womb do you consider conscious?
I don't know.
When it becomes a fetus, because you know you got to deal, because you talking about macro evolution, because this basically speeds up, you know what I'm saying, evolution. When you look at a sperm cell and the egg cell, those are cells. Those are not conscious beings. They just basically go off of movements and, you know, stuff like that. So they know to attract because that's the way nature formed it to be. You know what I'm saying? So when you get through meiosis, mitosis and stuff like that, you'll start seeing the cells split apart into twos, and then you'll see another zygote that splits into fours, and then it conforms into a fetus. That's after that's like the 8 weeks. Now, when they start having a brain, that's when they do ultrasound, and you'll start seeing a heartbeat, and then you'll start seeing the brain. You know what I'm saying? Now it becomes conscious. Well, it's conscious, but it's not aware.
That's how, bro.
I think.
This is how everything in the universe
That's exactly
works.
how babies are made.
This is how everything in the universe works. Nature don't just do stuff willy-nilly. This is how everything in the universe works. Things don't just pop up out of nowhere. They are other things first, and then they change form and become different things. And then at some point, the fetus becomes conscious. Now, I don't know exactly what point that is, but I'm assuming it's after a woman considers herself pregnant, you know what I'm saying? And before we consider a child born, somewhere in there.
I think that you guys have a different definition of consciousness, because when you talk about suffrage, so suffrage it's like the navigation of suffrage is like life in and of itself. So if you're saying to me that a sperm cell that's basically going to war for this egg is not having to have some sort of a consciousness to survive this war, I disagree. And so I would argue that consciousness is like it starts in the cell, and that cell, that baby's consciousness is alive through me. So right now I've got billions of babies in my nutsack that are all conscious and ready to go to war for an egg at any given moment. Whereas your consciousness seems to be
You don't become a baby. The sperm cell is not in the X. The baby is in the woman. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't need women to procreate.
But the sperm cell,
so the baby's not just produced.
It still has to travel.
That's because your conscious mind is forcing it, because you're feeling a sensation of an orgasm in order to shoot it back there to go into the fallopian tubes. So once they go into fallopian tubes, they're working independently of consciousness.
In the air.
They're working independent. They're not conscious.
If sperm was conscious, why do we need millions of them? The reason why you got millions of them is because only one make it out of millions. You know what I'm saying? And they're just blindly flapping their tails. And one of them motherfuckers might make it. You know, sometimes you could fuck a girl, nut in her, and she won't get pregnant. You know why?
Exactly.
None of them made it.
Hey, let me read you something. Let me read you something real quick.
She pissed it out. She pissed it out.
She squirted that one out.
So I asked Google if cells were conscious. It says cells can cognitively read their environment, analyze the received information, and then execute the necessary action to continue their survival. This coordinated cell action is known as cell signaling, which substantiates the possibility that the cell too has a mind.
So they don't know either, baby.
That's what it said.
Well,
where'd you get that to? Cite the source.
I heard the word possibility. That, and last time I checked, possibility mean I'm not sure. But it's
that's the whole point. That's literally that. Now this goes right back to our Christian narrative. Once you get past the politics and the bullshit, and you knock off all the dirt and all of the spoiled poison, you're gonna see 7 motherfucking principles, and you're gonna see them in all of the other same things, and they all gonna be saying the same shit.
What's the first principle?
It's all about virtues and vices, bro. If you let your vices control you, then this world's gonna eat you.
And that's the most important shit I need to know. These 7 principles.
If you base your movement on a foundation that produces prosperity, that doesn't hurt other people, then you're gonna produce fruit, good fruit, prosperous fruit.
And you got that from the Bible.
Christianity hurts people.
Religion is a flawed tool to prosperity. Money hurts people.
Well, the Bible is a part. The Bible comes out of religion, though. It took some religious people to create the Bible, so the Bible comes from religion. So there's no way around that.
The Constitution.
All books, basically.
Yeah, we don't fuck with that.
How does the Constitution secures a right? Yeah, the Constitution secures rights. It basically lists your rights. Now, the Bill of Rights, your rights come from the Bill of Rights. The Constitution does not hurt people. It just basically tells the government what they cannot do. They cannot violate your rights, and they cannot violate the oath of office. So I don't know where the Constitution will hurt anybody. Because I study law, so I use the Constitution to get people out of traffic tickets, child support, IRS, all that other shit. So once you use that Constitution, you make them get on their oath of office, and that's another topic for another day. But the Constitution does not hurt people because the Constitution is not a religious document.
Well, neither does the Bible. The Bible doesn't hurt people. People hurt people, and people.
Hey, hold on now. I'm gonna have to push back on that because the Bible hurt me tremendously. I wasted years.
That's because you wrote a blunt with that paper. You're not supposed to smoke that paper.
Man, that was 10 years after I stopped being a Christian. So
hey, the Constitution hurt me though.
Hey, I agree. I'm not opposing the Constitution. I'm not saying that just because it's bad things over here don't mean that it's not bad things elsewhere too. All I'm saying is like y'all valuing this religion stuff and or I would call it religious baggage. Y'all don't sound religious. Y'all sound like y'all got religious baggage. Y'all got remnants of a religion.
it breaks my heart that you have like such a disdain for something that brings so much peace and joy to so many people of
It
all
breaks
races.
my heart that you don't see the harm that it brings. Then the harm, when the harm outweighs the bad, it's like a bad relationship. You saying this girl got good pussy, but she crazy. When her crazy and the bad times start outweighing the good times, you gotta let her go. You
wisdom is the acceptance of suffering.
Yeah, that's what they tell people when they want to enslave
okay.
them.
So basically, I watch Jeremiah tomorrow.
I'm saying that one of my favorite documentaries to watch is the cheetahs cheetahs. And cheetahs, like most animals, can eat nuts and fruits and berries and everything. But because it's scarce, they end up sacrificing an animal. And this particular thing that I watched was 5 cheetahs basically ruling the savannah. They find a weak ass baby. All the animals work together to try to protect this one baby, but ain't no fruit for them niggas. So they get in this baby, and that baby just eat. You say it's fucked up. I say it's a natural part of life.
Who said I said that was fucked up? I say that's natural.
That's what, and that's what.
Also, have you seen the cheetah?
Natural history that took place is fucked up.
Okay.
But have you seen the cheetah with a Bible though? With a religious book? Have you seen the cheetah carry a Bible in their mouth, or Quran or Torah? Because it seems like have you seen any animal carry a Bible, Torah, Quran? Because you basically since you went there, okay. So shouldn't they believe in God too? Do you think they believe in God? Do you think they have a sense of belief?
I think that they have a natural.
Have you seen the cheetah pray?
I think that they have a natural conscience, and they embrace that conscience 100%. Kind of like when you go to war with that dude, you start off with your creative mind and then go over to your right mind. They embrace their life 100%. They don't compare it to somebody else's life per se. So the 5 cheetahs that's living in the savannah may not know anything about the 2 cheetahs that are starving. Ooh. Oh yeah. That's
so. Do you think basically? Do you think that the cheetahs, that any animal, is more worried about a religion, or are they worried about substance to feed and survive and make a home for themselves? Because me as a human, after I let go of religion stems from.
Religion stems from survival, and that's it.
No, it don't.
No, it don't. Because we had survival way before any religion.
Religion stems from not knowing the answer to questions and wanting to take somebody else's shit.
The meek will rule the earth. What you mean, like? But that was
American history baggage to me. That's what this sounds like. American history baggage. We can perpetuate it.
We don't study American.
That's cool, bro. But the difference is I can back up what I'm saying though.
But I don't think that this is baggage. I think that everything I'm saying is rooted out of an idea of a natural energy that you can harness. And the Bible says, hey, don't let it be, don't taint that energy, preserve this energy and use it for good. And then meanwhile, there's a whole bunch of white people, black people fighting over pathetic parts.
So you think you got superpowers and you ain't saved the world yet? You got the word from God. You got it. You got the answer. You got the 7 principles, man. Where's the results? Where's the world changing the shit? If somebody come tell me they got the book of Eli, nigga, I'm thinking you finna come with something. So this is what I'm saying. I can look
for you right here, right now, with my home screen on my damn smartphone, bro. I got a computer, a fucking trading.
I'm not saying show me what you got. I'm saying the world is fucked up. If you had any word from God, it should be powerful enough to fix the planet. Measly old Earth with all these stars out here. Any advice from the creator of the whole universe should be powerful enough that we should be able to solve all our problems. And we had this book for 2,000 years. And black people, let alone everybody else that believe this shit, but black people specifically have been getting their ass handed to them for 2,000 years, that we had these principles from these religions? Why aren't they doing what you say they do?
And you know another thing, man.
Everybody's doing a different thing because they're being misguided.
Hold on. Let me. When he was talking about the slave, I read some of the narratives, and I forgot who it is from. I think it's from Dean Scott. He was the first. How our ancestors that came over here on slave ships and stuff, they didn't know nothing about the Bible. We wasn't getting that shit around. So they was doing a lot of beating on the slaves, raping the men and all this other stuff. So our ancestors was pretending to believe in order to survive. That was their survival mechanism. So our ancestors was pretending so long to believe this shit until it became real in their mind to them. So that's why we're still Christians today, off of pretending to believe for survival. So you believe in this stuff in order to survive for whatever reason. But me and Kweli, we don't believe because we can still survive without it. So bro, what I'm seeing is that you can't survive without the Bible.
This religion came out of Ethiopia, bro. It came out of Ethiopia.
No,
you're just talking about some sick people taking advantage of some weak people.
That's not true.
That's not true.
That's not true. Because if you want to, okay, since you talking about the Orthodox Church, who ran it though? It was Fermentus, and that's off your video, bro. Fermentus basically ran he was a Greek. Or was a Roman? He was a Greek.
Greek.
I think he was a Greek.
They were in cahoots. So I call them
Greco-Romans. The Greco-Romans they was running the Ethiopian church after they destroyed after they claimed that all the scribes was lost in the Alexandria. They burnt it down, but guess what? They took everything out of the library and put at the Council of Nicaea. So all them books ain't lost. That shit is in the Vatican now. They got this shit in the Vatican. Yeah. All the emerald tablets. They got the Nag Hammadi text. They got the pyramid text, the coffin text. They got all that shit in the Vatican, and they basically stated, and that's how they wrote the book. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
But dude, the King Solomon and Queen Sheba
never existed.
Queen Sheba is one of the blackest people on earth. And they come out of Ethiopia, and they're direct descendants of Jesus.
No, Solomon. Okay, according to the Bible, Solomon came from Jerusalem.
You talking?
That's where you got Solomon's temple in Jerusalem.
So,
are you talking about the Solomon from the Bible or another dude?
Huh?
Are you talking about Solomon from the Bible?
Yeah, Solomon from the Bible is the first blood cousin of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he never existed. And neither did Jesus. These aren't historical people, bro. These are fictional characters. That's what I'm saying about studying history, man. Nobody writes about Solomon. He only exists in the Bible.
Why can Ethiopians trace their bloodline back to themselves?
Can Ethiopians trace their bloodline back to themselves?
Okay, so
yeah, they can trace their bloodline back to Jesus Christ. The Ethiopians can trace their bloodline back to Jesus.
I don't know nothing about that, man. I mean,
time out.
I never heard of that.
So you mean to tell me that Canaan, where Israel? You mean to tell me Israel is older than Africa? You mean to tell me the people came from Canaan into Egypt? Then they started civilization? Because from science, the oldest bones were found in the Obo Mountains in Ethiopia, in Tanzania. That's the first bone. Those are the oldest bones in the world. And woman.
And the Bible is way.
They didn't find her in Jerusalem.
Well, all of the oldest artifacts on Earth are found on the North African continent. Same shit.
Correct.
Yes,
correct. But the Canaanites.
So now what?
Do you know how the Canaanites?
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Okay, so if that's the case, then you're saying that Mesopotamia is older than Africa, basically.
I don't care what you call it,
and that's not the case. Okay, so life did not start right there.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show me a source on that bloodline of Christ, because as far as I know, Jesus don't exist. He don't got a bloodline. You can't have a bloodline if you never existed. Jesus is the personification of the Son. Okay, he always was.
And the Bible says it a lot.
I disagree with you there.
Yeah, I know we disagree. That's why I said you're gonna have to show me where you get that from.
I think that you. I
want to know the doctor. What was Jesus' blood type then? What was his blood type?
It's the oldest archaeological evidence. Bone.
Lucy is the oldest archaeological evidence of a humanoid bone. Look that up.
Okay, yeah, I know about Lucy, but what they got to do with Jesus?
Yeah, we know about Lucy. Yeah, that's still in Africa though. So
And that's
you
Southern
still find
Africa,
in
as
Africa,
far as I
but
know.
like I
Not
said,
Ethiopia.
what was yeah? So when they crucified Jesus Christ, did somebody was it a nurse there to take his blood? You know what I'm saying? To say, hey, we're gonna save this for the future event, so we can basically
Yeah,
prove your
how would
existence.
they know Jesus' blood?
Did you
What Jesus' blood?
yeah. Did Jesus get a physical? Because you know when they do an execution, when they give somebody lethal, they have to do blood work on. They have to make sure they healthy to die.
Man, come on, man.
So
Y'all
they had
playing now, right?
basically.
Y'all playing. Y'all joking now.
Hold on, hey, check this out. The reason I say that is because there's a tribe in Ethiopia that can trace their bloodline back to Jesus, meaning that they'll go, this is who my father was, this is who his father was, and they'll trace it all the way back to King Solomon. And King Solomon is the first blood cousin of Jesus.
So there's a tribe in Ethiopia with a fake history. You telling me?
But it's not a fake history.
All right, tell me about it. What's the name of the tribe? So
okay, yes.
Hold on. But the reason I say it's not a fake history is because if it was, the first people that would call them out on it are the white Jews.
So you telling me some Ethiopians?
Which for years denied their recognition as Jewish people.
Slow down, bro. I just want to ask you. You telling me that a long time ago in Ethiopia, there was some niggas named Isaac, Abraham, and Jacob?
That's not that's not what I'm saying at all.
You said they could trace their bloodline back to Jesus.
Back to Jesus, whose name was Joshua, or however.
Okay. So let me ask you again. You saying that a long time ago in Ethiopia, it was a nigga named Joseph and a bitch named Mary, and they lived in Ethiopia and they gave birth to a nigga named Jesus.
Okay. Again, I'm saying a long time ago, right?
If Ethiopians tracing their bloodline back to Jesus, that means that their names going back. The names going back.
Okay, yeah.
But the names in the Bible are not the names that you would expect to be in Africa or Middle Eastern names.
But again, I understand that, and that's because different cultures translated the name into their language, but that's not what I'm getting at. It's like just like I know who my great grandmother is, and I never met her.
Yeah, I get that part.
That's the same way that they know who their lineage is. They know who their ancestors are, and so they have a written record. And because Ethiopia, being one of the only black nations in the world that wasn't colonized, maintained their written record. So that's all that I'm.
Jesus have a son or a daughter?
He had a cousin named King Solomon.
So he didn't have no kids.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, you say he had a bloodline.
Yeah, exactly. Darius, who's sitting right here, is my cousin. That's a bloodline. He's not my child. I have cousins that share the same bloodline as me, that aren't direct members of my immediate family.
What's the name of this tribe?
I'll have to send it to you. I don't have it right now.
All right.
But the only reason I know this is because on my grandmother's side, Gwen, right? Her family before the slave ships came from Ethiopia. You know what I'm saying? And they kept that historical knowledge of.
But this is what I want to add to it, because the Jews do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? They say, "Oh, well, this is our history," but when you look at it, it's not actual history. And just because some of them believe it is true, and they'll tell you it's true, and some of them don't believe it is true, but the fact of the matter is they present it as if it's actual history, and it's not. And that's what I asked you the first time. So you telling me some people in Ethiopia got a false history? Because if you telling me they bloodline go back to a nigga that never existed, it's got to be a false history. Because you know what I'm saying.
But again, we knew King Solomon existed.
How we know that?
Yeah, the same way that I know that my great grandmother existed, because
you heard.
Exactly. I mean that there's so much archaeological evidence, secondary sources corroborating that
about King Solomon.
Queen Sheba. About King Solomon, yeah, and Queen Sheba.
I mean, I gotta look into it, man. But I don't know nothing about any evidence for King Solomon. He was supposed to have built the temple, right?
Well, that's
the same. That's the same Solomon we talking about.
King Solomon. Yep, the same Solomon.
Yeah, as far as I know, that's a fictional character too.
Well, was Queen Sheba a fictional character?
I'm not sure.
I'm about to say because whoever her husband was the first blood cousin of who they think the savior was, and their descendants are in Ethiopia. That's
So
all.
now we're getting somewhere. So y'all are basically Christians.
I'm not a Christian.
This is what I was trying to say, bro. I know they're not going to agree with this. But
People confuse what I know with what I believe. I know, but that doesn't mean I believe.
They lost.
I know what they think, but that doesn't mean that I believe that.
It's like Christianity does such a number on your brain that even when you smart enough to find your way out of it, it still got a hold on you. So it's like you will make a point about stories like Adam and Eve, and
I was never a Christian though.
I'm telling you though, I'm talking to you, bro. I'm talking to you, and in my opinion, you got Christian baggage. You know, so I can tell somebody around you put some.
I got Muslim baggage. Then I got Hinduism baggage.
I don't hear Muslim baggage in you, but some people do.
I can sit here and talk to you about the 99 attributes of Allah.
But I'm just talking. I'm just telling you based off of the conversation that we've been had. This is the opinion that I come to. I'm not saying that this is your summation of who you are as a person. I'm just saying this is what it sounds like to me. I could be wrong, but it sounds like
People
confuse what I know with what I believe, and it's like I
think you're confused with what you know and believe. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think you're confused with what you know and what you believe because you kind of misconstrued a lot of information, and then you went back and said, "Well, I don't know, about this." I'm like, how could you do that? Like, how can you say that you know this happened, then go back and then backtrack and say, "Well, I don't know this." I'm like, how did that?
Well, first thing first, I started out with in the conversation with nothing can be proven any more than it can be disproven. And so with that understanding, I built upon that as my foundation. And so thus that right there is the confinements of which my knowledge exists. And so now I'm on to belief, giving what y'all don't believe in, which I use adamantly is the faith upon the absence of knowledge. And so that's all I've been doing.
So you believe Jesus existed, like the born of a virgin, walked on water. You believe in that dude, right? That's the one you believe in.
I believe that there's statistical evidence that suggests that he exists, just like there's statistical evidence that suggests Julius Caesar existed.
What year was he born?
All the evidence that suggests that he floated in the sky.
What year was he
born? Y'all got evidence of that?
What
y'all got? Oh.
I don't know what year either of those people were born. I don't know what year Alexander the Great was born. I don't know what year Genghis Khan.
See, we got grave sites. We got grave sites for them people that we're talking about. But do you have a grave site for Jesus? I mean, and where's the cross? The cross is the most essential. The cross is the most essential piece of evidence that was needed with the actual blood and all that other stuff. But we don't even have evidence of a cross that he was on. And also in Acts 7, was it 5:30? Acts 5:30 says that he was crucified on a tree. So which was it? Was it a cross or a tree?
Maybe it was a cross.
And then
tree. I don't know.
Could have been two.
But then when you look at the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they contradict each other. Because I think.
But that doesn't negate the fact that there is archaeological evidence, which these texts, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, are historical evidence. They're written, compiled data of what people were thinking at that time period. They might be wrong, but it is in fact historic knowledge in the sense of it is actual written record of what different communities and ideologies around the world were thinking.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are not contemporary to Jesus, so they don't prove that Jesus.
And also not. Exactly, because even Martin Luther, even King James, the Bible, they didn't find the Dead Sea Scrolls until 1948. So how could the Dead Sea Scrolls be in the Bible when they didn't find them till later? Show me a person that had access to the Dead Sea Scrolls.
What's in the Bible? I said they corroborate what's in the Bible.
How do you know? The Dead Sea Scrolls is in pieces. When they found it, it was in pieces, fragments. They couldn't even make the shit out.
But the whole point is that, like when they date them back, whoever wrote those scriptures, they were still hundreds of years after Jesus would have existed. So they talking
Jesus,
anything they
like
said would have just been hearsay. They're not contemporary. You need contemporary. If you're gonna use text, it's got to be contemporary. You can't say the most important person to live ever lived, and the first person that wrote about it was 2 generations after. Because back then, people used to die when they was like 35. So you mean to tell me my great granddaddy saw Jesus, and I'm gonna write about it, but my daddy didn't write about it, and nobody that was alive during the whole 2 generations wrote about him, but the grandkid gonna write about him. And
hey, how many graves can you produce me? How many graves can you produce me prior to Jesus's death? If it was, since
what you
that's
mean? What you mean, like
so you said,
just of random people?
Yeah, like graves that you can produce prior to that death.
Millions.
You can produce that.
Sure, if you finance the trip.
So wait a minute, let me get this straight. You're gonna go to wherever you think we can go, and somebody we're probably gonna pay some sort of tourist fee, and some book that was probably recently wrote like
we ain't gotta do that, man. We can do it however you want to do it, man. You set the parameters.
Because Anthony Browder's already over there, and they still ain't found shit. Anthony Browder's you know about Anthony Browder. He got people digging right now, and they say we still ain't found shit. So talk to Anthony Browder. He from out here.
He doing. That's why
the next summer
what you asking me to do. He actually showing you graves of people who actually lived, and he telling you where the true parts of the Bible were plagiarized from. That don't mean that the Bible is true. You know what I'm saying? That mean they got some ideas and some themes from some stories that already existed, and those stories weren't even true. They were myths too. You know what I'm saying? But you just gotta know where it came from.
Let's revert to the Council of Nicaea. Have you read the what's that? Who wrote that? It was the Nicene Creed. So when you look at the Nicene Creed or whatever, this guy wrote it, and he was like, the way they chose what was going to be in the Bible, they put the books on top of the Bible. On top of the table, and they all left out. And they said the books that fall on the floor would not go in the Bible, but the ones that remain will go in the Bible. And they all walked that out. So who's to say somebody would just then go in there and just start off the table?
Man, it's like
the Bible.
It's all made up, man. They made it up. In regardless of even how they did it, it's made up. You know what I'm saying? And then the people that didn't agree with them, they just got rid of them. You know what I'm saying? So it was like they ain't leave no
they got rid of them
for debate. What'd you say?
No, that's why you got the Great Schisms. You got the Crusades with people that if you didn't believe in Christianity, you got killed. You know, it was basically it was bad. Man, what time is it?
Man. But we've been going for a good
5 o'clock, man.
Hey, it's been about 5 hours, bro. So
I'll tell you what. I'll go ahead and say
I had a good time.
Bound out first. This Darius, all I really wanted to say that it goes back to my theory about the line. Everything acts on a scale like a polarity thing, as opposed to a point. And then if that's the case, everybody then has some sort of sauce that they're mixing with the noodles. I say eat the noodles without the sauce. Everybody got noodles. Everybody trusts noodles. Everybody love and respect the noodles. But you also have a conscience and an IQ and a wit about yourself where you can differentiate between the sauce and the noodles. Because these noodles are building a great, great humanity for us as we move forward. And as we move forward, we shift away from these idea of your sauce is different from my sauce, and we come together and start making a new sauce. That's the faith that I have. And it's based off of empirical data or minute amounts of empirical data, and fine, it's not faith. It's motivation or belief or whatever. All I'm saying is, eat the noodles, not the sauce.
We should do this some other time, you know.
For sure.
Yeah,
man. Right, man, I appreciate both of y'all, man, for coming through. You know what I mean? And sticking through this. You know what I'm saying?
You got it, man. I got a buddy of mine I want to bring on to the show. I'm gonna talk to him and see if I can't get him on here. And you can try him. He's a Hebrew.
Oh, okay, cool.
Brian, cool. Let's have some fun.
For sure, man. All right, man. It's been a wild one. It was fun. Appreciate y'all, man. Holla at y'all, Diaz, Jency, Kwame. It was good talking to y'all. My name Kweli Kush.
All right.
Everybody, check your stuff out.
The gangster, yeehaw, nigga.
All right, peace.